Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are across the world. Thank you for joining us here at this World Tour stop in Prague. My name is Howling Minds, joined in the booth by one of the biggest brains behind the Hunted. It is, of course, Brian Gottlieb. How you doing?
I feel uncomfortable having my brain size evaluated on stream. How about a brain behind this? I'll accept that.
Okay.
I'm doing great. Watching the Hunted has been fantastic this weekend, and now we're getting to draft. This is what, honestly, I've been waiting for all weekend. I cannot wait to see our pro players take a shot at this format.
Absolutely, damn right. There is 2 drafts to look forward to before we make our way towards that top 8. All of these players still in contention for over $20,000 of prize money, so plenty to play for there. We had a brief exposure to Sealed yesterday, but draft is proving to be a little bit of a different beast with this format. What can the audience look forward to that might be a bit different from yesterday?
Yeah, I think in general the decks do power down a little bit, which might be surprising, but you just get a lesser number of total cards to work with. But while they power down in raw power, I think their consistency and their focus ticks up. And there are a bunch of branches of strategy which you really have to get into specific draft lanes to go ahead and execute on. And I'm very curious. And look, our players have basically had no drafts. It's been impossible to draft the Hunted to now. So I wouldn't expect maybe some of these deeper archetypes to have been uncovered thus far, but our pro players have surprised me so many times. They're so smart. They're so quick to understand these formats, and I just want to see how far along the path they've gotten.
These players have been incredible so far this weekend. Should we take a look at which of them remain at the top of our standings heading into the second day of competition? We looked at our undefeateds last night. 3 of them left standing at the very top of that hill. The Spanish submarine himself. It is, of course, Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, no submarine this time, just straight up undefeated. 1 of 3 undefeateds. 1 of each hero represented amongst these 3 undefeated players. And there's so many talented players spattered across this top 24. We could focus on these 3 undefeated players, and we will. We're going to see a lot of them down in our feature match area. But there's talent lurking just below. I see folks like Maciej, Janik, Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Of course, Brodie Spurlock currently leading the Player of the Year race. Freddie Friedrich, maybe a name not that many folks know, but that's a player who sat atop when the when the ELO leaderboard was split. Freddie Friedrich was often the top-rated limited player in the world, crushing another limited format here.
Absolutely shows as they find themselves in 13th. All kinds of underdogs we had the pleasure of seeing on camera yesterday as well, really making a showing at this first calling. Johnny Chapman lost that final round of the day to Pablo Pintor on camera, did a spectacular job with Fang in the process. However, a couple other names I'm familiar with personally. Andrew Rayner, big name, of course, coming out of Scotland, had some incredible success at this year's UK National Championships, still finds themselves in contention here. Very interestingly, Daniel Correas also finding success yesterday on that similar style of Arakni that Pablo claims to be the way to play Sealed in the Hunted.
He and Pablo think they figured something out in the Sealed format, targeting Fang really hard with their Arakni. Not so much build, it's hard to have a consistent build in Sealed, but their game plan. You can go ahead and approach that Fang matchup in a very specific way, and they think they have a really strong matchup. Interested to see if they have similar secret sauce when it comes to this draft format.
I'm very excited to see which of these players manage to remain on top of the hill as we make our way through these first ever drafts of a brand new format. Of course, they are playing for some phenomenal prizes this weekend. If you've been under a rock, spelled R-O-K, of course, brand new prize card available this weekend at the calling, Gold Foil Stonewall Gauntlet.
I think this is a big one to pick up, not only because it's one of our beautiful, super exclusive gold foils, which have become very much the hallmark for so many collectors. Stonewall Gauntlet's just going to be good in this metagame. I'm wanting to have my Stonewall Gauntlet. Why not have the flashiest version possible and pick up that gold foil?
Absolutely. Pro Tour invitation up for grabs here as well as those all-important 16 World Tour points for those players looking to make a claim to the top of that leaderboard as well.
Yeah, the World Tour points, so valuable. We're going to be talking a lot about this Player of the Year race as we move throughout this day, watching to see if our players who are at the top of the leaderboard can go ahead and maybe try and put some distance amongst the rest of the field, or if a new contender is going to rise up and really get into the race for that Player of the Year.
Thankfully, not just first place playing for goodies this weekend. We've got prizes all the way down to the top 32 here. Over $20,000 of prize money up for grabs. $250 for a top 32 finish. Up to $5,000 up in first place.
That's big cash. You can go ahead and buy some nice things with that. You can buy a lot of cold and gold foils when you put $5,000 in your pocket. That's all I spend my money on. So I think of all income in terms of, is it a cold foil?
I think we'd all be better if we measured our life in how many cold foils does it cost to get me a loaf of bread. It's just a better way to live.
The true measure of an economy is just cold foils.
Absolutely. All kinds of PTIs up for grabs for these players as well. Of course, that World Tour stop in London, not far away now. Many players looking for that last chance invitation to the big dance. Looking forward to seeing who can score those on the day. Of course, World Tour, definitely the focus of this year going forward. We've got plenty to look forward to there. Plenty of ways to score points as well. Well worth paying attention to the structure, this lovely little ladder, all the way from a battle-hardened, all the way up to the World Championship.
Yeah, and I think the bread and butter for whomever turns out to be the Player of the Year, or any of those other folks who are going to get rewarded by this Player of the Year system. Let's not forget, Scott, it's not only one singular person trying to chase this title. There are payouts across all three regions, Europe, Asia, Americas. All these regions have their own winners. They get paid down to the top 3 players in each region, and then the very top player gets a little bonus sugar on top to put in their pocket.
We don't call it a World Tour for no reason. You want to make a claim to being the best in your region. There's only one way to do it. Turn up to these events, score those points, and become the first ever Player of the Year from your region. I got a name in mind that I'm thinking of that might have a shot at that Player of the Year title, and I think they might be the one that's well worth following along for this first draft we see of the Hunted. If it was up to me, I couldn't pick anyone other than Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, it feels right. You know, you come to Europe. Pablo has been, to me, the face of Europe. Obviously, the first ever Pro Tour champion, and that gets you a long way to getting that accolade. But for me, it's how he's followed up that championship by being an ambassador to the community.
Absolutely.
By being a great guy to be around, by being somebody who's just makes every flesh and blood event better, and who continues to win. Just took down a calling not too long ago on the back of Enigma. So many venerated finishes for Pablo Pintor, looking to just keep adding to that resume as he goes through.
Continuing to win is right. From what I've been informed by the room, Pablo Pintor has not lost a game this weekend so far in the Hunted.
16-0, I believe,
all
across
the, way
the sealed
through.
formats.
Yep. So absolute killer. Couldn't think of a better way to look at this draft, and I'm so excited to see what a mind of that caliber has to think about the Hunted for the very first time.
Yeah, and we know Pablo showed a predilection towards Arakni in the sealed format. Is that going to go ahead and persist when he gets to draft? And I think it's really important. This is kind of a challenge all of these players who had a big day one are going to have to face. Yes, you succeeded on day one. You found your strategy. This isn't the same format. And if you let those little seeds creep in, oh, I played Arakni really well yesterday. Why don't I just go ahead and pick this Arakni card? It's a close pick anyway. I'll just lean a little bit in this direction. You could find yourself in some trouble in the wrong seat, and you have to play your seat. You have to be smart. You have to be adaptable to succeed at draft.
We saw our players learning from their experience in the World Premiere. Now it is time for us to learn from Pablo Pintor himself. That very first booster pack of the Hunted getting cracked open. Going to take a cheeky peek at what we find inside. If it's up to you, Brian, what are you hoping to see when we flip this pack over?
I mean, there's a few paths you can go down. Sure, you can hope for a Majestic Bomb. You can go ahead and look for one of those rare legendaries that sit over on the Draconic maps, either Cindra's or Fang's. Or you could hedge a little bit. You can try and stay open. Look for a strong generic. You know, there's a lot of just good generic attacks. 3 blocks, mark your opponent. That's a really clean way to start your draft and get a little bit more information as time goes on. You do want to get into your open seat. You want to find your lane, and just taking a little time, hedging a little bit with either generics or even some hybrid cards can go ahead and buy you a little bit of that time you're going to need to make a good pick.
Lots of flexibility available. Let's see which avenue the Spanish Juggernaut chooses to take. We're fanning out this very first pack. Some interesting comments at the front. We know Pablo does love a little bit of instant speed marking. Kind of sorting these cards as he goes. This is definitely a sign of a high-level player. Pack composition maybe a bit rugged for these players so far as they get to grips. So they're sorting all those cards into their lane and seeing exactly what is what.
Yeah, looking at how deep the pools are. How deep are these picks going to go? How many players are apt to end up in any one specific class, given what I'm going to go ahead and pass on?
So a couple of cards pulled to the front here nice and early for Pablo. Red copy of Cut Deep and that Blade Beckoner Plating alongside a couple of traps. How are we feeling about these?
Yeah, look, traps are really strong if you end up in particularly Assassin, but you want them as backup in all these other classes as well. But for me, it is this Blade Beckoner plating. Just the rare equipment is so powerful in this particular set. You get 2 defense out of it basically every time. And it's versatile. You can go ahead and use that 2 defense on a single large weapon attack, or you can go ahead and look to actually take advantage of Guardwell here, defend a first non-weapon attack for 1, then the second time you use this weapon or use this equipment, you'll block a weapon and get a buff, and you'll be able to block for 1 a second time. So a lot of flexibility here, and of course, generic. Entirely open right now is Pablo Pintor.
Great example of what you were just talking about. Keeping those open lanes, waiting for more information to see what will be coming over the course of this pack. A couple of very powerful red draconic attack reactions early in this pack. Even a lovely red backstab as well, should Arakni still be on the radar. Some tough choices here for Pablo.
Yeah, I think there's options amongst all of the classes right now, and this is a spot where you start to ask, what am I prioritizing? What do I care the most about in this format? Am I trying to push damage? Do I believe I need to buy some time and do a little setup? And for Pablo, it felt like he was defensive leaning on day 1. Is day 2 going to be more about offense? Is it time to shift towards those draconic heroes and look and see how much damage can be done? It's worth noting there's a double up here on the back of a foil. I believe that's a
Blistering Blade, I think.
Yeah, Blistering Blade.
Yeah,
one of those 0-cost draconic attack reactions. So, you know, a fine pick, but one that could set your opponent up to make a similar pick, and going to instead take a stab here. And I really like this. Flexible again, staying open, and I do think there's some interesting archetypes available to Assassin that are hard focused on take a stab.
Really interesting to watch Pablo navigate that pack, taking all the time required to fan through, figure out the card they believe to be missing from the previous player, using it to make an informed choice at which card they're taking, and as a result, that Assassin Warrior attack reaction finds itself in the pack. Follow up in pack 3, another red copy of Cut Deep, immediately jump into the front here. It's a very powerful common.
Yeah, I love Cut Deep. It's just good glue for these Fang decks. You're very happy to add that over and over again. With this take a stab pick, you're staying open. You still have the access to the warrior map. I would be looking at redundant copies of ways to pump daggers. You see Poison Blade floating around there. That's an interesting card, but unfortunately a yellow in this case. Something like a Pledge Fealty. I like this as a sidestep option, but I'm not trying to spend a pick this early. Perhaps on a Tooth of the Dragon, I might spend an early pick on a Draconic Instant, but I think generally you only want 2 or 3 of those in your Fang decks, and you'd prefer powerful front pumps, 0-for-4s in particular, or Draconic attack reactions. That's really what I'm looking for.
Does seem to be those big, powerful pumps that are attracting the attention of Pablo so far. That Cut Deep, definitely the biggest card on their radar, does make its way into the deck for now. So, great start. Lots of red line, 0-cost buffs for these weapons, and definitely leaning heavily towards Fang so far, I think.
It's funny, you look at this Cut Deep, and you go, well, this is the vanilla front pump. This is like the baseline one. Surely this is not the high pick. Disagree. I think this is absolutely in contention with the other front pump effects that have some kind of on hit. Maybe they get some other additional buffs should your opponent be marked. They have higher ceilings, but there's a block 3 on this card, and that's so important in this format to go ahead and find good blocks when you can.
Time and again, we saw yesterday those block 3 cards saving several players in spots they would have been caught out otherwise. Few very powerful options at the front of the pack here for Pablo. Sizzling Steel, Hunt a Killer, both pretty premium effects, I find.
I agree. I think both of these cards are strong. For me, I think there's a baseline number of draconic attack reactions that you really need for your Fang deck to function. And even though I think I could argue that the marking effect is baseline more powerful, I might be leaning towards the draconic attack reaction. It seems like Pablo agrees with me.
Similar story indeed, filling in those gaps nice and early, making sure we have those draconic attack reactions to keep those obsidian fire blades ticking along. It's a very strong start to a Fang deck for Pablo. Very interestingly, all red for now. How big of a concern is that when you're drafting Fang?
It depends. You know, I've spoken to folks this weekend, and there's kind of a developing range in terms of how many blues you are looking for. I've heard anywhere between 6 and 10, and I think that range may tighten as time goes on. I've also heard some players say, I'm totally fine with yellows. And I think a lot of that depends on what your draconic attack reactions look like. How many zeros do you have? For me, I put a huge priority on zeros over 1 cost, so I do have flexibility in later packs to go ahead and take those yellows and not have my turns be punished all that hard by it.
Some huge signals here for Pablo Pintor. Tooth of the Dragon, Endear, Devotion, both sitting front and center of this pack. These feel like very high picks for Fang. He's got to be very happy with where he finds himself.
Agree, and Pablo's going to go ahead and take the Endear Devotion here. This is the first time I've differed from Pablo on my pick. I do think Endear Devotion very strong. Getting that fealty token basically for free, very good. But for me, the sidestep of Tooth of the Dragon is exactly the type of flexible Fang I like to play. And again, zero cost just means so much for me. There's multiple ways to build Fang. I don't want to paint this as a wrong pick. That's not what I'm saying. It's just my personal preference. I tend to lean more towards these zero cost Fangs. Pablo thus far showing a preference for just the more, I would say, broadly powerful card.
Definitely some broadly powerful cards at the front here. To the Point, and I believe Scalding Iron also at the front of this pack. More premium red attack reactions, one of which is Draconic. Again, looking to fill those gaps. A lot of open pathways here for Pintor.
Yeah, this may be a harder decision than it appears at first glance. I do think I would agree with this pick. The to the point ceiling is so big. 0 for 4 defense, or excuse me, attack reaction. Really, really good. And it's not that hard to have your opponent marked. It happens a lot. And just having this in your deck increases your range so much. It can make your opponent sweat from so many scenarios. Of course, you combine this with a fealty. You're talking a 0 for 5 buff in conjunction with your daggers. So to the point, a very powerful pick. Again, I do think there is a minimum number of draconic attack reactions you do need to have in your deck for your deck to smoothly function. So Pablo at this point believes there's going to be options to pick those up later and just taking the quote-unquote more powerful card into the point.
We see that here, of course, just gesturing towards that Sisters of Fire. Point of Engagement red available in that pack. Definitely a card I've enjoyed very much in Fang so far, but choosing to take that Draconic attack reaction over it for exactly the reasons you described.
Yeah, I do want to put a caveat on that, though. I think Sisters of Fire actually doesn't check that box for me as much as I need it to, because does not start your turn. You need to have progressed to the second chain link. Yes, it blocks for 3. Yes, the output is very good, but that limitation is harsh. And I'm not counting this as one of my starters when I'm thinking about my deck composition. So a fine card to have in your deck, not a pick I mind whatsoever, but do not count this as a Draconic Warrior attack reaction for purposes of that minimum threshold you need to reach in Fang.
That's some fantastic knowledge to have heading into that pre-release weekend. Pablo here deliberating. Love to see this. Prioritizing a blue for the first time this pack so far. Making sure those resource cards can be found eventually.
Yeah, Incision's a nice blue to pick up. You get that 3 block. It's still an attack reaction in a pinch. You can combine it with a fealty if you have to start your turn off. So this is one of my favorite blues actually to have in Fang.
Lovely stuff. Okay, down to the tail end of this pack. Lay Low, definitely a card I've seen some people talking some hype around here, but some yellows, some blues. We definitely saw some resource cards prioritized a moment ago. What are you looking at here?
I think you just need defense reactions in this format. They are strategically invaluable. Now, Lay Low has a lot of vulnerability. If you're getting marked a lot, that card getting bricked in your arsenal can feel really, really bad. However, Pablo has not found a defense reaction yet. I can see an argument for that, but it looks like Pablo differs here. Going to just go ahead and take another front pump in this case.
Yeah, Sworn Vengeance, another piece of consistency. That yellow, of course, facilitating some of your turns. Another block 3. Definitely a great way to keep those bread and butter turns together. Some very interesting options here for blues left in the pack. Knife Through Butter and To The Point Blue, both very appealing to me.
Yeah, interesting pick here. It is going to be, once again, the blue 3 block in the form of blue Knife Through Butter. I like this one, too, because it does have a little additional ceiling added onto it. You can go ahead and get that second buff should your opponent be blocked. And it can unbrick a hand in a dire scenario where you do miss on that Draconic attack reaction.
Pablo finding a second Knife Through Butter blue immediately afterwards. Definitely getting paid off for prioritizing those reds early on. Seems like a very cohesive pack 1.
Yeah, I like a lot of what's going on here for Pablo. I like the blues. I think he's found good blues late in the pack. I do think, I wouldn't say it's an issue, but it's a developing concern of mine, the Draconic starters. How often are you going ahead and getting to that second dagger attack? Here's kind of a backdoor way to go ahead and do it. This is not my favorite instant, but it'll do in a pinch. Proclaim Vengeance going to go ahead and get added to the deck here for Pablo.
Perfect stuff. Last 2 picks, another Knife Through Butter. Definitely a card we're seeing Pablo prioritize, even in the yellow forms here. Just good, clean consistency. Will block 3. Great in that late game when you're down to those final few attack reactions. And definitely might have a role to play in kind of just gluing everything together.
Red Reaper's Call, the last pick there. Very surprised to see that card go this late.
Interesting stuff. Maybe a slightly Arakni-like pod. We'll have to wait and see as the rest of the game goes on. But I kind of agree here. Reaper's Call Red, one of those fantastic ways of marking at instant speed. Not something there's a ton of in this format outside of itself and tip-off. And we saw it be very powerful multiple times yesterday on camera.
For sure. I don't mind a blue Reaper's Call. And in fact, in a lot of cases, I prefer a blue Reaper's Call, filling out my resource base in that fashion. But seeing that late still raises an eyebrow, for sure.
Pablo here, going to get a brief moment to review their picks, no doubt, before we head into the second pack. We've kind of alluded to those draconic instants that Pablo may want to find as they move forward. I also noticed that we haven't prioritized equipment after that first pick. How heavy of a factor is that in this draft? How aggressively should you look for those equipment pieces?
I think you need to have basically a full set of equipment. It's almost a requirement in this format. The damage numbers are just too high, and essentially it's designed around the theory that everyone will be able to go ahead and get their full equipment set up. There are a lot of equipments in these packs. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in that fashion. You are comfortable waiting a little bit longer because you assume, given the density of equipment, you are going to find it. But if you don't, you get hard punished.
Great to see this from Pablo here. Just kind of sorting their cards where they have the opportunity to review those brilliant red attack reactions. Just kind of put it to one side immediately. Just considering the blues, figuring out what gaps we might have. How many of those blues are going to be great in the late game? How many are maybe a little bit more situational? Which cards stand out to you here so far as cards we should be paying attention to going into Pack 2?
Yeah, it is just the story of these draconic attack reactions. That is my intense focus point for Pack 2. I think Pablo needs to deepen the roster here of those effects. I'm looking for somewhere in the neighborhood between 8 to 10 draconic attack reactions. I do think they're that important for starting off your turn. Otherwise, you're sort of just playing numbers Fang, and that's fine. I don't want to paint that as a bad deck. That's a very, very valid option. You essentially turn your front pumps into 0 for 4 go-agains, and we know 0 for 4 go-again, very, very powerful in Flesh and Blood. But these are 3 powerful heroes. All of these heroes are capable of burst damage. Arakni's capable of a lot of disruption. They all have on-hits that you have to respect to some degree and can demand blocking cards from your hand. So a lot of times in this format, I'm not convinced that just pure numbers are going to be enough.
We shall see as the draft continues if Pablo agrees. Second pack kicking off to start this. We do see some great options. That Tooth of the Dragon available early. Flurry Stance, a very interesting card if we find ourselves in Fang. And also Red Hunt the Killer at the front. Plenty of great front-end options here again.
Yeah, agree. For me, though, I'm leaning towards this Tooth of the Dragon. I agree with Pablo's pull forward here. There is a bit of a hole in his deck right now, and the strategic versatility of Tooth of the Dragon should not be underestimated. Doing that sidestep, asking your opponent to go ahead and load up with blocks on that first chain link, and playing Tooth of the Dragon and just passing the buff forward to the next chain link, that's how you get some leaky damage to keep hitting your opponents, and you do get the true numbers advantage in that moment.
It's a card I've been consistently impressed by so far. Players obviously figuring the format out, inclined to overblock that first dagger. Tooth of the Dragon, perfect way of punishing that, and we see Pablo taking it aggressively here as their first pick of the pack.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick from Pablo. Starting to fill some holes, just a flatly powerful card. Let's keep an eye on these equipments as we move through these next few packs for Pablo.
We'll finally get a glance at what might be coming from the other direction as we see our first past pack of pack number 2. We do see some Vengeance equipment available. Selection of blues in the middle of the pack. Brothers of Flame, some more attack reactions if the red sword. No instants jumping to mind, but hey, Blaze Headlong.
Yeah.
The back of this pack is incredible.
Yeah,
Drop
really
of
strong.
Dragon Blood 2, cut deep. What are we
really
looking at
strong
here?
back of the pack for Pablo. Drop of the Dragon Blood is an interesting card. I, again, think it fulfills that thing you're looking for. You need to go ahead and have those starters, and you can use Drop of the Dragon Blood as a starter in an emergency. It does ask you to play with some uncertainty. You won't really understand the texture of your hand until you draw that card, and that can brick you sometimes. But to me, Blaze Headlong just too consistent. Even in Fang, it's very easy to turn this card on. You go ahead and play a red front pump, just fire off your Blaze Headlong, and then you get to do your dagger thing later on down the turn. So let's see if Pablo prefers that, or if he is just looking for more 0 for 4s, or if he's going to take the gamble on the Drop of the Dragon Blood.
Oh, tough choice for Pablo there. Looks like the cut deep was the choice there. Passing on those Draconic cards again, prioritizing those +4s on the front end.
Yeah, Pablo basically saying this works like a Blaze Headlong. I don't need to do anything different here. This is a 0 for 4 in my deck. The difference is there is a little bit of a strategic pinch where you get pulled to have to go ahead and then activate your dagger afterwards. You also can't play a one-card hand with Cut Deep. So for me, I'm leaning a little bit to Blaze Headlong, but I understand why Pablo made the pick here. Of course, you can't underestimate that 3 block down in the corner there on the Cut Deep.
Lots of options here for the Realm. Lurking at the front of the pack, Mark with Magma, another to the point in the back of the pack. Even my favorite Pits of Despair available here. What are we looking at in this pack?
This is a tough one for me. Again, like no obvious holes in my deck construction to be filled now, so it's kind of just a raw power evaluation. And all these cards are really good. I can't even tell you right now which one I'm preferring. I think To the Point maybe has the highest ceiling, but rounding out your turn with 1-for-5s also feels very good in Fang, and it often feels unexpected from your opponent. Your opponent tries to block in ways that sort of try to exploit the predictability of Fang. You expect Fang to have this play pattern every turn. It's all about daggers. It's all about these front pumps. And when you get Fang playing in face-up fashions, you feel really good. When you surprise an opponent with a 1-5 to close the chain, it's often something they did not expect to have to deal with. But I could say the same about To the Point. When they're marked and you have 2 copies of red To the Point in your deck, being marked is going to be a dangerous proposition for all of Pablo's opponents.
Pablo, no doubt, looking for some more ways to mark their opponent. I gotta be honest, I'm not seeing many here. I'm not seeing much of anything in this pack at all. This is looking very dry for Fang.
Yeah, very thin pack here. Maybe it's another spot where we're just prioritizing the blue. The blue Cut Deep, another fine blue that I'm very happy with. It's sort of the ceiling for what you can get from a blue. There is something like a yellow scar tissue here. If you say to yourself, I just have to go ahead and find ways to mark my opponent, I'm reliant on it, you could consider that. Also, the Bunker Beard. Bunker Beard, a fine piece of equipment in this format. Unlocking that arsenal to defend, quite good. I might just lean to a more resource-intensive pick here. And Pablo going to go ahead and take a knife through butter with the pick.
Yeah, we saw this a little earlier on. Pablo, happy to take those alternative colors of knife through butter. Definitely seems like one of the effects they prefer to prioritize in yellow and blue. This builds a good resource curve and pretty damn solid in the late game.
I wonder if maybe Pablo's trying to cover a little bit for the lack of draconic reactions thus far. But the problem is knife through butter only going to cover in a scenario where you have marked your opponent. Pablo, not many effective ways of doing that thus far. Does have a public bounty available here, but it's unfortunately in the pack with a piece of equipment. So Pablo's going to have to make a decision.
Tough choice for Pablo with the slam dunk. That public bounty is going to help facilitate all those mark cards we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think he needs it at this point in construction. It just seems like this is not a super efficient card. 1 cost for +3, not really where you want to be in the hunted. It feels quite below rate, but it all depends on how much value you're pulling out of that mark. And the way Pablo has drafted thus far, I think there is sufficient value in the mark for Pablo to go ahead and make this pick.
Pablo here. Definitely showcasing the importance of picking up things to fill the gaps in your deck, making sure that your most powerful cards are going to find their mark more often than not, but definitely a significantly worse pack than pack 1 so far.
I would agree. Yeah, it's clear that there is a Fang train going on in my head. I think it is just a large row of Fangs, maybe led by Pablo when we're passing to the left, but once we start going to the right, it feels like these packs being picked pretty clean before they get to Pablo.
Slightly anemic choices once again here. That Hand of Vengeance kind of standing out at the front. Is this finally the spot that we should prioritize some equipment maybe?
Feels like it. And look, you're happy to get an equipment to fill out that suite, but I really don't think there was any other choice. There just weren't good cards in that pack. And still with 8 cards left in the pack, that's concerning. I don't know if Pablo's really going to get much else throughout this pack too. We'll have to see how these next few picks go.
Pablo taking a moment, no doubt, to breathe it all in. Awfully stressful experience when the packs don't break your way like this. Very late Lair of the Spider, late to Fang the Dragon here as well. Neither of which are particularly appealing to our hero currently, but that blue point of engagement certainly fills a role.
It would. I'm not really at the point in the pack, though, where I'm like, okay, I'll take some resource cards and be happy with that. I'm looking for power at this stage, and there's nothing here for Pablo. This is just a bit of a missed pack, and it is just going to be the blue resource card. And yes, you need these. This card's fine. It has a little bit higher ceiling than you would expect from a blue in a lot of spots because you can theoretically pull potentially 3 output from it if you're able to get really lucky and you have quite a lot of mark in your deck. Pablo doesn't thus far, so that's unlikely. So this is not a high pick. This is, again, a desperation pick. It's just this is what's in the pack.
Very few options again in these packs. Lots of blues available. However, we see a Hunt the Killer at the front. Definitely one we've seen players gravitating towards. Another Take a Stab in the pack there as well. But again, nothing really exciting here for Pablo.
Yeah, I'm leaning blue block 3 once again, and that is going to be the pick. But this pack feels like a wash. Just not much coming into Pablo's deck. Very happy to have gotten another piece of equipment here. I think that's a big piece of the puzzle for Pablo if you're trying to look for some bright sides in pack 2. But gonna need a little bit more as we come down the stretch here.
Okay, that seems like a very late copy of Red Take a Stab. That stance also still in the pack here as well, alongside a piece of equipment. Maybe a small reprieve here for Pablo?
Yeah, at least some options here, as well as a head. Yeah.
Vow of Vengeance definitely got some flexibility to it, especially if you find yourself opposing any Arakni. It will be the pick for Pablo here, just filling out that equipment suite and making sure we don't have to dedicate those picks to those later on when we need to find power cards in pack 3.
Yeah, I like this because we just do need to fill out this suite of draconic attack reactions. And when we get to pack 3 and we're faced with the pick between filling out our equipment suite or getting that reaction, it's actually not a pick anymore. We need to take that reaction. So if you're offered a non-draconic attack reaction, kind of replacement level, I think you just have to go equipment instead and preserve some later picks for yourself so you can go ahead and get power cards.
It will be that Yellow Sworn Vengeance once again here. Love to see Pablo kind of just picking up these resource, situationally good buffs to round out the deck, but not exactly exciting. That's a lovely late pickup for the Realm there, tabling in this situation. That seems like a very, just a gift.
Yeah, I like 2 for 6s in this format, and there are not many of them. For the Realm, one of the rare ones, maybe the only one, if I'm recalling correctly, at the lower rarities. So I just find 2 for 6s very good. Again, we talk about unexpected play patterns here, and for the Realm, you're not expecting these big haymaker attacks to come out in this format. It's just not how it works. It's a format rooted in daggers. So 2 for 6 can often be a wrinkle that your opponent may not be prepared to deal with.
Interestingly, these last few picks, lots of Reaper's Calls lurking in these packs
all
all
over
around.
the place,
Definitely seems to be a little bit underappreciated by the players at this pod. But perhaps most importantly, the leftovers here, they're all assassin cards.
Yeah, that's telling me we're probably set up for, I would say, a 2-3-3 split. There is some outside possibility of a 2-2-4, but it feels like the textbook split here. And I would actually say it feels like what I would say is the default mode of Hunted Draft. 3 Fang, 3 Cindra, 2 Arakni. I think that will be the most common configuration as this format gets unpacked. And it just leans a little bit where the Draconic Heroes better support 3 drafters because they have access to more reds. The Draconic map, all red. It just means you get a few more power cards and you're a little bit more comfortable being the 3rd Cindra or Fang than you are being the 3rd Arakni.
As Pablo takes a moment to evaluate here, talk to me, Brian. This is obviously a less than ideal pack 2, but this deck seems very salvageable, obviously. We don't want to see Pablo lose their first game of the weekend, so what kind of cards are we looking for to fix these problems?
Look, I just have a very specific way of building my Fang decks. I demand draconic attack reactions, and I think the count is still low for Pablo. I love that he got a little aggressive with his evaluation of Tooth of the Dragon and picked that with his first pick in that pack. I shudder to think what this pack would have been like had he not picked that, but I still think there are some real responsibilities for Pablo as we head into pack 3. Needs to find a little bit more flexibility for Fang. Look, the front pumps are powerful cards. 0 for 4 is unquestionably good. You can win as Fang on the back of 0 for 4s. I'm not saying Pablo is doomed if that's the way his deck shapes up. But I think Fang only kicks into second gear if you do have that sufficient attack reaction, draconic attack reaction base.
It's going to be an incredibly important pack of cards for Pablo Pintor. The label comes off. Let's see what it is we find inside. 14 cards stand between Pablo and an undisclosed record. I'm certainly hoping to see some of those Draconic Instants lurking in here. Maybe a powerful Majestic to really push the power level of what we've got going on.
It would be nice. Certainly some slam dunks available in this set for Fang drafters. I do want to point out, too, should this draft not come to a perfect conclusion for Pablo, should he not be able to find all these Draconic attack reactions or whatever Pablo may be looking for. Look, he may have different priorities than I do. There's maybe no better player in the world to make something out of nothing than Pablo. And it really stands out to me when I watch Pablo play Enigma, per se. I watched his last calling when enthralled looking at the value he was able to get out of every single card he played, every decision he made felt like it was just custom built to annoy his opponent, to be the best thing possible, to make life miserable for whoever's across the table from him.
Unquestionably a master, and we see that again. Sizzling Steel here, taking over those Art of the Dragons, those typically powerful cards, Ronin Renegades, other Chain Stars, filling that hole we've talked about numerous times. Draconic attack reaction, that is the most important part of this.
It's good. It costs 1, though, so it's just lower down on my personal priority list. I prefer 0s over 1s, but you know, Pablo does have a deep blue base in his deck. It's not looking to be a blue light deck. In the case where you're not blue light, I think it's totally fine to have a few of these 1 costs peppered in. Still some 0 cost non-conditional chain starters would be all good. Very high on my priority list as we go through this pack 3.
Pablo almost certainly feeling the same way. The pack comes to hand. Let's take a peek at what we'll find inside. Wow, that seems like a real big pickup for Pablo here. Rake over the coals. Not a reaction, but is an instant. Threatens a bucket load of damage, though.
Yep, it's just a very clean addition. You get a buff. I will say, maybe this is surprising given the rarity of these cards. I often prefer Tooth of the Dragon over this card, at least in Fang. I think in Cindra, the math obviously changes. This card is much better in Cindra. But still, this is that 0 cost starter. This is how you go ahead and get your turn rolling. It's sort of a half sidestep. It's not a full committal to that first chain link, but it does pass damage further down the chain, and it can inspire those really devastating go wide turns. Maybe give you a home for your fealties, although I will say, I don't think Pablo's set up to make many fealties the way this deck is built right now.
Yeah, rake over the coals, really solid at kind of jumping over those equipment that get a little bigger when blocking weapons as well. Great way of pressuring a little bit of extra damage with those fire veins. Seems like a pretty fantastic pickup here for Pablo. There's no doubt the start of a bigger problem. We're looking for a few more draconic attack reactions and or instants to really make this deck come together. Let's take a look at what we find inside of pack 3.
Another note about these instances is that they sidestep the leapfrog equipment well. Leapfrog equipment only triggering on the back of attack reactions specifically. So if you are able to pump with an instant, you don't have to worry about those getting into the mix defensively.
So bubble to the surface, blistering blade there, 2 available options. Very quick pick from Pablo here.
Yep.
I think they understand the assignment at this point.
This one was pretty easy, and it confirms that Pablo sort of sees things somewhat similarly to the way I do, looking for those 0 cost starters. That really was the priority here. The clean start to the turn, going to be worth a lot. Should you get those 3 fealties, these are the cards that take you to absurd territories, absolutely absurd outputs. If you have a lot of 0 cost pumps in your deck, you actually get to play 4 and 5 card hands that are pitchless. Get to go ahead and just push those daggers forward, throw a bunch of 0 cost front pumps, 0 cost reactions, and your damage numbers look like some of the best we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood.
A full output of Fang, definitely terrifying. We saw it multiple times over the weekend. First of all, from yourself in the first round of the world premiere. Was a pleasure to watch. Let's see if Pablo could fill in a similar story. Okay, Burning Blade Dance, not really what we're looking for here. Blue copy of Cut Deep. It's that red Scalding Iron in the back that has my attention for now. More draconic options here.
Yeah, it does feel like the Scalding Iron is going to be the pick. So far, mission is being accomplished. We are finding these 0 cost draconic attack reactions.
Where in your rankings does a card like Scalding Iron place? Is a little more situational, but would definitely be very, very powerful.
Yeah, I think I don't expect much from Scalding Iron. I expect it most of the time to be my starter. And that means it's kind of a little bit below the Draconic Instance for me. Yes, it can theoretically block, but Draconic Instants tend to have a bit more of a ceiling, something like Mark of the Dragon or the +1 buff throughout the turn. They're a little bit higher. I have this below the other 0 cost attack reactions that just give a pure buff. However, I will say, there are moments where the ceiling on this is absurd. And I have gotten +3 out of Scalding Iron before. It's very, very rare, but you can do it. And when you get 0 for 3 on any chain link, this is a fantastic card.
More draconic attack reactions are finding their way to Pablo Pintor. Imperial Intent joining Smoke out there as the 2 cards that are being considered. I can't help but notice we are missing a defense reaction. We haven't got any of those. Is that a consideration here?
It's a consideration. I think this pack, like, given how these last few picks have gone, has offered us 2 options. I would still be leaning towards the reaction. Again, I just put a huge priority on them, but I understand the consideration of Smoke out here. Not having defense reactions if you have to play the mirror, if you have to play against Arakni, that's a really vulnerable place to be.
Looked like a tough choice for Pablo there. It is ultimately the smoke out they go with. Definitely some small premium in being able to mark the opponent, given those to the points we found ourselves with earlier. So it could definitely help tie those together with a little bit of work.
Yeah, I don't mind this pick at all from Pablo. I think that's completely fine. I understand prioritizing the defense reaction.
Okay, this seems like a little bit of a late
Wow.
gift here as well. Twist and turn. Not a draconic option, but a very powerful warrior card that threatens to attack multiple times in a turn.
Yeah, this is maybe my favorite of the front pumps. Just 0 for 4 with significant upside, honestly. I think that's a gift for Pablo. That's a really nice find this late in the pack. And again, that sort of feeds into my expectation that I think Pablo is the start of a chain of Fangs, and that's coming a little bit through that dry spell of Fangs, those players on his right where they wouldn't really be contesting for this card.
Hopefully more goodies awaiting Pablo in the remainder of these packs. Let's take a look inside at what we find. Is that another twist and turn?
That is interesting. Interesting, because these would have to have come through the players on Pablo's immediate left. Now, there are cards I would pick over twist and turn, even as Fang. I won't say it's the be-all, end-all, but it is surprising for this card to go this late. I would expect this one to have gone through maybe a couple Fang players to make its way into Pablo's hands.
Seems like a pretty significant improvement for Pablo's deck. They are briefly considering that Pledge Fealty again, that draconic need looming over the head in the background there, but ultimately Twist and Turn is the pick. We're going to be great at giving our first dagger +4 at this point.
A pretty good spot to be in. Twist and Turn really picks up an additional buff when you are able to produce those 3 fealties and get your daggers operating for free. Getting that free attack at the end of a chain, often a lot of value there.
Speaking of fealty, it will be the pledge to it that is picked up by Pablo on the next pick again. Not as exciting card, but definitely is some bread and butter role player. Just going to make sure those Obsidian Fire Veins are capable of going wider and wider.
Do you think we have an equipment hole, if I remember correctly? I think we're missing one piece, and maybe it's getting to the point where it will be impossible for Pablo to fill. I believe we are now on the wheel.
Yeah, similar thoughts here. Blue cut deep, as we kind of alluded to earlier, fantastic blue. Maybe top of the line for those reactions. Seems like a fantastic get this late.
Totally fine. Love having cut deep. Defense for 3. Pitches for 3. What more could you ask for?
Down to the final cards of the pack here. Definitely going to be the dregs on the wheel here. We know there are probably several Fangs next to Pablo on the left. I can't imagine too many of the goodies have made their way all the way back through. But hopefully maybe a final gift or two waiting in the wings.
Yeah, you're just looking for a couple fine pickups here. Nothing all that exciting.
Scar Tissue. Not the most exciting find here. Very similar to an awful lot of what we've got going on, but certainly not a bad card by any stretch.
Yeah, the mark is good. In Fang in particular, you really prefer to get it from your draconic attack reactions. But for a late pick, I'm happy with the red Scar Tissue.
Seems like a late gift here as well. Another knife through butter, a card we've seen Pablo picking up time after time. This one, red, maybe not as preferred given the 1 cost here, but another way to give a dagger +4.
Yeah, I'm a little lower on this one, though, Scott. The 1 cost here, I would much rather have the one that gets the +1 buff when it attacks a marked hero. You have to forgive me, I'm slipping on the name right now. Still getting used to these new names that have made it out of development. But the go again effect, less likely to be useful. And when I'm investing 1, I really do want to get more than just +4 out of it. There's so many 0 +4s that paying 1 for your +4 feels a little icky.
Last couple cards of the pack here. Late Red Poison Blade being taken away by Pablo. We do find Leapfrog Gloves as a last pick. I'm not sure if that's the hole we're missing. If it is, that's a heck of a late pickup.
Well, unfortunately, only available to Assassins and Ninja are the Leapfrog Gloves. So gonna be a miss there from Pablo. But that is a late Leapfrog Gloves. And actually, I saw a lot of late Leapfrog being passed around tables as I observed. I think these cards are going to go up in priority as time goes on.
Definitely grown on me over the course of the weekend. I expect to see plenty of Leapfrog Gloves, and, well, the rest of the Leapfrog suite in general making their way into more decks as players get their hands on the Hunted more and just experience how powerful they can be at shutting down a Fang.
Yeah, I think they're a valuable piece. And for Pablo, I thought that draft was fine. It was not exciting at really any point. There were multiple moments where I wondered if we were going to fulfill our base needs. I think we did, but I think we did so in unspectacular fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see any standouts there. There's a lot of 1 cost peppered throughout his deck that I'm not the biggest fan of. And if I'm Pablo having just completed this draft, I think I feel okay. But I'm not doing backflips. I'm not running through the streets cheering. And I know my work is cut out for me as I head into my matches. But who more fitted to do work than Pablo Pintor?
Absolutely. No one I'd rather see navigating a tough-to-handle draft. Let's take a look at the rest of the pod for this draft. Take a closer look at where everyone else ended up. Beautiful. Okay, so it seems like we have a similar feeling going on here that we thought during the draft. All these fangs kind of lined up on one side next to each other.
Yep, so Pablo was passing basically up our screen here. So you start at the bottom there with Pablo, and he would have then passed to Filippo next, who was also a Fang. There was a Cindra interjected there, but then Johnny Chapman also on Fang a little bit further down. So just a real kind of sticky point for Pablo was that pack 2. That's where things really felt like they weren't going all that well, and now it's very clear why that happened. But I think you can understand why pack 1, he was pushed in this direction. He did read his players that were feeding him exactly correctly, and I think pack 3, we saw some of those late twists and turns also pay him off, but pack 2 was just so dry. I'm not sure pack 3 was enough to overcome what we saw there.
I also find the right-hand side of this table very, very interesting. Both Arakni, 2 copies of Cindra right next to each other. Is grouping something you're typically expecting in this draft format, or is it a bit unusual?
Look, there's only 3 heroes in this format, frankly. So there aren't that many distributions of this heroes. I think heroes being lined up next to each other shouldn't be thought of as unlikely or something went wrong for one of these players. It's just kind of math. There's not that many options to actually consider. And so Arachnis will be stacked up like that. Cindras will be stacked up like that. And typically, if you are in the Arakni seat, you're going to be just fine. There's usually 2 good Arakni cards per pack. You can go ahead and just take the one your opponent doesn't want and end up with a completely fine Arakni deck. So these players, I think, are going to be just completely fine sitting next to each other. May not have even noticed, frankly.
A very interesting draft all around, and I think a great first foray into the format for ourselves and, of course, everyone watching along at home as well. But let's not keep them waiting any longer. We have some gameplay to watch. I want to get my hands on Pablo Pintor, and I want to see if they can keep this undefeated streak alive. On the other side of the table, Alexander Tsohohey is on the other side of the table here, rocking Cindra. What are we expecting from this matchup between these 2 players?
Yeah, Draconic Showdown. I think there is some importance to the die roll. In most Draconic Mirrors, you would prefer to go second. I do think there are some breakers to that, particularly in Mirrors, as players learn this format a little bit more. I'm not going to spoil them, Scott. I want to leave some discovery out there. But I will say internally, we found quite a few ways to go ahead and sway Mirrors one way or the other based on drafting and deck construction. So players will discover that over time. But I do prefer to be going second when I play these Draconic Mirrors. And it's not quite the breakneck race we saw back in Uprising when we were dealing with Draconic Mirrors. It is a lot about setup. There's a lot of good equipment available to trade back and forth. So you kind of just want to get into your value game, execute your deck's game plan, and see which of these decks is better drafted, better constructed, and who can come out on top.
Looks like it will be Pablo kicking things off for us here. A very brief moment of deliberation before we kick things off with one of those many copies of Knife Through Butter, sending that Obsidian Fire Vein into the combat chain for what I'm assuming will be the first of many times today.
Fang can play well on turn 1 because of his unpredictability. If you are able to leak damage here, often quite beneficial. Pablo going to go ahead and check the block value here. Is there a way to put some defense or attack reactions on this chain link? Nope, Pablo's just content with having taken 3 cards. Now, this is a small strategic wrinkle, but it is one that I think is relevant. You claim 3 cards on turn 1. You only invested 1 of your own. You're winning the fatigue race. And I do think Fangs can fatigue Cindra when they play in certain fashions. It really depends a lot on the Cindra's deck construction. So let's see how closely our players are tracking cards left in deck, if that ever becomes a factor in this match.
We saw it time and again yesterday, players realizing at the last minute that there's not an awful lot of cards left remaining to play the game. It will be those Kunai of Retribution starting things off for Alexander here. Some good ones in hand, Cinderskin Devotion, and another copy of Dragon Power in the wings.
Yeah, Alexander just going to close the chain. And this is going to be something that these players are going to learn, going to discover over time. Effective chain management. You want to have those kunais in certain positions at certain points in the turn so you can go ahead and rebuy them for the future.
Cinderskin Devotion, the follow-up here, definitely utilizing those Draconic Chain Links to great effect here is Alexander. Pablo, a little less happy to see this, considering dedicating more cards to keep their life total high, even a little bit of equipment perhaps.
Yeah, going to go ahead and use that Beckoner plating here. Push it forward.
Something you alluded to earlier, getting that extra point of value out of that piece of equipment before eventually using it to blunt an attack later. Very valuable in this matchup, given those kunai very rarely above 1 point of power.
Yeah, and 1 kunai going into the next turn for Alexander. Something we'll track carefully, understanding how many available per turn does a lot to determine your damage thresholds as Cindra.
It is that front-end buff we preach so much about. Twist and turn found nice and early here for Pablo Pintor. Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 5. Potentially going to be coming in again with a bit of luck.
Yeah, 2 resources floating, so multiple options here in terms of pumps for Pablo. But it is just going to be a pass. Looks like we're going to set up Arsenal here and try and get to that real big turn for Fang.
Lukewarm turn for Pablo does give all the tempo back to Alexander here, and that's something I'm sure Cindra is eager to grab with both hands. 4 cards to work with. That card parked in Arsenal from the previous turn. These chains can certainly get exceptionally long from the Draconic Ninja.
Yeah, and Pablo just playing a 2-card 5 there, and I think that's what often happens with front pumps versus reactions. When you have reactions, your chains get deeper, you go further into the turn, you offer better damage numbers, having claimed the buff from both Obsidian Fire Veins. If you're just front pumping and attacking, numbers aren't that great. They're fine, they're not bad. They are plain, typical limited flesh and blood, but you want to do a little bit better than that.
That Blade Beckoner plating coming in to soak up the first point of damage from this kunai. It's going to be a Blaze Headlong to follow, perhaps not. Definitely a little surprised by the lack of red card here to start, but seems like both players just kind of talking that out, agreeing that maybe isn't the smartest plan of action and reconsidering how to move forward.
Yeah, maybe misread the card there. There's a lot of fire on these cards, a lot of flames. I understand. I've been there before. And no harm, no foul. There was obviously no attempt to gain information there.
Nothing wrong with thinking something is the other shade of orange in your hand as the game goes on. It's been a long weekend for both these players, and of course the pressure is on in a spot like this. It will be that burning blade dance making its way onto the chain instead. This one is Draconic itself, so does grant itself go again in the process.
Yeah, very nice. Also, we'll have the option to go ahead and flick a dagger should this hit. I also want to keep track, Scott, throughout this day where players are playing extremely high-level competition with so much on the line. Let's keep track of the fact Hunted has not released. It hasn't pre-released. This is the world premiere calling. There's so much that players have had to learn over the course of this just couple days. It's almost an impossible ask that's being put on them. I think little missteps like that should be expected, even as we get to these top tables and late in the tournament.
Absolutely. Frankly, it's been jaw-dropping to watch these players all weekend, just mastering this set in such a small amount of time and showing you just how good some members of the Flesh and Blood community are as a whole.
This is why we make so much of these calling champions, these first world premiere calling champions, is that they really are a special breed. It's so hard to learn a format to this extent so early on in its existence.
A very exclusive club of those players managing to take down a calling on World Premiere weekend. Certainly something that only 3 people so far can claim to have done. A 4th inevitably joining them at some point this weekend. You could say a 4th is hot on their heels.
Absolutely.
It will be that Blaze Headlong and joining the end of this combat chain. Chain Ender instead. Doesn't matter so much about the go again now. 4 points of damage coming across. Pablo fairly eager to take that by the looks of things.
Yeah, looking to have his own salvo back. There is still a card in Arsenal here for Alexander. But it looks like we are just going to go ahead and reclaim these kunais, or a kunai at this point. You see why Pablo's so incentivized to defend there. Should he not defend the flick effect? Oh, this card is coming out of Arsenal now.
It's going to be that dragon power we saw parked down there earlier. Definitely not used to maximum effect here. No fealty to be found so far, but we will be flicking away that kunai with our danger digits for an extra little bit of juice on the way.
Yeah, not bad, because we are going to go ahead and get our activation of Cindra here, and now we will reclaim both kunai. I spoke a lot about danger digits when I was building my seal deck and how important I thought it was to Cindra. It's for play patterns like this, but also there's huge increases in ceilings on things like poison blade turns, on a bunch of setup turns where you're just able to go ahead and get that card into the bin. It's worth a lot when you're reclaiming.
Players here is discussing the situation. Pablo looks to have taken a pretty immediate stance here. We're going to be, for the round, we saw this one arriving very late into Pablo's deck. A solid 6 off of 2 cards. Certainly not the worst situation, given how little we had to work with.
Yes, thus far, Pablo just playing some medium numbers, not really taking advantage of those Obsidian Fire Veins. No buffs from them. Just previously played a 2-card 5, now playing 2-card 6. That's good. That's good limited flesh and blood. I need to see better, though. It's going to take better to go ahead and win in this format. Yeah,
Pablo.
and you see Alexander can just say no blocks here. That's really not a threatening bit of damage output.
Yeah, Cindra definitely the best positioned hero to make the most of a 4-card hand. And we see Alexander happy to fall to 9, keep all 4 of those cards, and kick their turn off once again with those all-important kunai of retribution.
Has the blue, so resource rich. I do want to say Pablo has accumulated 2 fealties at this point. Very close to that 3rd threshold, and we know there's something lurking in the deck that can just go ahead and make a fealty at instant speed, so could even play the next turn under 3 fealties if things break Pablo's way. We did mention, though, Pablo's deck maybe not the best set up to take advantage of the 3 fealty state, given all the 1 cost lurking around.
You see a few of those in Pablo's hand now. We have access to Sizzling Steel, that Scalding Iron lurking there as well. Looks like maybe a blue Knife Through Butter. So a few options to consider. Definitely staring down the barrel a bit from Cindra here. And looking to keep a decent number of cards to volley back.
It does feel like there are good draconic attack reactions this go around. There is a potential world where Pablo's able to get a lot out of those Obsidian Fire Veins. But he's at 10 right now. Alexander kept all 4 cards, has a blue pitched, and 3 cards left. There's very high odds that that's going to get over that 9 life threshold. Now, Pablo, I believe, does have 1 block left in the equipment set that could go ahead and maybe keep him with just that full grip. But is that going to be enough to actually turn the tempo into his favor, should he say just ship it here?
It will be that yellow trap and release to follow things up. Not exciting, but certainly does the job. 3 more points of damage coming on the line, threatening to mark Pablo if he lets it through.
And it's looking like Pablo does want to take this opportunity to defend for the first time in this turn.
Will be that final piece of equipment joining the card in hand to soak up that damage. Try and keep that life total a little higher. Something we saw from players yesterday, realizing that a healthy life lead gives you way more room to breathe as this format goes on. It will be the cut through as a follow-up. Does get that additional bonus piece of text, courtesy of kunai connecting just a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, this is a fine card for Alexander. Just keep the chain rolling. Make things awkward for Pablo.
Falling down to 7 for Pablo. The other kunai continues this combat chain. Down to 6 we go. It is time for Pablo Pintor to make a stand. This hand is one they are intent on keeping if possible. Try and steal back the tempo from Alexander. This life disparity a little less than it was before. Pablo with a full 4 cards to work with. This might be the beginning of a comeback here.
Yeah, Cindra can have some poor defending hands. There are several 2 blocks in the deck. There's a good number of 3 blocks as well. I wouldn't say she's horrible at defending, but in this format, she's probably the worst defensive hero. So for Pablo, I would say this is a big opportunity to go ahead and get that life total low. And we know once the life total gets low for a Fang opponent, things get really hard on the defensive side.
It will be that Scalding Iron to give this first Fire Vein go again and an extra bit of damage. Second Fire Vein making the way across. Alexander now at 6, courtesy of that first Fire Vein. More decisions to be made here. 6, that magic number in this format. An extra +4 from these draconic attack reactions, and all of a sudden that Fire Vein is presenting lethal.
Scary. Scary spot to be in. You have to consider all the ranges when you're up against a Fang.
See on Alexander's face there, does indeed declare no blocks. It will be Sisters of Fire coming across. Happy to take the hit here. That's just 5. Does leave Alexander on just 1 life, but they have all of the control. 5 cards to work with. They are the one threatening Pablo Pintor here.
That was a risky no block. There's a lot of cards that can punish that if you're in Alexander's seat. But look, this is the life you have to live when you're playing against Fang. You have to go ahead and take risks. If you just defend in perpetuity, you're going to die eventually. Make your stand somewhere. I think Alexander found exactly the right moment to do so.
This is that power, time and again, of those leapfrog equipment we see in the head slot for Alexander. Knew full well there was no way they could lose the game. More than happy to fall down to that final point to keep their aggression going. It will be those kunais rebought and quickly swung to enable this turn where we intend to grow some claws.
Yeah, nice output here from the Grow Claws.
Just the 4. No bonus text this time. Pablo does dedicate a knife through butter to soaking up some of this damage. Falls down to 4. What is the follow-up here for Alexander? We see another cut-through lurking in their hand. An unknown card in Arsenal. Looks like a Lava Vein Loyalty to me, which will...
Yeah, I think the players missed something here, but they are going to catch it. This should have been 4-5. Did get the buff as that kunai was a Draconic attack, so the players just sorting this out now.
Once again, kind of easy to miss in these spots. Players, long weekend, brand new cards. Very, very easy to kind of just miss those corner cases here. Grow Claw's a card that not everyone has been slinging this weekend, so easy to spot. So,
yeah, players going to consult with the judges, as they should, in this spot. We'll get it sorted out. We'll see if that trigger is still available, if it's something missed. I'm sure our talented judge staff will get it sorted and tell them exactly what they have to do in this scenario. What do you think about this match so far? I think it's leaning in the favor of Alexander, if you were to ask me.
This is on a knife's edge in every way, including the literal ways, according to all the knives across the table.
Sure.
Both of these players feel very in this. For a few turns ago, I was definitely concerned about where Pablo was. Definitely felt like we'd been on the back foot. That last turn cycle definitely pulled him back into this game. I think we're still favoring Alex. It's hard to bet against Cindra when she's got the momentum, but this really could go either way.
Yeah, still a close game for sure. I will say some of the concerns I had around Pablo's deck, they're starting to mount throughout this match. Like I'm kind of not seeing the output I was looking for out of a Fang, especially out of the Fangs we saw on day one. We saw so many powerful turns from Fang. I played some powerful turns from Fang back in the world premiere, and it is just often on the back of putting those multiple attack reactions together. So far, Pablo not able to do that.
Yeah, some slightly anemic turns with those 2-card 5s, 2-card 6s. We are back with the action, however. Corrected. Extra point damage coming across, courtesy of those claws. We will be following up with that cut through. Now coming in for 4 again, thanks to the kunai. Pablo all the way down to 2 here.
Yeah, we just went 1 for 5, go again, 0 for 4, go again. These are CC level stats, without a doubt. Really nice turn here from Alexander.
That Lava Vein Loyalty continuing the pressure here. Does have go again. The kunai
and
comes
look
across.
At that. He catches Pablo with the instant in hand for the last card, and Alexander just takes it. What a gutsy play by Alexander on multiple turns. I think on that last turn in particular, just saying, okay, this is the moment I make my stand. I have to get aggressive here. And Pablo just not really punishing it, and Alexander taking down the Spanish juggernaut.
Absolutely. That Tooth of the Dragon ultimately betraying Pablo a bit there. We saw how much they were fiending for it over the course of the draft, but in the end, there is a downside to picking those instances.
100%.
Does mean
100%. And as much as I'm a big proponent of those cards, you have to be a little judicious. If you go too far down that route, you can get punished in that fashion. I don't think Pablo did go too far down the instant route, but it shows why there's just a little bit of concern when you pick up something like Tooth of the Dragon, when you can just have that more consistent option. And I think that's maybe why we saw Pablo sort of leaning towards these front pumps. They do give you good defensive options, and you let Fang play a more mid-range style. And that's one of the interesting things about this format. I think these heroes can operate across the spectrum. Certainly they lean in certain directions. Cindra leans very aggressive, but we saw Michael Hamilton come in and play a game yesterday. Very defensive with Cindra, and I think you can draft in such a fashion as well. Arakni sort of feels like a control deck, but Arakni can go just all gas, no brakes. Dagger pump, dagger pump, dagger pump, you're dead from 10 life.
Yep,
so,
absolutely.
Still a lot of uncharted territory in this format, but I think all these heroes are all over the spectrum in terms of their aggression level.
Certainly looks like a very flexible format, and we're seeing that perfectly by masterful play on both sides of the table. Congratulations to Alexander, the first person to take a game off of Pablo Pintor
all
on the
weekend.
I look forward to following their story for the rest of this. Commiserations to Pablo, but still in a fantastic position, of course. Very, very live for top 8 and all that glory. So
Pablo's been in much worse situation. 0-2 to start the first Pro Tour.
Absolutely. Goes to show you that anything can happen in the world of Flesh and Blood, and I'm looking forward to seeing what does after a very, very short break. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you for more action just after this.
Round 9 is in the books, and round 10 is on the horizon here from the calling in Prague. Sam O'Byrne, Erica Forslov. It is absolute high-octane action, for lack of a better word, out there in our feature matches already, and I can't wait to see what's coming up later in the day.
Yeah, it's such a tight day today because we're going to play 2 drafts back-to-back into top 8. That is also going to be a draft. It's the first time these players have seen this card in a draft format and been able to draft this card in a competitive environment. There's a lot of nerves on this floor today.
And a lot on the line. Again, this is the first time you're learning how to draft, not only live for yourself, but truly live for everyone at home. Thank you all so much for joining us. I want to go back and check in with the draft pod because, our hero, Pablo, did fall in that round. We're going to be searching for the 3-0 of this pod, and we're actually going to be jumping over to a very interesting match for this next round for you folks because we have those 2 Araknis, the 2 of in the pod, what you always want to be the 2 of if it's going to be 3-3-2. The 2 Araknis are actually facing off, and only one of them can move on to try to fight for that undefeated title. Who do you think is maybe more favored based on the order of picking here? You can see they're actually going kind of like it's in clockwise order. So, right, you're passing left, then you're passing right, then you're passing left again. So what are you noticing in the draft pod?
So Jacob and Gianluigi, who we're going to see next, they are right next to one another in this draft pod. So, of course, Gianluigi is going to have a little bit of a knock-up as he is the first one who is going to select from the packs that are being passed to him on both the first and the third pack. So Jacob is only going to have the fortune on the second pack, which puts him in a little bit of a disfavor in this Arakni mirror. But it's an Arakni mirror, and there's going to be a lot of attack reaction, defense reactions. There's probably going to be a little bit of a longer game. This could be anyone's game at this point, as they are the only 2 Araknis in this pod.
Only 2 Araknis in the pod, and only one can become the true web of deceit and fight for that undefeated 3-0 of the pod. Let's waste no time. It's time for our round 10 here from the calling. As we see both players prepare. You know anything about either of these folks? I feel like there's somebody you might want to be talking about in our feature match here.
The Sweden flag is, of course, shining bright on the screen.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
dear friend Jacob is finally on the show here. Our Swedish national, of course, from 2024. He
National
was also
champion.
the winner.
Champion.
Yeah, national champion.
Oh, my goodness.
So he was also the winner of the Battle Hardened Sweden, or Stockholm, in November. So he has been doing really well for himself.
No stranger to winning is the Swedish national champion. The right side of your screen there. I will, it's okay. You can show a little bias. It's okay. No one's going to get mad at you. But of course, he does have to face down our still undefeated 9-0 player there, Gianluigi Leah of Italy. Both players here on Arakni, I'm looking forward to seeing just how the difference in their decks are really going to play out. Look at that, 2 little lair of the spiders headed to the pitch zone for this Mark of the Huntsman. So those are a couple of defense reactions. Gianluigi is ready for those when they come back in second cycle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important to make sure that you keep track of your opponent's pitch deck if you estimate that this game is going to go long. And as we remember, there's going to be a lot of defense reactions available to these both heroes, as they are the only Araknis in the pod. They're, of course, fighting a little bit over those traps with their ninja associates in this pod, but we're going to see a lot of those today.
But look at this. There's 2 layer of the spiders in the pitch and 1 on the combat chain as Gianluigi is able to deploy it here. And of course, because the Mark of the Huntsman has go again on defense on turn 0, still able to get the mark across. But the Reaper's Call discard from Jacob, now meaning both players are marked to start this game. So Jacob, because it's turn 0, getting that first Arakni transformation, the Orb Weaver hitting the arena. Maybe not the one he wanted to see, but still powerful instant speed effect, giving an attack +3.
Yeah, one of the few ways that enables Arakni to get those Graphene Salicera tokens. Hopefully you will want this Chaos or Agent rather later in the game when you've already flicked away one of your daggers, so you have 1 slot open to activate this Orb Weaver in order to get that Calicera token back online. But at this state of the game, we're probably not going to see Jacob flicking away those daggers anytime soon.
Not going to be flicking away those daggers, but boy, is he flicking those cards like a professional. He flicks those cards away. I'm just like, that's a true gamer, That's a real professional's flick. It's going to go ahead and be Scuttle the Canal first action, and because Gianluigi on that turn 0 on defense was able to get that mark across, here comes 4 and on hit go again. Actually, it just has go again because it's attacking the marked hero. Marked doing double duty here, given the +1 and the go again on the Scuttle the Canal. Nice start from our undefeated player.
Really, really strong start here from Gianluigi. We have some really good start here. I mean, both players are already marked, and I mean, it's only the first turn of the game and coming in blazing here. We saw this a lot yesterday, that marking your opponent as Arakni early on in the game has been showing real big favors and strengths to them in the games that we saw yesterday.
Let's see just how Jacob wants to handle this attack. Because it is at a break point, it's a nice time to talk about the equipment. Got 3 pieces of red alert, I guess equipment
Yes.
on the side of Jacob. Armory. The armory is very red alert, but those are going to do some nice work in this matchup, as well as each player rocking one of the leapfrog pieces of equipment. The go again is going to resolve thanks to just the effect of the card. Now the Mark of the Huntsman threatens to remark the Orb Weaver on the other side of the arena. 1 go again can destroy itself on hit, 2 mark again.
But there's also a lot of cards remaining here in Gianluigi's hand, so there's probably going to be more follow-up, or Jacob would probably expect there to be more follow-up on this dagger.
But look at this, potentially the leapfrog chest going to be deployed here to go ahead and take care of this Mark of the Huntsman. Not wanting to utilize it in the reaction step as part of the powerful effect that this equipment has. Instead, just wanting to use it for the 1 block here. Looks like Jacob is not interested in being marked at all, and maybe even reaching for another piece of equipment because kind of Dagger's Arakni is really shaping up to be a powerful piece of this format puzzle pie.
Yeah, don't want to give your opponent the ability to turn into another agent at this end of this turn, so probably trying to avoid being marked at best of his capability here in the mirror.
But look, actually instead it's going to be the red alert gloves hitting the combat chain as the leapfrog is going to stay behind, ready to leap forth another day. Any reactions here from Gianluigi? No reactions, but no hit, which means the backstab comes in. 3 damage right now, but we don't know what that last card is in the hand.
So with 1 floating, it could be literally any attack reaction that is available in the suite. So Jacob is going to have a think here. There's no D-reacts available to be played on this backstab, as that is completely enabled.
An important effect this backstab has. We've seen it come to fruition already in this tournament. Nice reprint, a downshifted rarity, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it was a rare back in the days of Outsiders, but here at that common, able to be found a little more easily in both the sealed and the draft formats. And in a format with some real good defense reactions in access to all heroes. Some dual class cards, some generics as well. Backstab can do some real work.
Definitely, and we saw, or I saw when I went down the show floor, that Arakni Plickers are really valuing this card highly because it can really help enforce some of those nasty on-hits when your opponent is not allowed to play in the defense reactions. You're basically forcing them to commit a lot of cards up front, and then they could just be like, you know what, I'm not going to commit on this attack, I'm just going to arsenal and pass.
No blocks from Jacob here, but there is going to be a reaction. The 2 sides of the blade, a little kind of grimace there. That's just going to bump it up to 6. Jacob might not have been expecting to see that actually hit the chain because now he goes all the way down to 10 and going to be marked as, I believe, a result of the 2 sides of the blade. Getting to use both effects there. Or I guess, the second effect, still getting the +3,
yeah,
but getting the mark on hit.
And we're going to see Black Widow on Gianluigi's side here.
That's so nice. The 2 sides to the blade giving that mark on hit. Normally, if Arakni is transforming, it's because they didn't hit and the mark persists. But there are 2 sides to every story, 2 sides to every blade. And now the Black Widow threatens some really nasty on-hit effects on that next turn.
Yeah, up sticks and rerun. You may retrieve a dagger from your graveyard. Your next dagger attack this turn gets +4. There's no dagger available in the graveyard, so that effect is not relevant. But getting in with a dagger for 6 here as Gianluigi is marked, so you get the +1 from the assassin dagger itself. So this is a really tall dagger to start things off.
Both players here marked. Gianluigi still giving those cards a read. Day 2 of the calling. Day 3 of our wonderful world premiere event here at World Tour Prague. And still players, even if they're undefeated, needing to double check what every line of text on these cards is.
And also remember, there is a lot on the line here, so imagine that you want to make sure that you understand all the intricacies and all the little details that comes with all of these cards that you have just started playing with as of like 48 hours ago or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're still in the weaves of things and trying to understand what are the different intricacies and strategies that we can apply and with all the information that we have.
6 damage on offer. Plenty of time remaining in this game. We might expect this one to go a little longer as the web of deceit grows ever larger between these 2 assassin heroes. Jacob just going to go ahead and readjust that life total for us watching here at home. Down to 14 goes our undefeated Gianluigi, as that effect is going to trigger on hit, going to destroy the Mark of the Huntsman. Gianluigi, already marked, loses the mark, gets remarked from the Mark of the Huntsman effect.
Yeah, we might see the Orb Weaver come into full effect there if Jakob decides to pay into its effect, and that is exactly what we're going to see here.
Now, what does this represent? Because the marked is now available, that means this Graphene Calicera can come in and attack for free because of the Orb Weaver ability, and it's going to get that +3 from the discard effect, basically turning it itself into a 0 resource, 4 power, go again attack. I've heard that's good in Flesh and Blood. I've heard it's nice.
I love this so far. There's so many strong turns from both of these players, and they are just saxing back and forth. We were talking about a long game, but at the looks of it, as it looks right now, it feels like it's going to be over by the next turn, by the looks of it.
We'll have to wait and see. 4 damage on offer. How does Gianluigi want to handle this? Both players already showing such near mastery of a format. Or at least, you know, mastery of the early format, right? Like this is as early of a format as there can be, and there are going to be players at our Pro Tour in London that are going to have delved so deep into this format to find all the lines, find all the archetypes. There is not the luxury of time or resources for these players, which means we're almost in a very unique format for this limited set, and these players are by far showing that they are at least at the top of the mountain, top 4 now. Gianluigi still unblemished in our tournament run.
It's a very, very young format indeed. And it's like so many things to discover and so many new strategies to be found. And I think there's so many archetypes still undeveloped from all of the players that we've seen so far that can go in and find some deeper meanings and play styles or play patterns moving forward in this set. So super excited to see this being played at the Pro Tour London as well.
Here comes the Mark of the Huntsman. That's Gianluigi down to 10 as well. You hit the nail on the head, I think, my friend, as it felt like we were maybe in for a bit of a grinder. But these assassins are kind of just slapping each other around. Both down to 10. Only 10 minutes have elapsed so far. But as often can happen, especially in limited games of Flesh and Blood, when you feel like you have all this life, all this resource that you can use, you know, to try to enact your own game plan, once we start to hit these 10, 12, 8 life totals, the game does sometimes begin to slow down. So we'll have to see if that is what happens from here. Mark of the Huntsman is going to hit on effect. It looks like Jacob is just going ahead and think in the resolution step if he wants to destroy this Mark of the Huntsman to remark Gianluigi. The answer is yes. So that means only the Calicera on option, or on, yeah, as an option from this point forward. Let's go ahead. Looks like they maybe rolled the dice again, or are going to roll right now to re-transform from the Rub of Deceit.
No, so he was
because he
already
was
at
the Orb
agent.
Weaver. Yes,
exactly.
yes,
So we're
yes,
going to
yes.
return to the Brute first, and then on the next turn, if they're still marked, they're going to re-roll for another agent. But yeah. So much back and forth so far. It's such an intriguing game to watch.
Because here comes this backstab, because Web of Deceit is online. This is coming in for 4 on hit, is going to gain the go again. You know, Brian Gottlieb put it very nicely yesterday. Arakni proving to be definitely a mid-range hero in this young format, because we have seen, of course, some games go very long, some games get to end of second cycle near a fatigue state, but we've also seen players able to just utilize the go again that the Web of Deceit can give you and just present some good on-rate or slightly over-rate attacks with some potentially nasty on-hit effects.
The defense reactions are going to come in clutch, but not on this backstab, as we know. Defense reaction.
Oh, wait, no, this I can't. The Marked was covering. The Marked was covering. He's the Black Widow.
Yeah.
He's the Black Widow.
Yeah.
He's not the Web of Deceit.
There we go.
I was trying to say, like, why aren't you showing me 4 power? Show me 4 power. No, because you've covered the hero token with your Marked token. That means this actually threatens something very different than go again.
Indeed, we have an on-hit effect that is sort of like a pummel. If it hits, Jacob needs to discard a card from hand.
And the implied kind of implicit value here of that backstab also really coming in clutch, because you can't play into defense reactions. You have got to go pretty face up here. You have to wonder just what Gianluigi is going to have up his sleeve. Looks like maybe 3 cards are committed to the block. Those are the blocks. Can Gianluigi get over the top?
That's a massive block here. Jacob is not accepting an on-hit effect by any stretch of the imagination. Already counting on the +3 that is going to come in for the Black Widow activation. With the 2 cards remaining, he's basically betting that his opponent cannot go above and beyond this.
You can use the danger digits here. Flick that Mark at the Huntsman to mark Jacob and deal 1 damage. So Jacob down to 9 here.
Looks like he might want to respond to that.
Or maybe just deciding about the marking.
Right.
But yeah, I'd be curious.
This is a shoes.
Curious as to why that is. Looks like going to go ahead. Yeah, grab the mark. And then now, because we've utilized the attack reaction, can give go again with the leg piece there. That leg piece you have to utilize. Yeah, the starting point, you have to have activated an ability in the reaction step before you can use it. So now, again, with a hand like, I was looking at Gianluigi's hand, I'm like, there's no attack reactions beyond the ability of the Black Widow here. So now all of a sudden we're threatening the Black Widow ability again. Cost 2 pieces of equipment to do it, but this Whittle from Bone doing pretty nice because we utilize the danger digits. Get the Graphene Calicera as well. Gonna go ahead and come over the top for the +3. That means Jacob Trossing is gonna have to take the 3 here unless there's a defense reaction in the arsenal or the leapfrog equipment in that chest zone wants to jump into the fray. This was a beautiful turn from Gianluigi, even getting the effect from the attacking of the Whittle from Bone because we flicked the dagger for that starting point. What a turn!
Beautiful display here of how to utilize the equipments in such a beautiful fashion here. Really exciting to see. And Jacob was betting everything that this attack was going to come in tall. He did not realize that, or not emphasize the fact that he could also basically go wide, and at a comment at second attack they could also threaten the same on-hit effect. So really beautiful display here by Gianluigi, just dodging and turning.
Yeah, I mean, because Gianluigi really had no attack reactions in that hand, save for the one that was on his hero ability, but perhaps this is going to be a big moment as Jacob Trossing responds, basically draws a card with that Arakni trapdoor ability, going to banish a card face down, but if it's a trap, can be played, ostensibly working with something like a 6-card hand here. Is that going to be enough to kind of get him back into the tempo race? He's down 3 life. Gianluigi has a full 5-card hand, but Jacob has that 6 cards available to him on this turn cycle.
Might not be looking at a defense reaction in Arsenal unless he wants to keep that for a future on-hit effect. But as you mentioned, we have so many cards now available to Jacob thanks to the trapdoor Arakni, enabling him to get a trap card. Hopefully, we don't know that yet. It could be basically be any card, but hopefully it's a trap card so we can actually utilize it to its full extent.
For sure. All right, Gianluigi sitting at 9-0. Has all the tempo in the world. Here comes the Mark of the Huntsman. Can once again destroy itself and mark the defending hero on hit. Graphene Calicera would then have go again, but take the mark away if it hits. Has that nice one floating for the Graphene Calicera as well. Looks like maybe a yellow stains of the red back in the hand, which is going to be discounted by the 1 resource if the defending hero is marked. So Gianluigi may be interested in getting that mark across, and Jacob not interested in being marked whatsoever, as that red alert visor is going to maybe jump into the fray here.
I would feel that Jacob has sitting on a lot of defensive capabilities here with that potential trapdoor in his banish zone. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve in order to cover up some damage on this turn and maybe to make a little bit of a comeback.
Back and forth the visor goes. It looks like it's actually going to be the leapfrog equipment here, joining the combat chain as perhaps just the implicit value of the extra defense on those red alert pieces. Too much for Jacob to pass up on, even though he needs to give some piece of equipment here to stop the mark effect. Unless there's a reaction coming in from Gianluigi, as there's plenty of things that can work on daggers, but he does see that card face down in the banish show, and it is liable to be played at a moment's notice. Chain's going to close here, which means it's time for the mark of the Black Widow. We just saw the Black Widow in the hero, and now we are seeing the mark of her touch hit the combat chain. But no mark at the moment unless there's a way to do some kind of instant speed discard, Reaper's Call, or tip off to turn on not only the ability, but also the +1 from the Web of Deceit.
Jacob is in a little bit of a pickle. There's so many cards available to Gianluigi. That could be a potential attack reaction or more. So what is the trickery that Jacob might want to dodge here?
Red alert visor looks like at least might be hitting the chain. Jacob already had to give lots of cards on that last turn and took the 3 damage. It looks as though representing passing on blocks, but maybe is still thinking. Looks like you can see him kind of, you know, chatting to himself, trying to work out exactly. Yeah, I think we're still in blocks, given that I saw his kind of hand flash forward, but I'm not sure that is what that represented.
contemplating his house. What is his best defensive capability? He does not want to end up in a situation like we saw last turn where he committed everything, thinking that this attack is going to go tall. Thinking, is there any possibility that he can not get as discouraged on this blocking?
Yeah, I mean, that turn from Gianluigi, we called it beautiful. I don't want to harp on it too much, but it was magnificent, utilizing cards in a very good way and still got damage over the top. Here comes the stains at the red back. Does have to pay the 1 because there is no mark upon this, but going to be coming in for 5. Now here comes a defense reaction. It's going to be Hunted or Hunter. Because an attack reaction has been played, is going to ping for the 1. Down goes Gianluigi to 8. After that response, is that enough to fully stop the damage as now both of those pieces of equipment, yeah, the piece of equipment is online up to 2, which means that attack was fully blocked out. And now the Pursue to the Pits of Despair is going to hit the combat chain.
Beautiful read here by Jacob, getting not as punished as last turn, all the opposite, being able to cover up this attack very beautifully. But now looking down at its Pits of Despair, when on hit, it is going to be marked again and contemplating if that is something that he actually wants to do. We still have the trapdoor available in Banish Zone, as we suspect at least.
Here comes 5 on hit. It's going to mark. Trapdoor. I'm trying to remember if you have to play it on this turn or if you can just play it once it's face down. I feel like you can only play it on that turn because then you are no longer the trapdoor.
Exactly. So it's until start of turn, or Jacob's turn in this case. Double checking.
Gianluigi also threatening a real healthy chunk of Jacob Trossing's remaining life total.
Yeah, down to 6. Staring down at this 5 is not really comfortable at this point in time.
There comes the Lair of the Spider, not dealing with the go again, so not going to mark. Just going to go ahead and soak up 3 of the points of the 5 damage. Is there a reaction from Gianluigi here? Let's see. Just going to pass.
He's going to leave it over. And the trapdoor, or he's going to leave the mark, of course. And we should be rolling for an agent.
Hitting the 6, which means trapdoor leaves the arena, trapdoor joins the arena. As here comes the trapdoor once again, meaning a card can be hit in that banish zone, just like we saw on the right side of your screen.
Not probably what Jacob wants to find there, keeping the 3-card hand, trying to find as much offensive capabilities as possible on his upcoming turn now. But his opponent giving a free trapdoor at this point in time. He's gonna put some nails on that coffin.
Jacob Trossing here, you can see looking around. Waiting to see just what Gianluigi has in store, taking a real time to think as he tries to decide just what trap is right for the job. Contract killers abound here in the arena as the 2 assassins look to face off. It's amazing, even with the variability of the dice rolling, that we still have a mirror match, as the trapdoors are currently trying to prove that they are the true master of the undercurrents and what lies beneath.
It's really important to remember how many trapdoors you have available, or not trapdoors, traps, period, that you have available to you when you flip into the trapdoor, because when you start the search, you cannot cancel and be like, oh, I didn't find a trap. You need to find a card to banish, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a trapdoor. It's just a bonus impact. If it is a trapdoor, you're able to play it. But if you start the search, you have to pick a card that ends up into the banish zone. So if you run out of those traps and you start the search, then you are basically discarding a card for yourself.
Yeah, and we knew Jacob at least had one of those defense reactions there because, of course, he pitched 2 of them to start this game. So one of them was the one that he grabbed, and he got to shuffle up that pitch stack, so he didn't have to deal with 2 defense reactions late in this game when perhaps he didn't want them. But the Graphene Calicera coming in for 1 has go again because it's attacking a marked hero. Let's see if there's going to be any reactions from here, as on hit, the mark will go away.
Without the access to his OG dagger, so to say, it's running out of capabilities to mark his opponent. He's just relying on his card in order to get some of those effects on.
Incision. Now, all of a sudden, a fair chunk of the life total being threatened, and maybe another reaction being represented as well. A yellow incision. Yeah, double trouble indeed. 5-1 makes this an attack for 6 all of a sudden. Is there a defense reaction beyond the one that's in the banish zone there? Here comes the leapfrog, but that's going to be it.
There's no trap committed.
Now, fascinatingly, does Jacob Trossing just go ahead and pass the turn here, allow that card to remain in the banish zone face down? Nice play from Jacob saying, listen, you're not going to commit it. I'm going to make you keep that card in the banish zone, and perhaps from there it's just going to rot and wither and die.
Indeed, when we end or go back to Gianluigi's turn, that trap or that card is not going to be seen in play anymore, as we've passed the allowance of that window.
We've seen mirrors multiple times throughout this game as the trap door on the left side of your screen is going to go ahead and come in with the Graphene Calicera, just like we saw the trap door on the right side of your screen, even though now, of course, the Web of Deceit has returned to take their place atop the Brood. But 1, go again, and with Jacob down to 4, a double incision would be significantly more threatening and impactful.
Staring down at 4 life, you are so scared if you find anything at this point that could threaten your life total. And pumping this dagger, there are so many possibilities for this dagger to be pumped. So it's a really, really tough call here for Jacob on how much he wants to commit in order to give himself another turn.
I'm so interested by that card face down in Gianluigi's banish zone there, not committing it on that attack. Maybe it's a card he just couldn't play, but Jacob there, we don't know what that arsenal card is, but if it was an attack, by not attacking with it, he now has created a situation where that card is never going to leave the banish zone.
Having access to 2 daggers versus Jacob's 1 is also presenting themselves with a little bit of an uphill here when we enter the lower phases or the lower life totals. Presenting so many different attacks that could potentially be pumped. Jacob has to fully respect it since he's so low now.
Jacob here going to go ahead and deal with an Orb Weaver Spinneret, which would have equipped a token, but gives the next attack with Stealth +2, which means that the mark of the funnel web threatens the arsenal that Jacob established just a turn ago. Coming for just the 3. Oh, 5, excuse me, because of the +2 from the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Jacob is not too happy to see this, and also 2 cards remaining in Gianluigi's hand. This is looking devastating. Doesn't want to take any risks here, committing 2 blocks on this stealth attack.
And it does not look like Gianluigi has the attack reaction to punish. A great read there from our Swedish national champion. Able to kind of do a little bit of the quote-unquote soul read, as the kids say, and say, I don't think you have it, bud. I'm not going to respect it this time. Thinking about this, it looks like a red bite.
Yeah, it's been sitting on this arsenal for quite a bit. Decides to just pitch it to attack with Calicera. Not going to have go again.
Just coming in for the 1 here. Just that 1 card in the arsenal. We've seen an incision be played the turn prior and an incision be played the turn prior. But of course, that card was the one that was held off, meaning it's not likely it's another incision that can be played to threaten lethal. But maybe it's all part of the web that Jacob is spinning. Deceitful and trying to keep the attack reaction for a turn like this when it can maybe finish the job. Gianluigi looking like he's going to respect the attack reaction. Present a card for blocks. Down 1 life, but the tempo squarely in his favor. Players from all over the world have joined us here in Prague as our Italian undefeated player puts a hand on the back of the head. So freaking cool to just see the way these top-level players are coming to battle from all over the globe.
It's sort of an aggressive game that we are about to watch. It's something we didn't expect, really.
And there you go. Gianluigi really respecting the attack reaction. Going to go ahead and not only give a piece of equipment, but a card from hand as well. As the Plunge the Prospect joined that Red Alert piece. And I'm seeing a Razor's Edge in the hand, Erica. That is a premium attack reaction. And the mark on the side of Jacob Trossing also really means that there's going to be plenty of different threatening effects on this turn from multiple axes in the reaction step, on the combat chain. How is our Swedish national champ going to deal with this?
It's a really annoying time to be, and facing this Graphene Calicera, there is any attack reactions could be pumping this, and now the question remains, what is the minimum amount of card that he can commit in order to stay alive? He knows there's more attacks coming on this. Yeah, that's the game.
Scar tissue here, and the Razor's Edge for good measure. Gonna go ahead and pump up that attack with stealth and that dagger, doing double duty. The Graphene Calicera for the win, for the kill, and Gianluigi moves on 10-0 here at this world premiere calling, just proving himself time and time again, doing some real nasty work.
Yeah, definitely not a game that I expected. I expected this game to go long. I expected this game to be intricate with like keeping track of each other's pitch stack, understanding what they're facing when they get to that second cycle. But man, this turned out to be one of the most aggressive Arakni mirrors that I've ever seen over this whole weekend. And I think the turn when Jacob committed all of his blocks, expecting that attack to go tall, and got completely blown out of the water was very, very much the breaking point for him going forward in that game.
So, our quest to find the undefeated of this pod will continue in just a second. We've seen 2 Draconic heroes. We've seen the 2 Assassins. Let's see which reigns supreme between Draconic and Assassin right after this. The first official draft of the Hunted nears completion, and we are on a quest to find our 3-0 Samo Burn. Brian Gottlieb, dude, set the stage for me. What's on the line? What's about to go down?
I mean, how about being the last undefeated player in the tournament? How does that sound?
I mean, great to me, and a dream that will never be for me, but
No,
I
me neither.
can imagine how cool it must feel.
Yeah, it must feel fantastic. And we're also having the classic showdown. It is, of course, Draconic versus the Emperor's Killer, hunting down that Arakni. Who's going to go ahead and take down this pod? Unfortunately, it is not going to be Pablo Pintor piloting the Fang here.
No, currently I believe 0-2. Yeah,
0-2 thus far.
Fighting would still be able to continue. I mean, we've seen Pablo lose a couple games and, of course, take down a whole Pro Tour.
The Spanish Submarine?
The Spanish Submarine, but he's got to win this next one. He cannot lose this next match or he's going to be out of it. So our hero that we watched the draft that we watched hasn't gone as planned as of now. But if we know anything about Pablo, he might be able to take down that next one.
Oh, for sure. Never count that guy out. But right now, the focus has to be on our players who are battling to win this pod.
Yeah.
Both thus far 2-0 in the pod, navigated their drafts beautifully. We saw the breakdown of this pod. There were only 2 Arachnis. We just saw them battle in that mirror match. Now we're going to see which one can actually take down the entire pod.
There can only be one undefeated. I want to find out who it is. Dive us in, folks. Let's find out which player here is going to take down the pod. Oh, look at those flags. We have got a battle between the countrymen here in our feature match area.
All Italian showdown. Gianluigi Leah taking on Filippo Barbani.
I honestly can't wait to see which of these players is going to move on. Gianluigi, man, that last game, there was some really nice use of the equipment to just make an Arakni Black Widow turn just so powerful. Blocks with 3 cards, utilizes the danger digit, utilizes the starting point, still able to get the damage over the top, took all the cards out of the hand, and really never looked back. The question is, how good is this Fang deck? 3 Fang decks, 3 Cindra decks, and 2 Arakni decks here in this draft. Filippo has already taken down 2 other opponents on the way to this feature match table. Can he reach the top of the Volcorian Mountain and take down our undefeated player? Finally put a loss in that column, or is Gianluigi just going to go ahead and remain untarnished?
Gianluigi looking to make a second calling top 8. Famously did so on the back of Decimator Bolton back at Calling
Come on.
Warsaw. Certainly no stranger to innovation. Going to start with the innovative play, we'll say, Stan, of pitching 2 cards into a Mark of the Huntsman.
Yeah, starting up that second cycle, got a Mark of the Funnel Web and a Backstab headed to the second cycle.
Love seeing that Backstab head back into the deck. That's a
yeah.
card that can go ahead and break a stalemate for sure.
Took the words out of my mouth there. Backstab, of course, because there are no defense reactions on that chain link, can do some major work in a format that actually has a healthy amount of them.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple dual class cards and with the defense reaction as well as that powerful blue generic.
Do want to point out missing arm piece on the part of Filippo. Every single point matters in these matchups. Missing out on the arms, it hurts. It's not insurmountable, though, as evidenced by the fact that Filippo finds himself here in the finals of this pod.
Both players here really would love to come out of this pod without a loss. Filippo would still be in it, of course, at 9-2 following a loss here. And Gianluigi, of course, still...
Couple to give.
Yeah, got a couple to give. Can really lose 2 games from here and most likely still make the top 8 of this tournament. But he still wants to hit that 3-0. He wants to find that last drop pod and only need to find that 1 win to guarantee himself a top 8.
It's a real stressful spot to be in when you start pacing the field like this. You start getting a little bit in your head. Maybe you start thinking about that top 8, thinking about the future, thinking about what a calling win means. I've been there before. And if you don't finish in these spots, if you go ahead and miss and you don't convert into these top 8s, it can haunt you for a very long time.
Obsidian Fire and Vein. First game action here for Filippo. 1, and as I've said many times and will say again throughout the weekend, and I'm sure during the Hunted Limited season to follow, 1 right now, as we've still got 3 cards in hand and 2 floating. And this Fang deck, that's a lot of, I'll attack for 1, just kidding.
Psych.
Here comes a little bit more. Draconic Attack getting +1 from here. With that, I believe the Rake over... Oh, no, excuse me. This is the one that gives the next attack +3, the Tooth of the Dragon.
Yeah, Tooth of the Dragon, a card I will not stop singing the praises of. Love this card in my Fang decks. Pass that +3 over to the next chain link. Next Draconic Attack this turn gets +3. It is worth noting, next Draconic Attack, I love combining this with Draconic Attack actions as well. You get really tall really fast with Tooth of the Dragon.
To go again, but now Gianluigi does have a chance to respond. Priority back to our undefeated player.
Yeah, and we know multiple defense reactions available in Gianluigi's deck.
Checking out that blistering blade in the graveyard. Looks like we can see at least one defense reaction in the hand, but no, not going to be deployed. Wants to get full value out of it, and we know we can see at least 3 offensive value sitting there with that instant that will be represented on the Obsidian Firevane as it gets pushed into the combat chain, currently coming in for 4, and it could be a whole lot more in a short amount of time.
Yeah, now it's up to Gianluigi to figure out what the range is. How big is this Obsidian Firevane going to get? And what does my returned fire look like? No marking on that first turn. You love playing the game with your opponent marked if you're in the Arakni seat. I want to point out those danger digits on the side of Gianluigi's equipment suite. Going to be keeping a close watch on those. When does he want to cash that in? Because in Arakni, it's not only about that damage. Sure, the unpreventable damage is great, but the mark on demand, so important.
4 damage right now on the combat chain. Filippo has to think about. Does he want to make it any bigger? Does Gianluigi want to commit any blocks in the defense step before the reactions? The answer is yes. Scuttle the canal. Going to go ahead and hit the combat chain for its 3 defensive value, but we know we see that lair of the spider still sitting in the hand for Gianluigi if Filippo wants to push this thing up.
Yeah. Filippo pulling forth a card. We'll expect this one to get a little larger. Looks like Searing Gaze is going to be the buff here. Now looking to mark on hit.
So it's going to be basically plus 3 points of value thanks to the Obsidian Firevane's text as well. So that attack now goes up to 7. I can think of a card in Gianluigi's hand that might be able to shore up at least 3, and the Leapfrog Vocal Sack is going to join the party as well. No marking, and because of that lair of the spider having the go again effect on it, it's going to go ahead and now mark on defense, which we are really seeing throughout the weekend. Such an important piece of the puzzle for the Arakni decks to succeed. Yeah,
clean cover there thus far from Gianluigi, but unfortunately for him, disaster strikes in the form of an additional attack reaction. And Dear Devotion comes down and offers another +3, as well as a fealty token. Big swing here from Filippo.
3 more damage now represented. This attack has gone up to 10. Is there a second defense reaction sitting in that hand or the arsenal for Gianluigi? Looks like the answer is no. Three damage is going to connect, and the first mark of the game for our Fang player. He's got to hit again, but he did make a fealty thanks to that Endear Devotion's effect.
Yeah,
which
third
means,
of the way there.
Yeah, he's almost going to be at 2 in just a moment if he can get that hit through the marking and through the defenses of Gianluigi. But let's see what he is able to present Gianluigi with. It looks like he's got a pretty powerful attack in the hand. Let's see if he wants to deploy it, because the Web of Deceit is going to push it up to a break point and threaten potentially a card from the hand of Filippo. But first, the Mark of the Huntsman, following things off as that blue Mark of the Black Widow hits the pitch zone. 1 threatens to take away the mark, but then the destruction of that dagger could create a remarking scenario before our very eyes.
Yeah, we'll get the buff here from attacking a marked hero. This is going to be pushed to 2 by that ability. And getting those little bits of value on your Mark of the Huntsman, it feels nice. You start to push into those damage thresholds that both Fang and Cindra are capable of. Only when your daggers get fully empowered are you going to keep pace with the Draconic heroes here. And by keeping your opponent mark, you routinely get to those ranges. You get the 0 for 4s. You get the 2 resource to attack out of your daggers that the Draconic heroes are able to access at will. Plus, you get a bunch of disruption. That's the benefit of being Arakni. Also, you get to be the coolest hero in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Of course. And that is important when sitting, trying to become the undefeated player in this pod. Coolness, always an ever-present factor that must be respected. We talk about strategy. We talk about preparation. Darn it, we talk about execution. But when it comes right down to it, How cool can you really be?
Feels like one of the most important factors in going ahead and winning one of these events. Also an important factor, decisions you make while playing the game. I guess.
Yeah. No, it's part of it. It's part of the equation. But hey, I'm cool in the face of adversity, cool in the face of pressure. It is. These are some of the qualities that make up our top level competitors, and both of these players proving themselves in such a vaunted group. As the Hunter-Killer hits the combat chain for the block here, not interested in the Mark of the Huntsman dealing any damage here.
It's a little win when your dagger demands a card from your
I
opponent.
was about to say, Gianluigi probably feels great to see that.
And here's a nice follow-up. Coming in with the Pursuit of the Pits of Despair. This means that even should this hit, Gianluigi is going to have access to an Arakni transformation to end this turn, we expect.
Yeah, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. On hit will remark. If you block, you stay marked. And if you block, you only have one card to pressure back that probably hits the arsenal. And if the card that hits the arsenal is immediately then threatened by something like an Arakni funnel web, you are feeling in bad straits. So the Red Alert Vest and the Red Alert Visor are going to be committed to the block. And then there's the Den of the Spider to go ahead and shore up the rest of that 5 damage. But the transformation will occur nonetheless. Let's roll the dice and see what Chaos has in store for us. And the Black Widow, we saw it last game. We're going to see it again this game. Gianluigi did some nasty work in the game prior. Let's see what he's able to put together once the Black Widow has come forth from the brood.
Lot of Arakni Black Widow fans out there, Sam. No idea why.
No idea, yeah.
Probably the ability.
It's got to be the ability. The ability's so strong. If anyone can figure it out, please go ahead and let us know. Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 1.
So now Gianluigi needs to go back and reassess the texture of this hand. With Black Widow now on the menu, what is available? Looks like Defang the Dragon in hand. We've seen these contracts do work against marked heroes.
Gianluigi's able to find the go again on something like a Defang the Dragon. Get to banish, get to go again, get to draw a card. But it looks like he's happy to utilize some blocking value from the card. There's another blue Mark of the Black Widow. Going to be headed just for block here.
Well, you got to stay defensive on the Arakni side. You're not typically able to leverage those 4 or 5 card hands.
Gianluigi, I love this. We're sitting at 10-0. We're trying to become the first undefeated player. You play a card. What does that do again? Let me just make sure. That is how new this set is, folks. That is how impressive it is that both of these players are sitting here, one of whom has only lost 1 game, the other not dropped a single one, still reading the cards to make sure everything is copacetic. We know where things stand. But Gianluigi now down to 12. Feels like he's had a lot of the tempo. Feels like he's had a lot of the potential disruption. And yet the life total benefit squarely sitting in Fang's favor.
Yeah, hasn't converted to any damage yet, but I will note that has eaten through a lot of equipment, has kept Fang mostly under control as far as those fealties go. There is one that was made uncontested, but that mark has sat on the Arakni side for quite some time now.
The Fang the Dragon, one of the only 2 contract cards in the set. And boy, howdy, are they cool ones. This one, if Arakni Black Widow is able to complete their contract, a whole card being drawn. Some of the only ways, maybe the only ways cards can be drawn, at least not in Majestic in the set, no?
I believe so.
Yeah, right? Like,
yeah, there's something like Bubble to the Surface, which is sort of
kind
cheating
of a card draw, yeah. Hunter-Killer going to go ahead. We've seen this used before. This was maybe the exact play pattern we saw in the turn before. We're going to go ahead, or the game before, excuse me. We're going to go ahead and flick the Mark of the Huntsman, then activate the starting point to give this Defang the Dragon go again after too many blocks have been committed to try to respect this Defang the Dragon. But now that Filippo has committed a couple cards to block, we've got the go again. We're just going to move on to a whole nother chain link here with that Mark of the Huntsman still threatening 2 cards. Do need to find another stealth attack to really threaten the Black Widow's effect.
I'm more concerned about that Defang the Dragon effect, which is persistent. Contract lasts throughout the chain link here.
Wait, what? You're so right.
And that is the threat that Filippo really has
You're
to
contracted
assess.
on the whole. Oh, my God. That's way better.
Yeah, it is. You saying you don't play a lot of Arakni Huntsman, Sam? Because I will be personally offended if I learned that's the truth about you.
I played a game with Arakni Huntsman on a YouTube channel. I don't need to mention the name. I took down a pretty high-profile opponent.
Okay.
You might have also seen in the Flesh and Blood world. I won't mention his name, but it was with Arakni Huntsman. A big fan of the hero. Won my first armory ever back in the day, and it was the Huntsman, the cold foil that I did win. So a soft spot. It's just been a minute.
Okay.
It's just been a minute. Not a lot of contract in this set. I've been focused on marking.
That's true. It's very limited.
You know what I mean? Been focused on marking. Come for me again. See what happens, all right? Okay. I'm kidding. 2 damage. That's going to be taken here. That will remove the mark now from Fang. That is going to allow the card to be drawn from the contract.
Yeah, and you get to make that decision first. Going to look at the card draw first, and then decide on the mark of the Huntsman ability if you want to go ahead and remark here. Looks like the answer is going to be no for the time being. We are still representing the mark out there.
But
see if players get that cleaned up.
Not representing the... Oh, well, we wouldn't have the +1, of course. The mark of the Black Widow and the effect of the Black Widow threatening the banishment. But because of that hit... But it looks like it's going to be a no blocks and a +3 and a reaction as well. 2 sides to the blade here going to be able to mark on hit and give the +3. We can't even find a damage dice for how big this attack has gotten, all the way up to 9.
This turn has gotten out of control quickly and is problematic for Filippo. We talked about seizing back the tempo. Mission accomplished by Gianluigi.
Here comes the 9 damage. Looks like we're going to still draw a card thanks to the effect of Defang the Dragon. That's just going to be a card for the Arsenal. Looking like a couple cards being banished there. Unless they notice the marking here, but no.
Yeah, there's another mark on the back of that cut from the same blade, but maybe in the middle there might have been some misadministration of the mark. Not quite sure. As we mentioned, players still very much getting used to these cards, but this is why this is so punishing, Sam. By claiming that entire hand, not only have you taken away all tempo from Filippo, those fealties are headed to the bin now as well. You have to have gone ahead and made a fealty or played a Draconic card in a turn to preserve them. With no cards in hand, no cards in arsenal, Filippo cannot possibly keep them around, and both just disappear out of the arena.
And one of the cards banished there, the Oath of Loyalty. Such a powerful effect for Go Again, and of course the 3 block on that card. So important. Hit the banish zone here. Here comes another mark of the Huntsman 2 with Go Again. Just the last dagger at the moment, represented by Gianluigi because of that Danger Digits activation the turn prior. Second time we've seen the Black Widow in as many games hit the arena from the Brood, and Gianluigi do some really nasty work with it.
You know, I keep howling like a buffoon about Danger Digits, but did you see what it unlocked on that particular turn?
Yes, I did.
This is what this card does. Do not look at this as a simple effect. I'll just be blunt. I'm watching drafts. I'm seeing Danger Digits go very late. I think your deck with Danger Digits as both Arakni and Cindra is very, very different than a deck without it.
Going to go ahead and this time make sure destroy the mark at the Huntsman to remark. Scuttle the Canal here.
It can pick up Go Again on the back of attacking a marked hero.
Filippo trying to keep all 4 cards, it looks like. Man, that Defang the Dragon, so much work. Drawing 2 cards, one of which was just an Arsenal filter, but the other one certainly had some powerful effect. Scuttle the Canal to Go Again. On hit would remove the mark. With just the cards in hand, perhaps Gianluigi is okay with that from this point. Filippo giving this one a real thought. No blocks. That means the Razor's Edge is going to come out, push this thing all the way up to 5. Any further reactions, or is Filippo just going to hit the graveyard himself?
Falling down to just 1 is Filippo, and now everything is terrifying on the part of Gianluigi. Every dagger attack, every single swing, every potential reaction, you have to account for it.
Hunt Killer and the Path of Vengeance going to get in front of the Pursuit of the Edge of Oblivion. Block all 4. Filippo here, only 3 cards to work with. No fealty. The Emperor does not see his allegiance at this point. Here comes the trap door. You can see just a shake of the
That's
head
it
from
for your
Filippo.
offense, Filippo. That's a wrap. Going to go ahead and get a trap here is Gianluigi, and that really will blunt any chance Filippo has of trying to go ahead and turn the tide of battle here. Basically a free defensive card. Should Gianluigi have the trap in deck? I might bluff it anyway, honestly.
Going to go ahead and banish it face down. Gianluigi looking to become our 3-0 undefeated player here, not only of this pod, but as yet remaining in this whole tournament. Doing so off the back is a masterful play. And let's be honest, a little bit of luck there. The 1 and the 6 on the die, those are some really powerful effects you're always happy to see, and he saw them back to back.
Yeah, good rolls to be sure. And this can be so frustrating against an Arakni as a Fang. You've got the reaction in hand, but you know Trapdoor has set up the defenses. It's gone ahead and banished the card, has it at the ready. Do you even want to commit cards here? It feels almost fruitless. Another Defang the Dragon picked up here by Gianluigi. Alongside a Reaper's Call, I believe, in hand. It's a nice little combo.
Got to look here just at the trapdoor. Remind of the effect. For this defending turn, it is available as a defense reaction. There's the mark of the funnel web. Here's the pledge loyalty. It's just going to be, it's one of those instants, sidestepping, making that fealty. It would have been the third fealty, but unfortunately here, just that first. Now the Obsidian Firebane gets to come in for 1. Gianluigi looking like he's just representing some real blocks on this turn. Maybe can't utilize his hand all that well. Of course, without either dagger, it's a little hard to extend.
Yeah, the offense could get a little anemic at this point. Also, Trapdoor not going to contribute to the offense. So it's just hard to use a lot of cards in your hand. You often have to just fire back with something like a 0-3. So yes, Trapdoor has a massive ceiling. But your next offensive turn after Trapdoor, not likely to be very good.
Maybe this is where Filippo can somehow claw back in. Gianluigi isn't able to find the reactions. And the offense starts to get less than satisfactory. Maybe he'll only have to give a card on defense, force Gianluigi to have the attack reaction. And if he doesn't, all of a sudden, 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. Not looking that shabby. Especially when we've seen Fang do some impressive things all weekend long.
Gianluigi wants to use the equipment here. Going to keep all the cards in hand. Another fealty made.
That does mean 1 is going to go over the top because it's not an attack reaction. It is an instant. So even though that red alert piece of equipment there gets +1 if an attack reaction has been played, we're playing it in the reaction step. However, the Obsidian Fire Vein going to get that +1, and the red alert equipment isn't going to get its own 1 extra defense.
That was not a great hand from Filippo. And there wasn't a lot of defense because there wasn't a lot of defensive options. Earlier in the game, I would be so happy making 2 fealties on the turn. I can leverage that, do something with it. In this spot, however, not what you were looking for, facing a big 10-point life deficit. And now the dagger slot has been refreshed. Graphene Calicera doing its thing, attacking a marked hero, picking up Go again. Also getting the buff from that Orb Weaver, Spinneret.
3 Go again. Has, of course, the stealth keyword, meaning many different reactions are online and available for Gianluigi. All considerations Filippo must take.
Thinking about pulling a couple cards forward, it looks like. Got to start thinking of your path back into this game. Just surviving, not enough. How are things going to be turned in your favor? Two cards put forth, yeah. Just play safe around the reaction. There's a follow-up attack from the Arsenal here, stealth attack. Just a small one, just a blue.
Yeah, mark the prey on hit. It's going to mark. Just coming in for 1, but 1 is all you need in this scenario, demanding another card from Filippo.
And if you gave 2 cards to that last attack, Are you giving 2 cards to this attack? That's the problem with overblocking in that scenario. Like, you've already said, I think you might have something, and I'm going to play around it. Do you have to do that one more time here?
I mean, let's just not beat around the bush. Filippo is in such a tough spot. Every single attack, now that the Calicera has been established, is going to threaten these attack reactions.
He's also mark locked. Mark lock is
Yeah.
not a thing we've talked about too much, but once you fall 2-1, you will be marked for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That Graphene Calicera will continue to have go again, and this problem is just going to present itself on this next turn cycle. You've lost your fealty. Look, I don't know the texture of Filippo's hand. I don't know if there was any offense available, but that's why I say at some point you just have to kind of take a gamble.
Yeah, make
and
him
put
have
one
it
card in front.
sometimes. Yeah. I had a game like that in my sealed pool where I was just so low in cards in deck. I was like, listen, I'm probably going to lose if I block 2 cards. If you have it, you have it. Spoiler alert. He had it. Yep.
Yeah, they will a lot of the
He
time.
had it.
But Sam, you don't play to not
No,
lose
exactly.
the game.
You
play to win. And now in this case, we face the exact same thing. We do have the reaction this time.
Den of the Spider here, just going to go ahead and deal the point of damage. Or no, mark the opposing hero because the attack was greater than its base. But Filippo is going to live to fight another day. But how many times can he just give these multiple cards from hand? Right there was a nice block. Make you have it. Oh, you did have it. Well, good thing I have the defense reaction. This time, though, you have to give the
this is
2
gonna
cards.
demand cards, and that means this last stealth attack is going to get the job done. And Gianluigi, the last undefeated player in this calling, moves on to 11-0 on the back of Arakni.
On the back of Arakni, on the back of some really impressive play and some really impressive drafting, finding his way into the 2 of the pod. It's so important in all of these 3 hero formats. When you can find yourself as the 2 of, you know you're where you want to be.
100%. And Gianluigi now maybe quasi-locked, but at the very least 1 win away from going ahead and locking up that second calling top 8.
Yeah, all of a sudden, all you need to do in your next draft, just win 1 game. And, you know, maybe you just try to take it 1 game at a time. Again, haven't been there myself, but you have to imagine there's a little bit of the pressure off. We'll be following him, of course, but we're going to look ahead into our next draft with a player who is not in as great a position, but is nearly locked himself. All he needs to do is win a couple games from this next draft, and it's a player you might know very well. His face is in the set. You might know who I'm talking about, but if you don't, you're going to have to wait and stick around to see who our next featured drafter is. It all comes up in just a second. We'll see you. Don't go anywhere.
No need to wait any longer, folks. We are already back for more hunted action here on the day 2 of this calling. Scott Mines joining the booth by Erica. Erica, how was that last round for you? That looked pretty great.
Oh my god, it was such an intense game, and so many more intense games to come. But first, we're going to take it back a little bit and look at another draft.
We certainly are. Now, there are a million big names still in this event. You're going to see more of them as we make our way through the day, no doubt. I'm absolutely sure. But there is one name that is close to the hearts of many members of this community, the Wunderkind himself, Brodie Spurlock. Now, I'm very excited to see how Brodie feels about this format. I've not had the chance to talk to them yet myself, but they're another one of these masterminds of Flesh and Blood, has several limited results over the years, and no doubt has a great grasp on this format early on.
Yeah, I had a small chat with him going into his second draft of the day, and he said that he was practicing a little bit last night with his friends in order to get some grasp on how this format works in drafts, and so hopefully that is going to carry over into today's draft.
Brodie's not the only player that's still live in this event, though. We've got plenty other faces you're going to want to know about. Let's take a look at these standings. Of course, Gianluigi, oh, God, that's not a good start to my day, is it? Gianluigi sitting at the top of these standings. We just saw their undefeated run at the start, but many other familiar faces just underneath. Felix Kirch still hanging in there on 10 points. Brodie, who we're going to watch, and a million other names we spotted earlier as well.
Indeed, we have Andrew Rayner and Tim McCarthy, so they're also here on 10. Then we have almost one more loss for the people remaining. We have Filippo Barbani and Freddie Friedrich and Dler, Sino on the top 8 right now.
Love to see Freddie kind of sitting in here. We kind of alluded earlier on, for a longest time they were the top of that ELO leaderboard for Limited when they were separate leaderboards. Hasn't had that breakthrough result just yet, but plenty of chances to score it today. A few other standout names kind of peppering the rest of this top cut here. Maybe not in contention anymore. Maybe if some tiebreakers go really, really strange, we might see them. But the likes of Yuki Lee Bender in 17th, Sebastian Grondel in 18th, Simon Nielsen breaking through in 21st. This goes to show you the cream will eventually rise to the top.
Yeah, and how the day is going to pan out, because of how the draft pods are going to be assembled, it's basically going to be the top 8 in this set that we see right now that's going to kick in to the next couple of drafts. And then the 8 people resuming that's going to be the second pod of the day, and then the 8 people resuming that is going to be the next pod number 3. And because the pods are only playing against themselves within the pod, it can be some really cool shakeups where someone you see might be on the 20th plus place right now might actually fight their way, if they manage to trio their pod, into the top 8 in the end.
You heard it here first. It's still all to play for these players you see on screen. That's everything we want from a world premiere event and a calling at one of those. However, we don't want to keep you waiting all that much longer. I know everyone at home is
eager.
It's exciting to see the sandwich master take place at the table and show us how to draft this set. So let's get ourselves ready. Let's throw down to the floor and take a look at that second draft from Brodie Spurlock. All right, Brodie, 10-1. That's quite the record so far this weekend. Do you have any insight as to what Brodie happened to play in the first draft?
I do not. I don't remember on top of my head, unfortunately.
No problem at all. So, sadly, no idea about what Brodie's preferences are in this format. We've kind of seen most people kind of gravitating towards either Fang or maybe even Arakni. We've definitely seen some great success from Arakni this weekend. I'm interested to see what the Wunderkind has in mind for the Hunted. Getting themselves ready for this first pack. Of course, the logistics at play, a little bit of a count, make sure there's no cards missing, make sure everything's above board, so these players just getting themselves ready to go for this draft.
Would be interesting to understand if they watched the VODs from yesterday as well when they kicked back in their back hotel rooms or Airbnbs at the end of the night, just to understand what are the thoughts of the other players that they might be facing in day 2 of the calling today, and understand a bit further about what are the different strategies and tactics that they might never thought about yet.
That's very interesting, seeing these players quickly rewarded for all the work they're willing to do. When the hard work of the first day is done, we go into that first pack. Some great options available here. Drag across the coals, hidden towards the back of that pack. Hunter Killer, Red, Brothers of Flame. What's standing out to you here, Erica?
So it's a lot of variance in this pack. There is no real bombs, I would say, which is probably what you would love to find on your first pick, on your first pack, to set you off for a great success. Can also put you in a little bit of a pickle, because if you find some of those really strong Majestics, that puts you basically into one of those classes. If you want to utilize that Majestic, you're basically locking yourself in really, really early on. So it can sometimes not be as fruitful as you might hope.
Brodie here is keeping themselves open. We've seen this time and again from our premium drafters this weekend. Joining me in my lovely tourist visit to the Pits of Despair as their first pick in this event. Generic card, very solid attack action, always going to block 3, most importantly fits into any hero.
We have a generic pick to go, and that says that Brodie wants to stay open at least for the first couple of picks. Generic that can go into any hero, a 1/5 with 3 block. I mean, a 3 block can basically go into any hero and sweet the set nicely, but if you have some pitches available and go again and finish up with a 1/5 on hit mark, can be really, really powerful.
Some cute ones here in Pack 2. Dust Runner Outlaw, Backstab, Whittle from Bone, a fan favorite over the course of the weekend, giving you that Graphite Glycera token. Which of these reds is standing out to you?
I mean, Affirmed Loyalty is one of the greatest Draconic Warrior cards, and of course you would love to fill your Fang with those Draconic cards in order to fuel your dagger, so a very good pickup for that.
Okay, this seems like a very early statement from Brodie Spurlock. Whittle from Bone the pick, that rare assassin attack capable of creating that all-important Graphite Glycera. I get the feeling Brodie has an inclination for Arakni.
Yes, and Graphene Calicera, there's only so many ways to create this token, so I feel like it's a really strong pick to go into the assassin pool if that is the tactic that you want to go for. Maybe a little bit of a late game where you try to flick your daggers away in order to get that Graphene Calicera token into your arsenal slot, and then be able to set up a late game where you can just send your daggers flying basically when your opponent is marked in the later stage of the game. So a good pickup there for Arakni.
We see those assassin cards kind of gravitating towards the front once again. Defang the Dragon, Lair of the Spider, both premium picks in this spot. Notably, a red dragon power at the back of this pack, so definitely some other options available, but it will be that all-important defense reaction being picked up early for Brodie Spurlock.
Not locking himself in completely. This Lair of the Spider is, of course, really powerful trap, and if it defends an attack will go again, it will mark the attacking hero. We've seen this card a lot throughout the weekend, and of course, it's a very, very popular card and into this draft format today. But also as an Assassin Ninja card, remains him a little bit more open in case he needs to pivot.
It is certainly those Arakni cards making their way to the front of the pack here again for Brodie. Looking at that equipment, we kind of alluded earlier, you should get something for most slots over the course of the draft, but if you want the premium stuff, you are going to have to spend some picks on it. However, it is Plunge the Prospect being picked up here. Seems like a real deliberate choice. We're definitely aiming for Assassin.
We also saw a Lava Vein Loyalty, a really, really good Ninja card there that he's being passing around. So sending the signal that Ninja is remaining maybe a little bit more open. But coming back to this pack, we're probably firmly more into the Assassin slot, or that is what we are alluding to right now.
This pack looking much drier for Brodie Spurlock. Some yellow copies of Mark of the Funnel Web, some rather lackluster blues. What are our options here?
Maybe trying to understand what are the other people picking. There's a Cinderskin Devotion here in the middle of the pack as well, and some more red cards for the other classes, more than so for the Assassin slots. So maybe tinkering a little bit more about what is actually being drafted in the pod right now, and if there's any other lanes that are more open.
A blue copy of Cut from the Same Cloth, not exactly the type of effect you're looking for this early in Pack 1. Brodie left kind of floundering here. No great Assassin cards in this pack either. We do see a Smoke out at the front, a yellow copy of Hunter Killer, some of that Leapfrog equipment, so a few choices to work with.
Definitely, and it's interesting to see that there are so many equipments. Obviously, the Leapfrog being picked, a nice pickup. There is so many equipment still left at this pick in this first pack, and it's an interesting twist to in Rosetta in comparison. We see the equipment being picked very, very highly and very, very aggressively, and most of the equipments are generic, so they really, really help you to stay open. But it's interesting to see how much the players value the equipments over the other cards.
Some good reds left in this pack. Copy of Mark with Magma. Take a Stab also lurking in the back of the pack here. That Mark with Magma does stand out to me. I'm quite a big fan of that card. This is maybe a little late to see that one.
Indeed, and this is maybe sending Brodie a signal that another lane is way more open than the other one, picking up this Draconic Ninja card apart from his Assassin slots that he has picked up earlier, but he has also been picking up these the Assassin Ninja mix cards as well, so that has left him in a lane where he can stay a little bit more open in order to pivot in case B, and that might be exactly what we're seeing here.
Hybrid cards potentially paying off in spades here for Brodie Spurlock. It will be Tag the Target. The follow-up here, that Ninja attack, always got go again. Looks like a very deliberate shift of pace from the Wunderkind here.
Indeed. I mean, going for all of the reds here, it's only Ninja that looks so open right now, and so Brodie is just doing accordingly, and it's reading this draft accordingly, seeing that Assassin is being closed, moving firmly into the Ninja stuff.
That's so surprising. A red copy of Tag the Target. They're passed up for one of those blue contract cards. Maybe Brodie finding themselves with a little bit of decision paralysis. Quickly followed by a Duskrunner Outlaw and a Hot on their heels. Some really powerful late Draconic Ninja cards.
Yeah, if this is not a sign that Ninja is wide open, I don't know what is. Like seeing so many good Dread cards this late in the pack, I mean, I don't know what else to say. That's so open.
Red Fire Tenet slammed down quickly from Brodie, solidified their opinion towards the end of this pack, finally making waves. That's a incredibly late Red Lava Vein Loyalty. That card is incredibly powerful.
We saw Brodie pass this earlier on, and we made note of that, and he's actually made his wheel all the way around the table. And I think this is the nail on the coffin telling Brodie that, yeah, Cindra is wide open, and this is probably where we should be.
Some incredibly rewarding late Grow Claws of the blue variety. Brodie Spurlock seems to have found their lane late in pack 1. This deck, definitely a little wobbly to start, but you can't deny it's coming together.
Indeed, and I mean, we only have one equipment so far, but he's slotting that very nicely as it's a split card or as a melt card, or how do you call it?
Hybrid.
Thank you.
Card, yeah.
I always lose it. So we have that hybrid card available to us, so that really helped us stay open, and we can utilize this card also in the Ninja slot, so very happy for him there.
Seeing Brodie there just gesturing the little blue skull to the camera like, yeah, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I couldn't quite let go of my assassin roots close enough. I made a brief slip up. But to be honest, I'm very impressed. I think this is a huge testament to Brodie's skill in this format and just the skill of high-end limited players. It's so easy to get tunnel vision and try and find your favorite hero, the pick from yesterday that treated you so well in the sealed portion, or just a hero that you've got a preference for, found early powerful cards for. It's important to spot those lanes when they're open and have the courage to move. And hopefully, Brodie Spurlock is going to be rewarded for doing just that.
Exactly, and I think this is really looking really solid for Brodie. We have some really good reds coming in for Cindra to fuel up these draconic turns that he wants to be able to play in order to fuel his Cindra ability in order to pick up those daggers back. So now probably looking to pick up a little bit more blues, trying to fuel out more of those powerful reds. If he's lucky, maybe pick up on a Majestic along the way in his first pack here in the second pack. So we'll see if we can find some spice, basically.
Plenty of options available for Brodie here. Lots of potential in this Cindra deck. Very excited to see what cards lie in this second pack as it is eventually turned over. Both players, we can see in the camera frame, just awaiting the moment the judge tells them it's okay to take a peek. Their dreams very much hanging in the balance as to what they may find inside of this next pack.
And I can also understand the nerves coming into this. And I'm not sure if everyone has experienced a called draft before, but having a judge telling you that you have 5 seconds left, 10 seconds left, draft, pick up, pass, all of those things are accumulating into your mental load that you need to keep track of, making sure that you are keeping pace with the rest of the pod. And that can sometimes be really stressful. Some
real pressure, some also incredibly powerful cards in this pack. Ronin Renegade, the front premium option here, but red copies of Trap and Release, Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. That Tooth of the Dragon, no good here, but Hunt to the Ends of Wraith is definitely a bit of an all-star in my opinion. Very happy to see that one.
Yeah, Brodie is contemplating reading this card a little bit more carefully, making sure that he knows what he's picking against here. A little bit of a Vengeance equipment also in the front faces here, but probably eyeing a little bit more on the red ones here.
It will be that Hunt to the Ends of Wraith, the ultimate anti-Arakni attack. Brodie Spurlock picking up the rare, betraying their former beloved hero in all ways possible. We'll take a look at what's inside the next booster pack for them. Brodie's hands are quick, but my eyes are quicker, I promise. Sound the alarm, Sisters of Fire, take a stab, that powerful trap, Lair of the Spider, all kinds of options here for our ninja.
Yeah, looks to be that Ninja is still open. We have the premium hand slot there.
Absolutely. Again,
but it's not something that he wants to pick highly, it seems.
It's a tough one. The equipment slots, we kind of alluded to this a few times in the draft portion. Like, you should expect to pick up some equipment as the game goes long, but you won't always have the luxury of not wasting early picks if you want the ones that you really care about. Those danger digits definitely at a premium, should you be allowed to play them, but it will not be the case this time round. Lair of the Spider, a great concession here from Brodie. Happy to see players prioritizing these traps in Cindra.
Yeah, it's the second pickup of a Lair of the Spider, so it might be looking at a little bit more of a defensive Cindra that Brodie is trying to pick in pieces here. Maybe a bit of a better tactic going into both Fang and Arakni, being able to cover up a little bit more of the on-hits and damage that is going to be faced upon them. And some of the nastier on-hits can be really, really helpful with those defense reactions in order to cover that up.
Some incredible standouts at the start of this pack. Those Grow Wings and that red copy of Burning Blade Dance, grabbing the attention of Brodie Spurlock. Both would fit pretty spectacularly into this deck. Which way do you find yourself leaning?
Oh, the Grow Wings, I think, is looking really, really good at this point. But yeah.
Brodie loves to make you look silly on camera
Yep.
and does exactly that. Burning Blade Dance will be the pick. Love this one. Love to get value out of those kunai before they disappear from my chain links. And Burning Blade Dance will allow you to do exactly that. Few more goodies in the next pack. Hot on the heels. The first we see. Few more cards looking at the back there. Hunt the Hunter, another copy of Grow Wings. This one is going to be blue, not quite as exciting. Some Leapfrog equipment all around. Looks like a much healthier pack than this time in pack 1.
I love to see how this is panning out for Brodie. I feel like he is being so rewarded for the selections he made in the later stage, or middle stages rather, of pack 1. And seeing now all of these excellent ninja cards being passed to him, I think he's very happy to see.
Hunt the Hunter being the pick here. Big fan of this card. Seems like Brodie is as well. That little bit of bonus marking, if you are required, but good rate all around. 5 points of power, 3 block on that 1 cost attack. It's a great rate to find yourself with an either Draconic hero.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see Brodie start to look into some more blues soon and try to fill those slots out to make sure that he has the resources that he needs. Might also be the case that he is pivoting that for a little bit later. The understanding that he is maybe one of few Cindras in the pod, that is something that he can pass on until later.
Will be that equipment slot being filled by Path of Vengeance here. Love the additional sources to go again. Make sure those hands don't break up as Cindra. Do find your way into long Draconic chains, passing that Grow Wings in the process. We've got some great ones here. This chess piece is a huge pickup for Brodie, but it's fighting with Art of the Dragon scale.
This pack is massive. There are so many contentions here for the pick and not a lot of things that he can expect on the wheel. There is a lot of great potential here. There's even a blue that he's eyeing here in the front. This
is such a testament to the player skill of Brodie Spurlock, considering that blue copy of Hunt the Release, regardless of those powerful rares and equipment in the pack, knows that's a small problem this deck might have, at least gives it a moment of consideration, something so many players would not have done otherwise. That Fire Tenet pretty immediately at the front of their hand here. Another red Lava Vein Loyalty. These late packs in pack 2, they're going perfectly for Brodie Spurlock.
Yeah, and I love to see this poisoned blade as well. And it was not looking like something that Brodie is eyeing as highly as maybe I would have done personally. But these Ninja Premium cards is definitely worth a pick.
That Fire Tenet Strike First, becoming a fan favorite over the course of the weekend. A 0 for 4 in a creative and sneaky way. That's an incredibly late Burning Blade Dance in the pack for Brodie Spurlock. He might be the only Cindra at this table.
I would be eyeing that as well. And like, the way that we're seeing the packs being collated and like seeing these all these premium red cards finding their way into Brodie at this late stage of this pack is a really, really fascinating way to see how this pod turned out. We're leaning Arakni, we pivoted into Ninja, and we're being so rewarded.
Reaping the rewards of that dedicated mindset. Trap and Release at the front of this pack. Looks like we are considering it maybe the Retrieve option instead, but we do love ourselves a little bit of Trap and Release, a way to mark good rate. That annoying little breakpoint on a 1-cost attack, definitely at a premium in certain hands. Oh, there are so many goodies left in this pack at the end. The Fire Tenet not quite as good in yellow. We do have some drops. That Danger Digit still lurking in this pack somehow. That feels like such a late gift here for Brodie.
Definitely. We passed up on the first Danger Digits we saw earlier in this pack, and we are getting so rewarded being past this late in the game and being able to pick it up, even though we already passed one. Amazing pickup here for Brodie.
Even better, these last few dwindling picks of pack 2. Finds a blue copy of Throw Yourself at Them. And we find the hot on their heels in the last 3 cards of this pack. Playable after playable, just falling in the lap of Brodie Spurlock here.
What you typically see at the end of your draft is that, okay, the rest of the stuff that is left in the packs is typically not the most powerful ones. There might be some instants in there that you might not want to have in your deck. There might be some blues that are not as powerful, but seeing these reds just packing up, I mean, Brodie must be so happy to see this.
Yeah, last pick, Blessing of Vincerakai, not the most stellar one, not a card many people are interested in, depending on the way you built your deck. But this deck has come together in spades. I don't think we're missing a lot. If you're sitting in Brodie's seat, what are you still looking for going into Pack 3?
So we're looking still for a couple of more equipment pieces. We have the chest, feet, and legs or hand slots still up there. So we're missing the headpiece. So that is something we might want to reprioritize going into the next or last pack. I think we're still a little bit short on the blues. I'm not sure exactly how many we're looking at. Brodie is focusing more on the reds for us here. And of course, I would do the same because, oh my God, there are so many good red cards here. What is this?
Certainly a bit of a red-heavy pile for now. The card quality, undeniable, but the resource curve may be a little awkward for Brodie Spurlock. Wouldn't surprise me if we see them kind of leaning towards a few of the more proactive, powerful blues available to Cindra, just to facilitate those turns with those Kunai of Retribution. Make sure they're constantly coming back onto the battlefield after you're done throwing them away. But there's not an awful lot missing from this deck. This is looking pretty powerful after just 2 packs.
Yeah, I think we want to prioritize some of the blues. Getting that blue count up in order to fuel our turns is going to be really, really important. Question remains how many blues Brodie is going to aim for. I think somewhere between the 10 and 11. Mark is when you're going to see at least, or guarantee as much as possible with the breakers you have, to see at least 1 blue in each of your hands throughout your game. So aiming probably in somewhere of that range, but we've also seen a lot of decks this weekend packing at least like 6 or 7 or something in those very lower ranges as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see where Brodie finds the sweet spot.
The number of blues is definitely a hotly contested point among our competitors this weekend. I've seen some people going as low as 4 blues in their Draconic decks and just running almost pitchless, beautiful attack actions. And as you say, some people desperate to find a blue card in every hand, more leaning towards 10, maybe 11, maybe even more copies of those blues. And of course, some of the more defective Arakni decks, just blues all the way through, making sure that they will never struggle to pay for anything. Brodie Spurlock cracking that final pack of this draft. What do we find inside? Okay, Sisters of Fire. We've got some more Draconic cards at the front here. Public Bounty. Struggling to see these rares at the back. There's a Red Hunter Killer. But it looks like we are indeed pulling forward that powerful, powerful rare option here for Brodie.
Also looking at some of those blues. Reconsidering if we should add those in.
This is the tough pick now. We know the blues are a problem. Brodie finds themselves in that bind. I have an incredibly powerful option that would be great in my deck, but I do kind of need the blues instead. It will be that compounding anger, getting cheaper and cheaper per Draconic Chain Link, the perfect chain ender to a Cindra deck. Love to see Brodie picking this one up.
So we're going to see Brodie still favorizing his reds, and we're still early in the pack, so that's by all means really, really good.
Brilliant
See some
stuff
Leapfrog.
here. Another Dust Runner Outlaw available at the front of this pack. A card that I love to see in these Ninja decks one way or the other. Grow Wings, some more Leapfrog
there's
equipment.
So many good reds in here.
This is another tough choice for Brodie. We're worried about that resource curve, but all these cards are such high quality. How could you possibly say no?
One thing to keep in mention is that we have a lot of finishers. We have a lot of middle cards, so to say. It's cards that care about Draconic Chain Links. And so making sure that you have enough starters to fuel those turns if your daggers are not available is also can be really important.
Love to see this from Brodie. The controlled pick, the professional pick, the Leapfrog equipment. We know we need a headpiece. We know we need to fill those gaps. Passes all those powerful reds. Make sure they don't go without. All right, another beautiful pack here for Brodie. We see that Silver Talons looking at the front. We know we want blues, but again, marked with Magma, a premium option. Red Grow Claws. These are all cards that slot perfectly in the deck. When do you finally have to pass on some of these good red cards?
Depends on how well Brodie feels, like how many. Yeah, we're going to pick up the blue. Very, very suitable here that Brodie is respecting that he needs to start picking up on those blues to make sure that he doesn't end up in a situation where he has too few blues to fuel his deck. But at the same time, I think he understands that he's probably won max 2 Cindras in this pod because there are so many quality Ninja cards that are being passed around. So it's a great, great way to Brodie to understand like how much leeway does he have in order to find those blues.
The options are flowing for Brodie. Some more great choices here. Red copy of Cut Through. Front and center at this pack. Let's have some more Leapfrog equipment. Another Red Searing Gaze. Again, plenty of options that fit perfectly into this deck. Even the Bloodline available here might be a great way to slot together a pile of the chain. What do you expect to see from Brodie here? This is another really tough pick.
Yeah, there's so many good reds here still, and it's a very tight debate here for Brodie. But we're going to go probably with the cut through and the size on the Rainbow Foal here.
Okay, apologies for the small audio difficulties there, folks. We had an announcement taking place in the background that, well, we didn't want to spoil for you. That would be rude. But if you've been with us for this entire time, don't worry. That announcement will be coming later. And you've still been able to enjoy Brodie Spurlock reaping the rewards of their early choices and finding never-ending bounties of Draconic cards, including that third Burning Blade Dance.
Indeed, and also picking up on some of those crucial blues, now reaching the 7, 8, or 9 count, if I count correctly. So getting really, really healthy on the blue count going into the later stages of this pack. And this yellow pack is not really helping on that blue count front, but having to pick up a yellow sometimes in order to fuel some turns.
Doesn't necessarily need to make the cut if the blue count gets there either. Brodie just swimming in playables. Look at this pack. Duskrunner Outlaws still coming back. There are Grow Wings Red. There is so many incredible tools with just 5 cards in the pack. It must feel like Christmas for Brodie Spurlock.
Every single pick is like opening a Christmas gift, and like it's a gift that keeps on giving. We are looking at another ninja fueled, so many good quality reds in here. Yeah, Brodie is just swimming in good cards here.
It just goes to show you there is always a correct time to move. If you can read that signal, you will get paid. Those lava line attacks, blood line attacks. Oh, I'm losing words. Brain doesn't work. I'm astounded. I'm truly shocked.
Flabbergasted.
I've lost my mind. This draft has been just masterful on the part of Brodie Spurlock, but also just kind of mesmerizing. This deck stands. Oh, no.
Wheeling the silver talon.
Final pick, silver talon.
Wheeling the silver talon.
Oh,
I don't know what to say. This was amazing.
That's borderline illegal. Normally, I would ask in this spot, hey, co-caster, how do you feel about competitor's deck? But I just feel like it's a very obvious one here. How do you feel about Brodie's deck, Erica?
If this is not a 3-0 Cindra deck, I don't know what is. I mean, we don't have any of those mega powerful Majestics, but we have reds for days, and those quality reds are really going to come in handy. I would be terrified to be facing Brodie in this pod.
I'm terrified to face Brodie regardless of what their deck they're playing, quite frankly.
Sure.
But this Cindra deck certainly doesn't hurt. Let's take a look at how this pod broke down around them and why all those cards certainly ended up their way. A little bit of a surprise here. Not the only Cindra in the pod. In fact, Brodie was sitting right next to the other one. I feel like he might not have been the only person to take those signals and switch.
Indeed, and Brodie sitting firmly here, passing the next cards into Felix's hands. So he is sitting very, very lonely here, having at least 6 picks on his right in order to fuel his turns on the left go. So the first and third pack feeling a lot into his favor, having the first pick basically on all of the cards and getting to choose exactly what he needs into his deck.
Once again, seeing that 3-3-2 split that Brian kind of informed us earlier is the expected status quo. This time, 3 Arakni does make an awful lot of sense why it dried up pretty fast for Brodie all the way around. Gianluigi, obviously at the top of our Swiss, finding themselves in that hero again, does seem like they have a bit of a preference for it.
Yeah, and probably forcing that Arakni early on, and that's exactly what Brodie read so beautifully early on, that the Arakni cards were all of a sudden gone so early on, but he managed to stay open, find those metal cards, and also being able to pivot into the ninja cards, realizing they were very, very open and omega rewarded.
I don't know about you, I'm very excited to see Filippo Barbani's Fang deck on the other side of the table. The only Fang on the left, reaping the rewards for 2 packs, should be in prime position to get the better of their opponents in most rounds. That is really exciting to me.
We have so many good players in this pod. It's not going to be an easy fight for these players moving into the last draft of the day. We have so many exciting games to watch.
We do, and you know what? I'm not interested in waiting.
Nope.
No ads, no talk, no fluff, no nothing. Give me a game. I want to see
Let's go.
What came from our players. Brodie Spurlock in the feature match area, that 10-1 record, that incredible Cindra deck is going to be on full display against Dler, Sino, and Arakni Web of Deceit on the other side of the table.
Such an interesting start of the draft here for Brodie, facing up against Arakni, and we know he picked up those 2 defense reactions, so those are really going to come in handy as soon as Dler is trying to play a lot of his tricks that Arakni is famous to do with his attack reactions, trying to force those on his through. But Brodie, he's going to sit comfortably with those D-reacts, being able to cover some damage up and some of those on hits.
Remember, folks, we're sitting in round 12 of this calling right now. This is the final draft pod before the top 8. For these players, these games are more important than ever. If they want to stay alive, have a shot at the lion's share of $20,000 and a gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet, these are the games that count. Both our players taking the time to shuffle up, dial in, and get ready for war.
Didn't Brodie top 8 a calling limited recently?
Oh, Brodie's top 8 at 1,000,001 things. I can certainly be sure that Brodie already has a top 8 calling of a world premiere. He appeared in the top 8 in Japan at the Miss Vale world premiere and fell ever so slightly short of joining that very exclusive club of winners on world premiere weekend. He is here and he's got a fantastic shot at redeeming himself from that earlier loss, and I certainly can't wait to see whether he can.
Getting a shot at redemption here at Calling Prague, the world premiere of The Hunted. As you mentioned, we're already 12 rounds in, and so many great games I've been watching throughout the weekend, and we cannot wait to see how this go for both of these players.
Full armor suite on display for Brodie Spurlock. Those danger digits, the perfect legs, a pile of leapfrog equipment. There is unfortunately a small hole in the chest for Dler. Didn't quite find all the equipment. However, they'll be the one kicking off this game. They're starting things off as we've come to expect in this matchup. That mark of the huntsman nice and early.
As we mentioned during the draft, being able to prioritize those equipment suites can be a cause of concern, because if you don't prioritize them highly enough, you can put yourself in a situation where you might not find all of the pieces when you need them. But it's all about priorities. You might be looking at those equipments like, yeah, I really need those, but I also really need this red card in order to go into my deck. So it can be a really, really tough call sometimes.
Now, Brodie is often going to find themselves in my favorite position to be in Flesh and Blood over the course of this game. My opponent is attacking me. I kind of want to block, but all my cards are so good, which is, you know, a fantastic place to be. And it feels like that might be where they are in this opening hand here. Some of those premium commons we've talked about, those Burning Blade Dances, those Dustfront Outlaws, they're in their hand in the opener here. But it's a bit risky to try and hold on to them, is it not?
Yeah, I agree. And I think going second in this game is really what Cindra wants to do. You want to put the gas on the metal, being able to be the one who hits the ground running and presenting as much damage as possible. But facing Arakni on the first go around here, you never know what is going to slip through the cracks.
It will be that cut through that's blocking here. Just a small amount of value on the Mark of the Huntsman. We'll see whether or not Dler is able to punk this one a little bit over.
We have quite a blue hand, I would say. Yeah, we have 2 blues in the pitch zone going into with the Mark of the Huntsman again. Okay. But again, we don't know what tricks we're going to play. And I think this is such a difficult mind game. If you don't want to overcommit your cards into these blocks either. But at the same time, you don't want to take unnecessary damage on turn 0 either, knowing that you're going to pick up all of your cards back at the end of this turn for Brodies on both sides of the table. So being able to manage expectations is really, really difficult.
Now this is a very telling pitch from Dler. We see a tip-off blue being pitched here, a card we've seen discarded time and again on turn 0 to mark the opponent, get those chaotic transformations underway. Instead, used to pay for a turn here. You've got to wonder what's lurking in Dler's hand if we're willing to give that up so easily.
Yeah, Brodie is probably having a think on how to react here. But we have go again on this Mark of the Huntsman, so there could be one more attack as well.
It will be that Dustcrown Outlaw jumping in front of the Mark of the Huntsman, making sure there is no easy way to guarantee a marked target, no damage being leaked by Brodie Spurlock so far. Dler, taking a moment of consideration, it looks like that Reaper's Call we see in their hand would provide them with a way to instant speed, mark the opponent. We're going to see exactly that. Reaper's Call, Cindra is marked. The Chaos Wheel will begin right now.
Reaper's Call is such a great addition for Arakni, being able to send damage, but also just activate the instant on this one, marking your opponent, no questions asked, turning on the Chaos immediately.
Lovely stuff. The die is raw. Okay, I love number 5. Mambo number 5 it is. Tarantula joining us in the battlefield. This is one of my favorite Arakni transformations. Those daggers suddenly looking a little more sharp than they were a moment ago.
Yeah, a great pickup here. Turning into Tarantula, giving your weapons, whenever they hit, they lose a life. Then there's nothing you can do about it. So a very, very scary on-hit, presenting a lot of opportunities to present those daggers with something more than just marking.
However, it is time for Brodie Spurlock to open the floodgates per se. Grow Claws lurking in the hand. We knew about that one, that Fire Tenant on the far left. I believe that might be 2 copies of Burning Blade Dance in the middle. Can't quite tell. Looks like a very explosive hand. We're going to be kicking things off by pitching that Grow Claws. It is a blue one. Going to help facilitate these kunai.
That's going to be the snappiest no blocks take one.
Simple
Dler.
stuff. Chain closed by Brodie. This is one of my favorite things we've seen this weekend. Players learning how to leverage the chain control, find ways to bring back a kunai free of charge, start their next turn with one instead of losing them both over the course of the turn if they're able to go wide enough. It will be that that Fire Tenet joining us here. The yellow copy making the cut here for Brodie. A little bit of extra juice to the next attack.
It's an interesting choice, I think. I mean, yellows are not typically what you would love to see in Cindra, but here Brodie is really valuing this split damage, and I think that can become really, really powerful because blocking 2 and blocking 1 extra on creating another break bomb possibly on your next attack is such an awkward way to defend yourself.
Brodie happy to take all the initiative here. That Burning Blade Dance will be the follow-up coming in for 4, makes that attack much more difficult to block. Now that breakpoint coming in will threaten to throw a kunai, which we know he's very interested in doing before it blows up on this combat chain. Dler seems hesitant to block this turn. I'm curious how they're going to approach this.
Arakni wants to be able to convert all of his hands as best as is possible. And if we have 2 blues, we could be able to send both of those daggers, feeding the rewards basically from the Tarantula agent that we have discovered.
Definitely a tension point here, wanting to utilize those daggers while the Tarantula is up and active. But no, we'll give up a red. We'll use that leapfrog equipment, make sure our bases are covered, rebuy that kunai, and make sure we're locked and loaded to throw another barrage of attacks on the following turn. We'll move over to Dler, going to start that turn off once again with that iconic dagger we know and love, Mark of the Huntsman, to kick things off, threatening to mark Brodie Spurlock once again.
So I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. Dler is going to try to present both of his daggers, feeding the on-hit from the Tarantula, forcing basically Brodie to commit some blocks here. Question is, if Brodie really wants to do that. Because at the end of the day, it's just damage. And he gets to protect his hand and possibly serve some more damage on the offense.
It will be that scar tissue used here to make Mark of the Huntsman a little bit more painful, a little bit more bite. It's particularly impactful when you are a Tarantula. Does mean this dagger is going to be connecting for a whopping 5 when all is said and done. Will we be shattering the dagger? We feel no need at this moment in time. Players debating this, discussing there should be an extra life lost courtesy of the Tarantula, making sure that's not missed. Brodie down to 14. What is the follow-up from Dler?
Also have the possibility to discard one of his assassin card in order to get the daggers +3, but we decide to send in a stealth card here instead.
It will be that Mark the Prey coming in, one of my favorites so far. On hit, mark him again. Make sure you don't lose that coveted mark token while still pressuring the opponent. 3 with stealth. Love to see it here. 1 card still firmly parked in the arsenal for Dler.
If Cindra gets marked this turn, there's not going to be another agent transformation as we are already in the transform form. So we're going to just return to the Brood at the end of this turn and not transform again. So question is if Brodie is evaluating this on-hit that much.
Yeah, as much as we might want to slip between forms each and every turn, it's just not possible, unfortunately. And Brodie knows that. Brodie understands this is a turn where being marked might not be the end of the world. And they certainly want to keep access to a full chamber of gasoline to make sure they keep their foot on the gas against Dler here. Tough choice for the young superstar.
Yeah, most of the ninja cards doesn't block really well. It's really awkward sometimes if you're faced with these type of situations where you have to block. So question is if Brodie feels like his hand is creating a lot more value on the offense than they do on the defense, then he might just decide to take this.
Shift of composure for Brodie. Definitely see those gears spinning. Equations being solved live and in real time. Caught in 4K for everyone at home.
He's doing math in real time.
We love math. However, my favorite math to do is taking 3 away from my opponent's life total. Down to 11 goes Brodie Spurlock. However, we're keeping that full hand.
And a card in arsenal. This is a 5-card hand. It's going to prove itself worthy of some offense here.
And let's see how it intends to start. That blue being pitched, it is that kunai of retribution, that pesky 1 point of damage coming across once again. Hard to respect this on Dler's side.
Yeah, there's not a lot of attack reactions on the ninja side of things. We have the Razor Reflex, of course. Not something we see a lot of often. And something that is interesting when you're faced in a draft scenario is that you've seen most of the cards floating around the table. You've probably made note if you saw a Razor Reflex going around the table. So that is also some interesting tactics going into the draft portions where you have a feed for much more information on what your opponents are actually dealing with.
Sweet stuff. We have that Grow Claws coming in as the follow-up. This one just continues to impress me the more I see it from these Cindra decks. 4 at base, but becoming 5 if it follows a dagger, always with that natural go again. Such a painful attack to be staring down.
And we see the daggers coming in healthy here. Being a draconic attack, they are fueling these Grow Claws beautifully. But being a ninja attack, it's not going to fuel the draconic chain links, but we have more cards at our disposal to help us solve that equation.
Dler trying to consider exactly how wide this turn might go. They know Brodie was more than happy to eat the damage. You don't stare down a tarantula and not block if you've not got something in the chamber. It will be a blue mark to prey. Paying some respects here to Grow Claws. A little bit less damage taken, falling to 13. The follow-up, that Fire Tenet once again. This one red, a significantly better rate for Brodie Spurlock.
Quite a few of these were picked up by Brodie, a card that he really enjoys and wants to play. Sending your next draconic attack as +1.
The follow-up, that Burning Blade Dance again. I've loved to see this 1-2 punch more and more, providing a pesky breakpoint to this attack that must hit to get maximum value, threatening to throw that kunai once again. Instead, it will be that Leapfrog armor jumping alongside the lair of the spider to make sure there's no shenanigans from Brodie Spurlock.
No, we are full respecting these Blade Runners, and we are not taking more daggers to the face. So full respect here, trying to cover this up as much as possible.
The defensive aspects of this game being navigated incredibly well by Dler Sino. Love to see them getting full value out of their cards, utilizing that Leapfrog equipment proactively, not waiting for the reactions that Cindra isn't known for, just making sure those breakpoints never find a way through and keeping their life total high and healthy. It's incredibly impressive gameplay.
So I think Brodie is debating whether he's going to use his last action point to send this last attack. Or, yeah, okay, we're still in reaction phase actually.
Okay, that danger digits being cashed on in, throwing away the kunai to get full value from Cindra's ability. Will buy them both back. Lock and load. We're ready to go again on the following turn. Another card being parked in the arsenal. Brodie Spurlock certainly loves playing with 5 cards, doesn't he?
And that's exactly what Cindra loves to do as well. So setting him up for a bigger turn next turn and just fueling damage upon his opponent is exactly what Cindra wants to do. And now we have our daggers back in action, and it's exactly where we want to be.
Dler Sino with 2 cards to work with. This one, a literal pain in the backside. We've not seen too much of this Majestic this weekend, but it's actually one of my favorites. Pain in the backside looks very innocuous, but you'll notice there's this line of text missing on this card that appears on most other dagger-centric ones. This doesn't force you to destroy that dagger. You will keep it.
Right.
You just get to hit with it free of charge.
I haven't thought about that.
And those daggers will stay around for you a little bit later on.
Oh, that's a really, really good card.
Yeah, it's a real pain in the backside if they happen to find it on the other side of the table, which is exactly where Brodie finds themselves now. They know that if they take a hit from this dagger, Dler will be allowed to shatter it and mark them if they wish. Alternatively, it's just a bonus point of damage on what will be a 0 for 4.
I haven't seen a lot of this Majestic, so love to see that on display here. But we fully understand why this is a Majestic. This is such a powerful card.
Oh, I feel the artwork in my spine. It's truly unpleasant. Lair of the Spider here coming on through, marking the opponent. Definitely something that isn't a non-factor as Cindra. Lair of the Spider once again showing itself to be a premium card in this format. No dice for Dler. It will be all the way back to Brodie after this transformation. However, we find ourselves with a good one. It is Arakni Funnel Web.
Is it something we're going to take away from these draft portions, from this calling event, from this world premiere in Prague? It's that traps and the defense reactions are very, very premium.
Brodie pitching a blue copy of Hit Target here, fueling those kunai once again. Strategically rebought them last turn, made sure they were ready to provide draconic chain links this time around. Looks like Dler taking some damage. Fealty token converted, courtesy of a marked hero.
First fealty token here created by Brodie. Let's see. I don't remember if he picked up any of those ninja cards that have those on his in case they are draconic or not.
Some interesting ones lurking there. I think I see one of those cards, that Silver Talons, lurking in the hand of Brodie here.
Right.
Can become draconic. Throw that kunai for a little bit of extra gravy on the dish. Hunt to the Ends of Wraith, also in the hand here for Brodie. Plenty of damage in the face of an Arakni.
Yeah, but Brodie picked up a lot of Arakni hate, I would say, or a few of them at least. We have the Path of Vengeance, and we also have these Hunts to the Ends of Wraith to pick some battles with this Arakni, and we also have the defense reactions available to us that we've seen paying off so greatly so far.
A brief moment of pause here for Spurlock. Not necessarily sure if they expected this kunai to connect free of charge. That card in Arsenal obviously causing some strain. That was not a pleasant facial expression. Brodie going through the ringer, evidently. Maybe not as happy with this position as I would be. Both players here sitting on 11. This game is surprisingly close given how dominant Brodie has felt. Dler Sino finding the perfect opportunities to play defensively and chip back with that damage, making this game a real level playing field.
Losing a little bit of equipment along the way, sitting only on the bunker bed left at his disposal, while Brodie is still equipping those leapfrog equipments and the Path of Vengeance at his disposal. So a little bit more healthy on the equipment side on Brodie's.
Very interesting here. Brodie closing the chain, letting that kunai fall victim to its own ability. Continuing a new one with Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. This lovely card will immediately mark Arakni. And if you're attacking a marked hero, well, it's straight up 4 damage.
Covering up with a... Why am I blanking?
Backstab, yeah.
I know this card. It's been around forever, and we've seen it a lot this draft event. It's something that Assassin players love to pick highly, as we've seen throughout the weekend.
Different type of pain in the backside, unfortunately used on defense this time. That kunai might be the follow-up. Brodie going through the ringer again. 1 point of damage coming across. Dler very happy to take that, not worried about the incidental damage from these powerful weapons. That Arsenal looks to be the follow-up. It is yet another Burning Blade Dance. We've seen this card continue to overperform for Brodie. Definitely one of the highlights of their deck, threatening once again to throw these kunai.
And even if those kunais are drawn or hit or flicked, then they are still remaining on the chain as a last remembers of information. So they are still fueling those draconic chain links in order to discount Cindra's ability. Absolutely.
1 kunai available for Brodie here. Could certainly pick them back up. That is 3 draconic chain links once more. Dler Sino respecting the powerful on-hit of that marquee common. Brodie, considering that Silver Talons might cash in that fealty, this would be a pretty phenomenal turn if we break the fealty, throw the Talons, threaten to throw that last kunai. No, we're choosing to leave the fealty intact.
No, we had 2 fealties, so we decided to use one of them.
My apologies. There's a dice it's strategically positioned just behind the camera, and I totally missed it. So we are going Draconic. Silver Talons, throwing that kunai away. And most importantly, that means we're going to be rebuying both of these at the end of the turn, as there is certainly enough Draconic going on here for Brodie Spurlock.
Very, very strong turn here. That Silver Talon, fueled by the fealty tokens, becoming Draconic and flicking those daggers is such a power move. Making sure to return both of the daggers at the end of the turn, setting Brodie up for future success.
Love to see this. Copy of Bite coming on through for Dler Sino, throwing away one of those daggers. Little bit of damage. If we weren't already marked, we certainly are now. 2 to contend with in this case. The funnel web, of course, not super threatening in this spot, given there's no Arsenal in the way, but still threatening 5 points of damage on the other side of the table.
But the also proposition here is that Brodie is marked at this point in time. If he takes damage, that mark is going to be removed, and thus he's going to not enable his opponent to transform. Or wait!
He's already a funnel web.
He's already a funnel web. Never mind.
Web.
Nothing else to add there then.
Hey, we all want to transform more often. I can't blame you for that. Brodie taking a moment here. 2 damage seems inconsequential. Could certainly be 5. That would be closer to half of his life total. However, he's the one with the tempo here. Giving up cards is a serious cost to stay healthy in this spot. Brodie Spurlock is the aggressor. He doesn't want this game to go on forever.
There's no pitch floating here, so there's not that many options available for zero-cost attack reactions. So unless Brodie's want to be very versome about this on-hit, I don't think he should hopefully have a hand that is going to be able to send a lot more damage than they're capable to block with. But it also depends on how his hand is equipped.
All right, taking a moment to browse everything that's been spent so far. It's another one of those marquees we see all the time on camera from our top players. Just, I was in this draft. I remember what was passed. So let's take a look at what you've played so far and what I know you might still have. It's those corner cases, those extra inches that really make the best players in the world.
And having that memory of exactly everything that you've seen, trying to understand what your opponent might be sitting on for what type of tricks can be really, really powerful if you have the mental gain in order to keep track of all of those little tidbits of information, keeping track of the pitch stack, keeping track of the information from the draft, keeping track of what has been played. All of those sorts of information is so, so important to you.
Ultimately, Brodie happy to take the heat, removing that mark token, a little bit of damage, keeping all their cards to keep the foot down. Kunai of Retribution on that combat chain once again. These pesky daggers, they're starting to add up. Not a lot of life total left for Dler here. These are becoming a threat quickly.
Staring down at 1 damage, your cards do not block for 1, and you don't never want to give up 1 card to block 1 damage ever. And also Cindra is not sitting on a lot of attack reactions, so there's not much to worry about. But as you're saying, we are dwindling a lot of damage right now.
It is Mark with Magma, the follow-up here, the annoying breakpoint, also known as Fi's worst day ever. Coming across, soaked up a little bit by that Reaper's Call, 1 point leaking, and we are finding ourselves marked again for Dler Sino. 2 more cards to work with here for Brodie. We do see that Pits of Despair lurking in their hand. That first pick from Pack 1 definitely could be a solid way to get this game over and done.
Funnily that he decided to put that one in, seeing the power that could be a possible chain, and packing a little bit of a punch, and definitely powerful in Cindra for sure.
All right. 5 points coming across. The tourist trip to the Pits of Despair. They are certainly a bit desperate for Dler Sino right now. Doesn't want to commit 2 cards. Does offer. There we go. Spotted the trick. Those shoes cashed in. We do have go again on this attack for Brodie Spurlock, thanks to Path of Vengeance. This turn isn't over. There's another attack for Dler Sino to fade.
This is such a powerful turn, and it's going to require a lot of cards from Dler.
5 more damage to close this chain. What an incredibly high impact turn for Brodie Spurlock. Dler Sino down to 2, perhaps more problematically. No cards in hand, no tempo to return, no action available. It's all on Brodie Spurlock.
As we imagined, Brodie is sitting on a lot of damage in his deck, and it's just playing out so beautifully in Brodie's favor, just the way as he intended at the building stage and during the holding drafting process. It's a menace of a Cindra deck that he's been able to cook up here.
That Silver Talons looking very problematic. 1 fealty remaining. It can certainly become Draconic. 2 life available means those daggers are going to start closing the gap real fast. It is going to be that Fire Tenant once again. We've seen this card overperforming for Brodie in this matchup so far. 3 points of damage, but front-loading some extra damage onto this dagger. 2 coming across from the kunai. Very inefficient to block. Must demand a card. Growing Claws is the follow-up attack. The pressure, it just never ends.
The pressure is definitely on Brodie's side. There is not that much cards left remaining, and Brodie is gonna take it home the first game of the second pod.
That Silver Talons on the end, scorching hot. And to say nothing of Brodie's deck, that looked incredible. That is just a masterclass on everything Cindra can do, and definitely shows you what you're looking for when you get to draft this set for the first time.
Yeah, making sure you have those draconic attacks, making sure there are ways for you to mark your opponent, creating those fealty token, and getting the reaping rewards, sending those ninja attacks with those extra on-hit effects all the way forward. It's a delight to watch Brodie in the zone.
Incredible stuff. I hope we get to see more of this deck. I cannot wait. We're going to take a really brief break, but we'll be right back in just a moment for another matchup of Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I am still vibrating. I am very excited. That was an incredible game, and I want to see more Cindra.
You're not alone. That Cindra deck is on fire, quite literally, and Brodie is sitting very comfortably with this Cindra deck moving forward. And yeah, I'm with you. I want to see more.
I don't know how comfortable he is. It's impossible to forget this next round is a win and in for Brodie Spurlock. Now, that deck looks great, but anything can happen, and there needs to be one more win in this draft for Brodie to secure their slot in the top 8, and I can't wait to watch them hopefully secure that spot. We're going to take a quick look at the pod that Brodie was from once again, let you know how this broke down so far. As you can see, rewarded for moving into Cindra, 1 of 2, ended up with a great deck, but plenty of diversity across this pod. In the top pod of this draft, of pod 2, words are hard.
Yes, so being one of the 2 Cindras in this pod, I think has rewarded him greatly. And also the position he has in this pod. He's basically the only Cindra in 6 picks before him. And reading and picking up the signal that Gianluigi was basically forcing Arakni, putting him in a slight worrisome position where he was not feeling comfortable going into Arakni, seeing Cindra being open and being so rewarded.
Absolutely. So many of these players in the same position as Brodie this round, including their opponents. One more win, all they need to secure a spot in that top 8 and have one chance for securing that first ever Stonewall Gauntlet. It'll be a great accolade.
Oh, it's the first one.
The first ever
Right.
gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. It will be Gianluigi on the opposite side of Brodie Spurlock. We've seen these players on camera. Gianluigi now 12-0, looking, I think, locked up for that top 8 berth, but they can play Dream Killer. They can be the one who steps in the way of Brodie Spurlock and keeps them out of contention. This is Arakni versus Cindra. What are we expecting here?
I think this is going to be a little bit of a revamp of the match that we saw previously. There is 3 Araknis in this pod, and they were quite evenly, I would say, divided within the pod. But Gianluigi was the one passing to Brodie, and so he was probably in one of the most favorable positions inside this pod. So Brodie could probably expect to face a little bit more of a more aggressive, more tighter, more fightful.
More everything. I want to see more everything. Both these players' decks likely to be very, very strong. We are taking a moment just to make sure, hey, the last thing I want to do is make a mistake right now. Make sure I've got 30 cards before I shuffle things up and get ready to disco. Both these players keeping the biggest secrets they can. We can't see any equipment right now. We don't want to give anything away about missing spots, any locations, any corner case edges that might be gained by these players. I love to see this at the highest level of flesh and blood. More importantly, sportsmanship. I love to see that. Great fist bump to start this game. Equipment being laid out by both players. Let's get ready to go.
Very much professionalism all around today, and not the less from these players. Remember, we talked about how much the deck damage is important. We are looking at 30 deck cap for this set. So all of the cards that you are playing with is 30, no more, no less. And that is also you can expect from your opponent, as that is a hard cap. And that creates some very interesting dynamic in terms of going into second cycle and all of those things.
Equipment loadout's a little bit different for both these players, but most importantly, they both have that danger digits we've talked about a number of times this weekend. Will be capable of throwing their knives if it's something they want to do. We're kicking things off with a swing of that Mark of the Huntsman, these daggers, the focal point of this format. Everything revolves around these weapon attacks, and we see Brodie paying some early respect and making sure not to get marked.
Also getting a little bit rewarded, facing the 2 Araknis in the pod in his first and second game, getting some really great payoffs with the legs of his choice that came in great clutch last game against the other Arakni that we saw. So also the defense reactions that you were able to pick up along the way is going to help him prevent some on-hit effects as well.
Now, this is a little inefficient from Gianluigi, but I do kind of love it. Public bounty coming out here off of the 1 remaining resource does mark the opposing hero, interestingly willing to throw another attack here. Not dead set on keeping that mark available. Understands that Cindra maybe sometimes has some awkward hands. There's some 2 blocks in there. This is pushing 7 points of damage. That might not be possible to cover up with 3 cards.
If you only have 2 blocks, then that is only going to block 6, and you hopefully want to protect your life total as much as possible on the turn 0, as you're going to draw up back again at the end.
Importantly, this has go again as well. Brodie here forced to choose between remaining marked or taking some damage. That's some really innovative play here from Gianluigi. We don't see that very often, and I'm incredibly impressed.
Seeing some masterful play, and I can only expect as much as Gianluigi is sitting on a comfortable undefeated score at this point in time. That must be an incredible feat.
This is a very tough choice for Gianluigi. Do you want to have an arsenal? Do you want to mark your opponent? Brodie giving all the cards in hand to block 6, took 1 point of damage, did leak through, but you have to give up that final card and a dagger if you want to start this game in a chaos form. We can see the indecisiveness, the swirling of the card on the table in the hands. Where is it supposed to go? The arsenal is the decision. We'll save it for later. There's no chaos for now.
Setting him up for future successes here, being able to punch back with a 5-card hand if Cindra decides to not pull the strongest hand and pull up some great resources. I think Brodie wants to set up some points of damage across, setting him up with an arsenal slot and starting to send those 5-card hands as soon as possible to maximize his gains.
We will swing the bat over to Brodie Spurlock in this case. You can see that the dragon looming at the front of the hand, but everything else kind of hidden behind their little shuffle there. Can't quite get a glimpse of what's going on. I'm going to hazard a guess this turn starts on a kunai, and then I expect Brodie to embarrass me by not doing that.
Do we have a blue to fuel these kunai is the question. It actually looks like we're pitching a red here.
Okay, so a little bit of an awkward hand here for Brodie Spurlock. Not heavy on the resources, but still favouring the use of these kunai to push incidental damage without using those cards in the long term. The follow-up looks like it may very well be a Lava Vein loyalty, perhaps. That one will have go again. Means this turn will continue from here. 3 more points of damage.
Yeah, trying to utilize a hand with all reds, it's not where you want to be with Cindra. Fueling those daggers cost 1 each, and so having a blue available must be the best way to go about it, you would think. But sometimes you can find yourself in a pinch, and that is the way cookie crumbles sometimes.
All right, cut through here, perfectly leveraged by Brodie Spurlock. Getting that dagger, pitching the red, making Gianluigi think maybe this turn might be a little bit light. Leaking that bit of damage does mean this cut through does have go again, comes in for that extra point of damage, threatening 4 here.
Yeah, 4-0 go again. That's exactly where we want to be. Such a powerful addition into this draft set or the sealed set.
Another point of damage leaking through here, putting Gianluigi down to 15. Brodie parking an arsenal of their own, looking to go bigger and bigger in the following turns. It's 4 cards to work with for the assassin, starting on Mark of the Huntsman. Once again, threatening that looming, never-ending threat of marking the opponent and becoming chaos incarnate.
2 cards remaining in hand, 1 in arsenal. Nothing floating, as we were forced to pitch a yellow Reaper's Call in order to fuel this dagger. So need to probably commit some more cards in order to continue this turn for the pitch's sake. So Brodie is doing some math.
Gonna juice up that dagger. Will be some scar tissue, making it into a 4 with go again. More importantly, will mark on hit. We're gonna leapfrog our way into safety. I have to imagine we've got a D-react to cover up the rest. No more lure actions from Gianluigi. It will be that lair of the spider we've come to know and love, marking the Arakni in exchange and keeping that mark token off of Cindra's forehead.
Fortunately for Brodie, he was able to pick up that early trap, so putting it into arsenal. But Gianluigi, he has some tricks up his sleeve as well.
Trick up the sleeve. I think the trick was the sleeve. Danger digits throwing away at that mark of the Huntsman. Breaking the dagger, looking to mark. Wants to transform this turn if possible. Brodie considering a potential reaction perhaps to this dagger, or at least considering the board texture before allowing it to go through.
Yeah, thinking of all the possible outs here.
Oh, there's something lovely about hovering above the table with this Mark of the Huntsman, because for a moment I can believe that Gianluigi might actually flick it at Brodie Spurlock as opposed to just in the game, which would just be gorgeous. I would love to see that. Wow, this is incredibly clever from Gianluigi. Using that Orb Weaver Spinneret, we've got an open slot now that we've thrown our dagger with the digits. That Graphite Chelicera coming in. Our opponent is marked. The follow-up is the mark of the Black Widow. Damage being threatened, hand being threatened. This is a disaster for Brodie Spurlock.
Yeah, getting the Graphene Calicera token on your first turn is an amazing feat. It's not the easiest way to find yourself before you have to commit one of your daggers first in order to create an empty slot, and then you have to play one of these cards that creates the Calicera token or transform into the Orb Weaver that can help you get that Calicera token as well. But it's not an easy feat to roll exactly the number you want.
Both players ironing out the board state, making sure they understand where everything is, what happened. So many moving pieces. It can definitely be a slip of judgment. Biggest of those, 7 points of power coming across on this, courtesy of Arakni and that Orb Weaver Spinneret. This Mark of the Black Widow is gigantic.
In a very scary proposition, but the only threat on hit here is being remained on mark. No, sorry, when this hits a mark here, they banish a card from that. Right,
Correct.
So we do not want to do that.
Not
There's no way
really.
they want to do that.
But we've got to give up cards somehow. We're either going to blunt some damage and lose the rest, or let the Mark of the Black Widow pummel us to death. An awful situation to find themselves in for Brodie. You can see why he's taking his time. That's not the face of a happy man.
It's the most face-up pummel we've seen today, and it's not a place that Brodie is happy to stare upon at this point in time. Also, as most of the ninja cards that Cindra has available is blocking for 2, so if you would be very happy if you could just block this with 2 cards and blocking the 6, but in case of Brodie, that might not be the situation of the hand that he's looking at.
Brodie Spurlock stuck between a knife and a hard place. In this particular time around, 4 cards still available to them. No need to block earlier in the turn, but something's got to give. That hand looks very synergistic here. Silver Talons, no way to make it draconic just yet. But that Mark with Magma, looks like we have some other powerful reds in the back. A blue even to fuel the turn, perhaps. This was pretty ideal for Brodie heading into the turn, and it certainly no longer is.
Yeah, I think Brodie would really have loved to keep this hand all for himself in order to send some offensive power, but with 1 card discarded or banished from this on-hit, a 3-card hand is just not as oomphy as a 4-card
Not quite as
hand.
much oomph.
Yes.
There's nowhere near as much power. And I can't blame Brodie for taking his time here. I know people like to jest, but this is a winning in for Brodie Spurlock. This is everything. This is a chance of redemption for not quite getting there in that world premiere calling back in Japan. They have another chance at glory on the big stage of a world premiere. They can't afford to make any slip-ups. Every edge counts, which is why they're considering this Mark of the Black Rose so carefully.
Also such a great start of the tournament year for this player. Their first calling of the year down here at Prague. And these players are giving their most in order to secure their slots into this top 8. Of course, Gianluigi is already on 12-0, undefeated. And with 1 round more to go after this, he's firmly locked in. But for Brodie, he is fighting his way in.
12-0 is such an unbelievable record to look at.
Amazing.
It's so hard to go undefeated across 12 rounds against the best flesh and blood players in the world.
Over 2 days?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Absolutely. Gianluigi put on a bit of a clinic here. We've definitely seen their affinity for Arakni. I wonder if it's a hero they'll be willing to explore in a future format going forward. I'm very excited to see.
Oi.
Well, now everyone knows about the Silver Talons, Brodie. I know it throws knives, but you aren't supposed to throw it. Don't throw it at your opponent. That is not particularly polite.
I thought we got an extra bonus effect there, but this is Brodie flicking his can't hard so fast.
Silver
and
Talons.
committing a little bit too hard to be like, whoops.
All right. Looking at which card we can afford to let go. Spurlock in the blender.
So probably debating whether taking the 7 damage, removing one of your cards, or giving him 3 guards in order to cover up the damage on this one is a really, really tight seal here for Brodie.
That is going to be the answer. No cards given, 7 life lost. Mark with Magma gone and banished. Brodie Spurlock down to 10 and 1 less card to work with.
Let's see what we can do here. We have Kunai stuck in the graveyard. Hopefully we can buy that back at the end of this turn if we have enough Draconic Chainlinks and pitch to do so. Looks like it's gonna be possible, but Brodie is contemplating... No, sorry, we are contemplating blocks on Gianluigi's, of course, on this first little kunai on the stack.
An interesting spot here for Gianluigi. We can see there is at least 1 defense reaction in hand for a future attack, but it also looks like one of those powerful contract attacks lurking in the hand as well. If that happens to be the one for Cindra, that could be a very impactful way to decide this game.
Creating a fealty token here. We know what that means for this Silver Talon coming up.
Fealty once again showcasing just how good it can be. Grow Claws here, gaining the benefit courtesy of that previous kunai. A little bit bigger. It will be that Den of the Spider, marking Brodie on the way back, getting them ready for a little bit of chaos, but damage being leaked by Gianluigi here. Down to 12, it will be Fealty cashed in, Silver Talons thrown, kunai also thrown directly at the face of Gianluigi here, knocking him to 11, 4 more points to contest with. Difficult spot for Gianluigi. This game seems exceptionally close.
Indeed, and we have that dagger still left on the chain. That means we have 2 draconic chain links. Thanks to the fealty token powering up this silver talon, making it draconic, means we have 2 draconic chain links. Not actively on the chain that we can see, but it's there, trust me. And so this 1 resource remaining is going to be well enough to get back both of those kunais that are currently in the graveyard. So a beautiful turn of display here for Brodie, making sure that he gets the best possible outcomes from the cards that he has remaining.
Gianluigi deciding which of these cards is the best option for them to soak up some of this damage. Looks thoroughly uninterested in taking 4 more points from this exceptionally aggressive Cindra deck. Just has to correctly evaluate which of these cards is the least important to provide some pressure back.
A very, very even turn of events right now. Both players sitting comfortably at the same amount of equipment available to them. Sort of about the same life at this point in time. We're only 2-2 into this game, and players are already at half life, and that is typically how it goes in these aggro matchups.
I think this has been one of my favorite things about this format. We've seen these games not always going super low. We've had some games go to fatigue. That's great. That's an entirely different story. But these more aggressively slanted games where players are going back and forth, it's felt so decision dense. Time and again, it's when do I use my danger digits? When do I throw my knives? When do I block with my defense reactions? What am I scared about from my opponent? And I love the fact that we can have these short, punchy games that it feels like every move I make is so important.
Yeah, the fewer decision points you have throughout the game, and of course there are much fewer when there are shorter games. Considering a longer game towards a fatigue and second cycle, you have a lot more decision points, so one little slip-up it's not as detrimental as they are with these shorter games.
Gianluigi's taking a claim here, rebuying those kunai for Brodie, but keeping all 3 cards, falling to 7, wants to take the tempo. We'll be starting that turn with an infamous dagger buff in this case. Extra points of damage going across. I apologize. This is the pick up the front. This one is the only retrieve card that's an attack itself.
Pick up the fun?
Well, we could pick up fun. Why not?
I love that
it's
name.
Fun. Yeah, pick up the fun. Why don't we pick up some fun? Also the point. Pick up the point. It's a stabby dagger. We do need to pick those up in the process. But this one is an attack, not a dagger buff, like up sticks and run. So 3 points of damage coming across here to start the turn for Gianluigi.
Yeah, there's not going to be a possibility to retrieve any daggers since both of our dagger slots are full. Kudos to the Calicera token sitting beautifully on the right-hand side of the weapon slot there.
Brodie falling to 7, becoming unmarked. That may well be rather impactful here, following this up with that Extinguish the Flames. This is the one you want in the face of Cindra, but not currently marked. We do know, however, there are certainly some cheeky ways to make that happen at instant speed and threaten to draw a card from this.
No, it actually looks like a Fang the Dragon.
Oh, it looks like we might have been mistaken on the
They look
spine
so
front.
similar. Kudos to the semi-full art, I would say. I mean,
Yes,
both of these
extended
cards are
art.
looking extinguishingly beautiful.
Well, that's
but
significantly less terrifying for Brodie Spurlock.
definitely.
No cards being drawn this time around, as we are not a Fang. But stealth attack nonetheless. Contract irrelevant. 3 extra points of damage. 7 feels slightly safe with that leapfrog piece of equipment coming available, but falling down to very low life totals against Arakni is equally dangerous. As much as it might be against Cindra, then certainly capable of leveraging those daggers.
Yeah, Brodie contemplating his blocks here. There is no on-hit, as we mentioned, so there's only 3 damage. No go again, and Gianluigi is sitting on 1 card remaining. I'm wondering if Brodie is contemplating if there might be any tricks here. The only thing that could possibly be the case is a Razor's Edge. That is the free attack reaction that can bump this to 3. But Brodie sitting at 7. We have the Leapfrog available to us. So we have some ways to cover up some damage in case there are any trickery.
I always love watching Brodie play. Even in games that he feels like he's firmly in, it always looks like the worst possible thing is happening to him in any given moment, and it brings me an unbridled amount of joy. We are going to be throwing ourselves back to Brodie here. 4 life remaining. That's plenty in a world where you're beating down Arakni. However, this hand looking a little
Is
awkward
it another
again.
full red hand for
Dusk
Brodie?
Runner Outlaw being pitched to pay for a kunai. Not exactly
Ooh.
efficient, but maybe it's what we need.
Not efficient indeed, but Brodie is just throwing damage across the table and is not looking to stop anytime soon.
We understand why. That Burning Blade Dance, one of the iconic cards from this deck. We saw all 3 copies in the last feature match. This one, I believe the first of the game, does threaten a kunai to be thrown at Gianluigi. Of course, in the life total ranges, well, that gets a bit prickly, and we're certainly not interested in that happening if we can avoid it. Those Draconic Chain Links needed to fuel these blade dances. We do see
Another
one. We will be burning more blades, dancing for longer. Gotta block this one as well. Gianluigi, or you will be falling victim to a kunai of retribution. We do see that bite going in the way, trying to blunt that on hit. It will be that powerful finisher on the end. Cost reduced down, courtesy of Draconic Chain Links. 5 more points of power from compounding anger.
A beautiful chain link here. Cindra is now free. It was even a card ago. But it's so much damage that Brodie is able to pinch through. Even on a full red hand, he manages to find a way to basically send, 6, 7, 12 damage on a 4-card hand.
This
which
was
is
12
basically the sweet
damage
spot.
on all reds with 2 on hits and a card that cost 3. That was the thing that happened this turn, and it just goes to show you everything that is possible with Cindra, and it's been showcased in a beautiful way by Brodie Spurlock so far during this draft. Gianluigi might not agree on the other end of this compounding anger. Not quite their entire life total, but they were certainly hoping to keep some tempo here, given how close this game is, and this puts them on the back foot.
But he is fighting, and he is not giving away any games for any pences. This is gonna be a turn of the tides here. I mean, hopefully you would hope your opponent, or Cindra in this case, to brick a little bit, but even though this hand might look like a brick without any blues to fuel it, it's still turning out to present so much damage.
Does look like another copy of Pick Up the Point and a public bounty lurking in the hand of Gianluigi. Definitely feels like they need both of those cards to be able to mount their counter-attack. As a result, it is time to go on red alert. The chess piece, utilized for value, puts Gianluigi down to 2. That's a very dangerous number into Cindra. It's not quite 1. You aren't falling victim to a single dagger, but there's so many ways to throw these kunai.
And a public bounty yellow coming across here. Bumping your next attack +2 if you attack a marked hero, which, courtesy of itself, it does.
This is actually a very potent way to play this turn. This Graphene Chelicera once again showcasing its power. Attacking a marked hero, it has go again as a result. Dagger only costing 1 means that Arsenal card still up for grabs in this case. And 1 resource floating here for Gianluigi means it could be quite the chain ender.
Looking at 4 life remaining, 4 cards in hand for Brodie, contemplating, is there any way I can keep as many cards as possible in order to put some pinch on my opponent that is only sitting at 2, so it's not that much that is on the requirement ball here.
This is the tension point for Brodie Spurlock. Has their opponent exactly where they want them. Cindra with the opponent in range. The problem, so are you. Arakni has you in the sights. Will not leave you with all their cards. You can see that Brodie is feeling it. The dramatic facial expressions are making my day.
Yeah, imagine going into your second draft of the day and the 13th game of the weekend, playing the Hunted for the first time ever. I would be very exhausted.
Yeah, me too. These players have put on a heck of a show over the course of the weekend, playing some of the highest level Flesh and Blood we've had the pleasure to see. And time and again, we're seeing them find plays that other players simply wouldn't have found. And they're taking a moment to blink and consider, what am I supposed to do in this thing that I didn't expect? It will be that throw yourself at them and those legs being cashed in to try and cover this up. And it will be a powerful attack reaction here from Gianluigi. Thankfully, Leapfrog here to soak up a little bit more damage. Those life totals there, even again, 2 plays 2, but Brodie Spurlock has 3 cards in hand, and most importantly, those danger digits are still there.
And that is going to represent a very, very tough situation for Gianluigi, because the sooner that it drops down to 1, he is putting himself in a very, very susceptible turning point where these danger digits is going to basically come in for lethal at any point in time. So it's not a position you want to be in. So any kunai at this point in time is threatening that to happen.
Speaking of math, when the damage is actually totaled up, but Brodie Spurlock is on 1. There is no finer margin to play a game by. This is all or nothing for the Wunderkind. We're looking at the hand. It looks like Hunts to the Ends of Wraith. This card, an all-star in the Arakni matchup, immediately marking your opponent and coming in for 4 damage with Go Again.
Such a great card, and it's absolutely amazing when you're facing an Arakni, which Brodie has done. a couple of times today, as we've seen.
We do see that equipment used to cover the breakpoint. Gianluigi super aware of those danger digits. They know they're on virtual 1. If they blink, if they slip, if they make a mistake, this game will be over. It's all about these razor-thin edges in the final turns of this match.
Stuck between a little bit of a rock and a hard place. You can't let any damage slip through at this point in time. As you mentioned, danger digits is lurking and ready to be deployed.
That kunai, the next attack of choice for Brodie. Gianluigi knows he cannot afford to let this slip through. But how comfortable are you giving up an entire card to blunt this dagger? Points gingerly to those danger digits. Yeah, no, I know. I know where we are.
We still have 1 silver talon remaining in Brodie's deck, so there are multiple other ways to flick daggers. So I'm wondering if Brodie is going to cash in the danger digits to push his opponent down to 1
Okay.
anyway. I
love this. Gianluigi, I love this. Taking the gamble says you don't have a way to continue this turn following on from the kunai. You can't throw a non-active chain link, so there had to be something.
Yeah, that's
we have
it.
another attack. It's no longer the active chain link. Those danger digits secure a top 8 berth for Brodie Spurlock.
Amazing showcase here by Brodie, showing really the strong force of what a Cindra deck can do in a draft format like such as this, and being one of 2 Cindras in the pod, absolutely stunning. Absolutely beautiful.
That game was masterful. I enjoyed that from both sides. I feel like both players navigated that expertly. Every corner case was found. Every piece of equipment got value. We're just seeing the best of the best finally becoming familiar with the hunted, and it's bringing out some incredible games.
Definitely. I mean, all of the games we've seen so far and all of the amazing players that decided to come down to Prague and experience this draft set and this set for the first time together has been such a great weekend. But it's not over yet.
It is not.
There's still more games to come.
There is, in fact, one more game of this pod. As much as Brodie might have made his way all the way into the top 8, there are a number of players from that pod who still have their fate hanging in the balance. I can't wait to see which of them do manage to make it. We have round 14 coming up. Not sure if we... No? Okay, cool. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. We have to check. We do need a brief moment to make sure those players are ready to go. So do bear with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, it is time for a win and in round. We're into the final feat of this last draft.
But we saw winning it.
We did, but there is another round of play.
There's another one.
And for those players, they've still got a chance to get into the top 8.
Right.
Now, I took a quick look. We did a browse down the standings, take a look at who is still live for this. And I decided it might be a nice idea to go and feature someone from outside of our draft pod. Now, you'll have to forgive me. I think you'll be okay with it, though. It's a name you might recognize back at home, Simon Nielsen. Simon Nielsen, an incredible card game player, already a national champion in Flesh and Blood, and I'm recently informed they are currently 34-5 in limited Flesh and Blood rounds since they started playing this game.
What a menace of a record. That is absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see what Simon Nielsen has in store. Win and in, you say?
Win and in. More importantly, this match is worth a lot to both of these players. We think, a little bit of napkin math going on here. We can't be sure, but we think this is a win and in, lose and hope. Cross your fingers for these two players. Jimmy Nguyen on the other side of the table. Simon Nielsen on the right. We've got a Cindra mirror to send us home. This one, I imagine, should be razor quick.
What a nice little follow-up here from the Cindra master plays we've seen from Brodie. Let's see how Jimmy and Simon can pick this up and see the most aggressive pairing, I would say.
I would think so.
In the sealed format that we've seen over the weekend.
I expect both of these heroes to go for each other. Very little in the way of defense if they're able to chain these hands together. Very interesting equipment layouts on this side of the table. Simon's, looks a bit more normal. Jimmy's all about the leapfrog.
Wow. Someone is prioritizing those leapfrog, and I do not disagree whatsoever. It's such an impactful way to discourage some damage whenever there is someone trying to play tricks on you.
Of course, worth noting those leapfrog not at their best in this matchup. Definitely overperform against the two heroes with more attack reactions. There's windows to find success with them against Cindra, but maybe not the ideal choice you'd find. This opening turn from Jimmy, pretty reasonable. Fealty token being made, threatening a little bit more damage on the end. Mark with Magma going in front of this display loyalty to soak up the hit.
Taking a little bit of damage here on the first turn. Of course, it's really annoying to block these daggers, but what can you do? It's sometimes a really, really tough choice whether to block those daggers or if you want to preserve some cards if there's a bigger attack coming. So it's a little bit of a gamble going second or going first into a turn 0 aggressive hero.
Very clean opening turn here by those players. We see those kunai reboard from Jimmy here. That fealty token made. That's not as impactful necessarily as it would be for Fang, but definitely we saw it time and again, those silver talons, other cards like it from Brodie. All kinds of tricks you can pull if you can keep those fealty around. Tempo served over to Simon. Let's see what they have to work with.
Yeah, down to 18 life already I should say. Taking those two kunais on the starting turn of Jimmy. And now looking to see what he can piece together to maximize his hand and coming in blazing here.
It will be an outed to kick things off at the start of this turn. This card, bit of a silent performer this weekend. Not a high pick in the draft format, but it does fit into just about any deck. There's some real stakes with this one. If you're marked, it's a crack bauble, but worse because it's red. However, if you do find yourself attacking a marked hero, it's a straight up 4-go again on a generic. So high payoff and a bit dangerous in the process.
A little bit. There are some of these cards in this sealed deck or sealed format where you have this proposition where you can't play them if you are marked, but if your opponent is, there's going to be some great upsides. So really a little bit of a gamble to be able to play these cards out in their full potential.
Lair the Spider, sadly not on time to mark Simon Nielsen, but that will be there for future turns. Blocking for now. It will be that Fire Tenant as a follow-up. This card looks pretty phenomenal every time we've seen it on camera.
Indeed, this first tenant, first strike first. Whenever this attacks, your next Draconic attack, this combat chain gets +1. Let's see if Simon has that important Draconic to come without, and absolutely we do.
Ronin Renegade, been an all-star since its first appearance in Uprising, perhaps even stronger in the hands of Cindra. 4 points coming across. Again, we see the power of that Fire Tenant, just allowing a breakpoint on an attack that might not otherwise have one.
Simon now debating if he decides to go with an Arsenal, trying to fuel up his upcoming turn.
Certainly looks like a bit of a pickle for Simon. Unsure as to how best to use this card. Maybe pay for some kunai, maybe throw it, park it in the arsenal. All kinds of choices available. The latter seems to be the choice. We'll lock it in for a future turn. The tempo back to Jimmy. 4-card hand to work with here. We do see some good ones lurking in the midst there too.
I have some little bit of tidbits here. I know that Simon Nielsen has opted in to play what we would like to call a full red or red line Cindra, apparently.
Interesting.
So we're not going to see a ton of blues in Simon's deck, and that's a deliberate choice, prioritizing the zero-cost attacks with normal go again, and that is not going to see a lot of dagger play. We're just going to focus on sending all of those attacks with your cards straight at your opponent to maximize the damage potential.
That's an incredible tidbit. What an interesting take on this draft format early from Simon Nielsen, prioritizing incredible value from every card, leveraging those weapons whenever able, but not always, not as often as we've seen from these other Cindras. I wonder exactly how that will play into an opposing Cindra on the other side. Jimmy taking a moment to breathe here, considering how to best navigate this turn. Of course, Simon is currently marked, which means his copy of Hunt to the Ends of Wraith will be coming in for 4 with Go Again, and we don't care that you're not Arakni shaped, it's still plenty good here.
Yeah, because if that's attacking here, or if this is attacking a marked hero, this gets +2 and Go Again. So 0 for 4, Go Again? Yes, please.
Really clean start to this turn by Jimmy. Certainly needs to do something in the face of the aggression that Simon has already presented and no doubt will continue to do so. We see that lava line attack. I imagine these these blood attacks, I should say. I keep calling them lava. They look bright orange. These blood attacks are probably much better in this style of deck from Simon Nielsen. If you're continuing to play out Draconic Chainlink after Draconic Chainlink, suddenly you've got a lot more free attacks than the other person.
Yeah, discounting your cards is opening a lot of new avenues in order to get some of those powerful attacks that typically cost quite a bit. But if you're packing a lot of those Draconic attacks to discount them, then you can really get away with fire here.
All kinds of shenanigans. That mark token quickly gone missing. Second fealty token made, courtesy of Cindra's hero ability. Getting ready to turn some powerful ninja cards into draconic ones if required. Jimmy looks to follow up this Hunt to the Ends of Wraith with their own kunai, pitching that blue Grow Claws, looking to go significantly wider this time around.
Yeah, one of the important pickups here for Simon is this Coat of Allegiance. Being able to send draconic attacks only with the upside that you're getting one resource can really help fuel one of those few one-cost attacks that you have that you want to send on your opponent. So prioritizing the Coat of Allegiance in this type of deck also to help unblock a bit of those red heavy hands.
Coat of Allegiance has definitely been an all-star this weekend. That condition only coming into effect after you break it does mean there's some flexibility with how to use it. Speaking of flexibility, Chain is broken, Kunai lost. I imagine we're going to see it quickly reboard. Duskrunner Outlaw, the follow-up here for Jimmy Nguyen. This card looks impressive every time we see it. Just the perfect chain starter for Cindra.
Such a great card addition for Cindra in this deck. Simon contemplating if it's time to maybe put some defenses up here. As we know, a red line deck, probably not a lot of defensive capability, and if you're not providing me with an on-hit, there is little reason for me to use my cards in hand to block with.
Yeah, defending not the favorite flavor of Cindra at all, least of all Simon Nielsen's variation. However, these powerful rare equipment will soak up a good bit of damage here. Nicking a point off of this Duskrunner Outlaw, likely saving itself for later. Should we get some extra value? Does seem like that turn is going to end there. Interesting. Arsenal saved for later. No way to recur that kunai. A lot of life lost there for Simon, but it does feel like he got away with one.
A little bit off by one scenario here, as we don't have enough resources to activate Cindra to get the dagger back before we get to commit any more Draconic Chain Links. So deciding to park that card into Arsenal to fuel a bigger turn next turn instead might prove awardable. Or being awarded later on in the turn.
Absolutely. We see some of these most iconic Draconic cards in the hand of Simon Nielsen. Once again, Ronin Renegade, a standout at the front. With 4 cards to work with, that Arsenal, of course, was deliberately saved to go a little bit wider in the future. They are just a bit behind on life right now. Does have an armor disadvantage as well, but they are the one with the tempo, and that seems like the most important factor of these Cindra mirror matches.
Simon hasn't really decided what the best lines are. Can maybe be a little bit more difficult to factor in all of the variables to ensure an effective turn here.
I have to imagine these red line decks that Simon appears to have drafted are a bit harder to play sometimes. Sequencing, already very important for Cindra, making sure you get maximum value out of those kunai. But when you're relying on cost reduction to make your hand function, I'm sure things can get a bit sticky sometimes.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the previous Cindra's playstyle we've seen is that they're sending that one dagger, remaining one dagger in the graveyard, and just like recurring those daggers one by one back and forth. And that type of playstyle has proven itself very, very effective. But with this red line, we're not interested in sending 1 for 1. Are you kidding me? When I can send a 1 cost or 0 cost card for 4, that is a lot more what I want to do.
I'm so infatuated with the idea of not focusing on these kunai. It feels so just wrong almost into the way that you'd expect Cindra to play. We've seen time and again this weekend really getting maximum value out of those, but the idea of instead using them as just ways to gain extra damage on your Burning Blade dances, similar attacks like Silver Talent, is very intriguing from an aggressively slanted deck. We see, of course, that pick up the point coming out to start this turn. No dagger to rebuy this time, not that we'd be particularly interested in doing so, but a nice chunky 3 to kick things off.
Starting your turn with a simple 3 go again, a little bit of a head jab action coming in there, and there's plenty of those head jabs in Simon's hand as we're looking down at it. A running renegade to start as well. But we also have some ninja cards that without the draconic is not fueling those draconic chain links that then can deduct the cost of any upcoming attacks that we also see in Simon's hand there. And so, yeah, can be really tricky to figure out this turn sometimes.
Great way to start. I love the idea that Simon Arsenal discard instead of extending a little further on that previous turn, giving themselves the flexibility to draw a hand that would be interested in using a kunai, maybe interested in paying 1 to retrieve it over the course of the turn. Just flexibility is so important in a hero like this, and keeping these cards for a later turn and giving yourself those options, regardless of whether they come up, is really impressive stuff from our top players here.
And I wouldn't expect anything less by the players who has been fighting their way through 2 days of sealed in this calling. And we're finally going to see the activation of this Coat of Allegiance.
Loyalty to the Emperor paying off in spades. You get a bonus resource for your trouble, but until the end of the turn, you are only allowed to play draconic cards. There'll be no tricks here from Simon Nielsen. No fealty tokens to squander that cost. Instead, everything will have to be loyal to Volkor if it wants to hit that combat chain.
Yeah, interesting start here. Making sure to get rid of those ninja cards that are not draconic, so that you can fuel your rest of your turn. So getting that out nice and early. Actually fueling a dagger with this one pitch. That's very interesting.
This is very deliberate, using it to reduce the cost of this bloodline, making it an efficient attack on rate, courtesy of that kunai. This was expertly navigated by Simon Nielsen. Knew that the chain links mattered, knew that they had to crack that coat at the beginning of the turn and start on a 0-cost attack anyway. It gives away some free information, but this way your bloodline comes into full effect.
And that's exactly why we see Simon spending his time making sure that he has the math mathed out correctly, getting this extra resource and sending it on a kunai in order to fuel and discount your upcoming attacks. There's a lot of moving pieces in this deck, but it's paying out greatly so far.
In a weird way, that's almost like double dipping on the value of that Coat of Allegiance. Yeah, the 1 resource paid for a dagger, but it also paid for one of those resources on this bloodline and made this turn come together in such spectacular fashion. This has been really impressive stuff from Simon Nielsen. Jimmy, of course, using that equipment to soak up that dagger hit, now stuck in an awkward spot. Already dedicated a card. Dedicating another card here to blunt up damage. They are
Lair of the Spider.
going to be sacrificing some tempo here in the long run to Simon. They are keeping that life total high.
But maybe Jimmy is discovering something here. Hey, I haven't seen you dedicate a single blue card. I'm smelling something odd here. And maybe betting a little bit more on Simon, maybe finding those brickier hands where he doesn't really get rewarded for sending his red
I
cards.
love this. Blessing of Vincerakai. Not a card we have seen on camera at all this weekend. In fact, a card many players think to be one of the most undesirable draconic actions in the set. Instead, on the table, in a win and in the hands of Simon Nielsen, we are setting ourselves up for a monstrous turn next turn with 3 extra points of damage.
Really love that Simon is like, you know what? This card that no one appreciates, I really appreciate it in this type of red liner deck. And it's actually filling the bill, setting your next turn up with great success. Adding 3 to your next attack next turn is going to be really awkward to block.
That's so intriguing. This Grow Clause here is made draconic, courtesy of a fealty token. That's a very interesting choice, I believe. That kunai already coming in before does grow the claws up to a sizable 5, but we're interested in it being draconic itself. Are we maybe looking to rebuy that kunai this turn?
Maybe so. There's not much else to do on this turn except for the cards that we have remaining left in our hand, of course. But we are looking down a really, really big attack here with this Grow class coming in for 5 here.
This is a tough spot for Simon Nielsen. This is an awful lot of aggression. There's plenty of cards remaining and options remaining for Jimmy Nguyen on the other side of the table. But you're on your Blessing of Vincerakai turn. You really don't want to be giving up cards if you can get away with it.
Simon is doing his math again. Looks like he actually has one of the few blues maybe in his hand.
That's quite an impactful one too. That's a lovely Majestic that rewards you for attacking 4 times in the same turn. Now, that might be a little hard for the majority of Cindra decks, but I'm getting the feeling that might be very achievable for Simon Nielsen.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see if it manages to pull that off comfortably. Takes the 5, activating Cindra to buy back one of those daggers. Passing the turn here.
Okay, just interested in rebuying that kunai. That's actually an incredible lesson from Jimmy Nguyen here, showing you the importance of maintaining a kunai heading into your following turns. Willing to burn that fealty token to acquire enough Draconic Chain Links to keep one up and active. Of course, the turn starting here, pick up the point, and we certainly will. Extra bonus damage coming on this one for Simon Nielsen. Can, of course, pay to retrieve a dagger if they wish, but even if they don't, 6 points of damage to start this turn, courtesy of Vincerakai.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Simon sitting with a 4-card hand and 1 arsenal, sending this pick up the point for 6. Kudos to the Blessing of Vincerakai coming in on the end of the last turn, fueling this with +3. I mean, 0 for 6 go again? Are you kidding me?
That's quite the rate. Simon here taking a brief look at their hand. Jimmy doing the same. Very tough spot for both players as these turns go on. I see a Blaze Headlong, I believe, on Simon's side. Of course, one of those favorite cards of ours from a year gone by. The Mark token. I see both players just kind of querying. We did. I did get hit.
Yes.
You smacked me around a bit. You should have a fealty token, and I should be unmarked. Yes.
Are we going to do some leapfrogging?
This is kind of the beautiful flexibility of these leapfrog equipment. They are there to save you in the matchups where those attack reactions matter. But against a deck like Cindra, where they still soak up those kunai just fine, and in spots like this, in the mirror matches, where every point matters, you want to keep your cards to be able to throw tempo back, that give you a potential level of breathing room to get back into the game. The question is it finally time for Jimmy Nguyen to cash in that check?
Providing some extra defensive capabilities here. Kudos to the leapfrog equipment.
So math, I love the little table tapping. The math taking place off at Jimmy Nguyen here, trying to figure out the best way to sequence their turn. What do you expect to follow this from Simon? You know there are 4 more cards to work with. This is just the start of this assault. How do you contemplate putting a turn together?
I mean, the math there is so difficult. Of course, you want to keep as many cards as you are able, but you're only sitting at 10 life. You are probably giving up some cards this turn, and that's exactly what Jimmy is realizing, so he is sending that.
Sound the alarm, joining the leapfrog equipment on the chain, taking 2 damage. It will be that Blaze Headlong to continue this turn. This powerful attack easily enabled by Cindra's red line deck, and most importantly, another instance of 4 go again.
A really, really impactful turn here. Simon showing us there are different ways to skin a cat with this Cindra hero, and this redliner deck is showing itself on real beauty at this point in time. This plays the Headlong coming in for 4 with the go again, thanks to having that red card previous, fueling it with the go again. And there's 2 cards remaining here for Simon and 1 card remaining in Arsenal. It's a real tight pickle here for Jimmy.
An incredible game from both of these players. It's been masterful to watch them navigate the intricacies of this mirror match. I've always argued that the aggro mirror is some of my favorite ways to play card games, mostly because there's just no error, like no margin for mistake. You can't afford to slip. If you're the one who falls behind and you make an error, they will punish you for it. And we've seen that time and again in this game. Both players finding every edge. Jimmy Nguyen falling to 5.
So 5 and 5 tied. Now Simon is contemplating what it's more to be done here. The more cards we require from our opponent, the less damage they are going to be able to present on their following turn, of course. But we are aiming for lethal at this point in time with those 3 cards remaining at our disposal.
Simon Nielsen has a puzzle to solve, and it's not an easy one from this spot. They do, in an ideal world, need to threaten lethal damage this turn to really put Jimmy Nguyen under pressure. Instead, we'll continue with the second kunai. For the first time this game, we are seeing a blue card enter the pitch zone. Simon with the occasional luxury to go a little bit bigger, a little more expensive. And as a result, this extra dagger sneaking across. Jimmy Nguyen sheepishly tapping that remaining piece of leapfrog equipment. Doesn't want to fall to 4. Really wants to keep their cards. It will be that final set of leggings jumping in the way, soaking up a point. 5-5. Is Simon Nielsen done, or is there still more to come?
Are we looking to grab one of our dagger back? Yes, we do. Activating the Cindra ability 4-0. Coming in with the second kunai on this chain link.
One more damage coming across here. The same dilemma presented to Jimmy Nguyen. Can you afford to cash a card on a kunai? You cannot. It will be for the realm on the end of this combat chain. 5 for the Emperor, I apologize. Of course, we pledge our allegiance to a person, not a place.
We discussed how close these cards are looking together, and it's such an easy slip-up.
For the Emperor, on the end of this combat chain, you see Jimmy Nguyen's head wheeling in sadness. It's going to be that hot on their heels in the way, soaking up minimal damage down to 2. However, Jimmy Nguyen, 1 card in Arsenal, 2 cards in hand. It is very possible to present some incredible amounts of damage with just 2 cards as Cindra. I'm excited to see whether or not they can put Simon Nielsen under pressure. This game is for everything for these players. It's a win and in, a lose and hope. Every card counts.
Indeed, and we're seeing 1 kunai at Jimmy's disposal here and a silver talon, but we do have the 2 fealty tokens, so we absolutely can send the silver talon following up the kunai for some extra little bits of ship damage. Question is if that's enough to put a dent on Simon and grab some cards in a way that we are not facing lethal on the next turn.
You can see the despair on the face of Jimmy Nguyen. The math is so tight. Everything is so important. Every decision matters. What is in that arsenal? We can see that silver talent. We know it can be enabled. We see the cut through to help pay for this turn. But what would we have on the end? We need to take cards away from Nielsen here. Otherwise, this game is going to slip away.
A very scary proposition and a very tough situation to be here for Jimmy, just contemplating, is there something I am missing? Is there some way I can leech out some extra damage? And this yellow, not what we would love to see, but it's what we got.
Pick up the point, less than ideal in this particular spot, but it's certainly something for Jimmy. There is still some pressure here Simon has to respect. It will be that blue, put in context, going in the way to soak this up. There's extra resources. Happily willing to be spent on these kunai, willing to put Simon closer and closer to the game ending at the hands of that silver talons. We take the 1, we're down to 4. The second kunai comes across. Simon Nielsen with the same dilemma. Falls down to 3. Choosing not to block the kunai. It is that fealty token cashed in. It is time for the silver talons. The dagger will immediately make this 2. We are demanding respect from Simon Nielsen. That arm piece is not enough alone.
We're down to 2, and this silver talon is looking at a 4. We are demanding cards here from Simon.
We do earn that bloodline attack, that legs to cover up the rest. Simon forced to give a card. But is it enough for Jimmy Nguyen? 3 cards will be remaining. We're going to be rebuying the kunai, as we have enough active Draconic Chain Links to do exactly that. 1 parked away for later. 3 cards for Nielsen. His choice of the litter. Only 2 damage left to do. 2 points of life stand between him and a top 8 berth here in Prague. We're starting off with Tag the Target. This flavorful version of a head jab. More than enough to end the game if left unblocked.
And there's not much to debate here. Jimmy needs to present 1 card to block, otherwise he is facing lethal. And Simon, on the other hand, is not going to stop any breaks at this point in time. He's going to just send the bills blazing.
That Wrath of Retribution just far too late. for Jimmy Nguyen. It's going to be a hot on their heels. Another break point presented. 4 points coming across. Jimmy so desperate to keep a card. We see that blaze headlong, but no, it's got to go in the way. There are 2 block twos. You
There's
see
a
them.
zero
Look,
block.
it's no blocks.
It's a zero
It's
block.
not enough. Simon Nielsen can't believe it. The point leaks over, and he is joining us in the top 8 of this calling in Prague.
What an amazing display here. Simon showing us there is different ways to skin a goat. And this red line Cindra deck, I'm in love. I'm in love, Scott. I love this.
I want to see more of this archetype. I'm going to be playing it at my pre-releases. I can feel it. I'm just going to force it. I know what's going to happen. But I want to see Simon hopefully get the chance to do it again. In the field. We saw it. These bloodline attacks, these blood-based attacks, they're just not something other players are focusing on. Blessings of Insericai. I feel like he has the opportunity to get a lot of these cards very late and maybe do the same thing again.
Indeed, and I'm absolutely with you there. I'm absolutely stoked to go into my pre-releases next weekend.
Oh, I can't wait. What an exciting game all around to see us seeing Simon Nielsen into the top 8. Somehow, that isn't the most exciting thing that we get to do right now.
No?
No, because we are blessed to get to bring another special announcement to everybody at home for the very first time this weekend. We've got some very, very cool things to show you that are coming up very shortly at the World Tour stop in London. I don't want to spoil all the
What
goodies.
could it possibly be?
Now, maybe I can give you some hints. There's some things that happened at Worlds, packages that were available for players, goodies that were available there. And over the years, there's been some really cool promo cards associated with these World Tour, Pro Tour events. And I can't wait to see what we might have in store for London. Do you want to take a look? I want to take a look.
Definitely. I am
Should we
so
take a closer
excited to
look
see.
at the
Oh my God.
exclusive promo card? We'll bring out the Queen's English, of course. We know how to dine back in my home country. And we know that Sink Below, of course, one of the most iconic cards in all of Flesh and Blood. So if you would like to join me for a good old cuppa and a biscuit, you can do that on April 10th. To 13th, and I will give you a cuppa in the form of a very playable promo card.
I absolutely love the art of this one, really encapsulating the vibe that we're gonna, hopefully, if you have some time left over, for a little bit of an afternoon tea, I would hope that you can join us for a little bit of a sweet and a delight that we would love to see you there in London, in the Pro Tour London in April.
Would you believe me if I told you this was just the cherry on the top of everything available
No way.
in London? This is nothing.
No way.
Let me show you a souvenir package that we have coming up at Pro Tour London. If you want to get all the goodies for yourself, make an event of it. It is something to remember. You can purchase this souvenir package that comes with a Command and Conquer playmat.
Oh, that's a playmat.
That's a playmat.
No way.
Command and Conquer sleeves. A full playset of our tea and biscuit Sink Below. A beautiful box of Part of the Mistveil there you see on screen. And that gorgeous exclusive deck box featuring artwork from The Hunted.
I don't know what I love more. I love everything about this. These Part of Mistveil archive packs is some of the most exquisite things that have been added to the card pool. Has only seen availability inside Japan previously. So getting our hands on that and getting to see some Japanese goodies available to us at Pro Tour London, absolutely excited. But this playmat, are you kidding me?
That's going to be a playmat for the ages. The brand new Art of Command and Conquer showcased in full. Getting access to those Japanese archive packs that are so highly coveted. All of this in one place at one price. You can't afford to miss it at World Tour London. So I've got some good news for you. If you don't want to miss it, registration is open right now.
No.
If you want to go and join us on fabtcg.com, you can sign up and buy your tickets to the World Tour event in London and make sure that you don't miss out on one of the biggest shows of the year. I want to see you there. Please buy a ticket while you can. Come and join us. Now, would you believe me if I told you that might not be the most exciting part of this announcement for World Tour London? I've got even better news for you. If you register with us right now, you know what? No, even further. If you register with us before the end of Calling Memphis,
right?
So you have a whole week,
right?
You will be entered into a giveaway to win flights and accommodation to come and join us at Pro Tour London. Get those tickets booked now. Do not wait. Prague's world premiere sold out, and there is free real estate on offer with accommodation and flights if you buy your tickets within the next week. I want to see you in London, and I know that Command & Conquer playmat wants to be in your hands.
If that does not give you a ticket or does not provoke you to buy a ticket to Pro Tour London, I don't know what will. This is an absolutely amazing package, and we do not want you to miss it. Make sure to hit up online and register yourself, and make sure to put your hands on this souvenir package while stock lasts. And we'll see you in London.
We will.
We'll have a good time.
We will. You know what? I'm going to be completely honest. I don't really want to take a break. I love casting these draft games. We've got the top 8 draft on the horizon. I would love to be in the booth for that, but I now understand that I've got to go make a call. I've got to have a word with some people to make sure that I've got a ticket for Pro Tour London. Yeah, I've got some things I need to buy. I need to spend some money because...
I need to make some investments.
Yeah, I feel like that's an event I certainly can't afford to miss, and I am more than happy to give somebody else some time in the booth to make sure that I don't. So, ladies and gents, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with that top 8 draft to see out the end of this first ever hunted calling here in Prague. Stay tuned.
Hello. Brian, we're kind of live, bud.
I got my souvenir package.
Oh, my mistake. I should have given you a little more time on that one.
Oh.
That's gonna be a hot commodity.
Yeah, I was not going to miss that one. You can go live all you want, Sam. I am getting that souvenir package.
Yeah, I have not gotten mine yet. I did grab mine for the World Championships in Osaka, and let me tell you, I can assure you, I can vouch for the quality of all of those products, and especially the spice in that Part the Mistveil archive pack. That is not one to miss, folks.
I will say I busted quite a few of those when we were in Japan. And
we did some together, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I was very satisfied with my purchase. Maybe the most juiced flesh and blood product of all time.
Without a doubt.
There are some hits in there for
Without
sure.
a doubt. Well, I hope you all are going to head to the registration link. It was dropped in the chat. You can also find it fabtcg.com in our events section, of course. Get to the World Tour section. You're going to go ahead and dive down into where the World Tour London page is, and that is where you can find the souvenir package. 3 5 below. Should I say 5 below? Can you give me one?
Nope.
Okay.
You know, I can
even
do
asked.
an okay accent if I
Right.
am not thinking about it, but you ask me to do it, there's no chance.
Yeah, not a chance in the
No
world.
chance.
Well, I do hope you'll all be joining us in London. I cannot wait for that event. There's
gonna be a great
there's
time.
There's going to be a lot of excitement, and this is the draft format that we are going to be playing, folks. We have got such a top 8 coming
Yeah.
up here, huh?
Loaded top 8, just killers all around. Folks who have the pedigree, who have the flesh and blood finishes. Folks who are looking to put together their first flesh and blood finishes. Folks who have dominated the world of TCGs for the past few years, populating this top 8.
All right, let's take a look. Let us see these wonderful competitors, these killers. We're going to be looking 1 through 8 there on the left side of your screen. This is the top 8 here coming out of our calling here this world premiere weekend in Prague. What are the names that are jumping out to you, my friend?
Yeah, well, let's start at the top. Let's start with Gianluigi, who ran the tables, was just comfortably ahead of everyone all day. Our last undefeated player in the tournament, still sitting atop the standings, 13 points. A dominant performance through these Swiss rounds. Now looking to follow up on that in the draft rounds.
Yeah, looking down the list, of course, we see another one of our featured drafters below Felix. We see Brodie Spurlock. We saw him a really nicely executed draft. They're so awesome to see a high-level tournament where a high-level player executes the switch, executes the pivot, and does it to perfection. Andrew Rayner as well, David Courage, Simon Nielsen rounding out that 12-point list. I know you're stoked to see it.
I always love to see my buddy Simon in the mix. Worked his way in with a cheeky win there in that last round. But his opponent made it too. Jimmy Nguyen also sneaked in as that 8th seed.
Yeah.
So both those players representing in our top 8. And who can forget Polish superstar, my friend Mr. Janik, making the 7th slot, formerly Pro Tour top 8 competitor all the way back at PT1. Still very much a player here. So many threats to take this down. And, you know, we did kind of gloss over some names who maybe aren't that well known right now. Folks like Felix Kirsch, Andrew Rayner. But these are solid players in their own. And do you know how you get to be a name in Flesh and Blood? You win a calling. You take down folks like Brodie Spurlock, like Simon Nielsen, like Jimmy Nguyen. If you're able to take out these established names, then you start to build that resume, and these guys are going to look to do that here this weekend.
Honestly, 1 through 24, everyone we're taking a look at, these players who have come on into this tournament where a format is but a babe, a format is so young, and just showed such an ability to adapt on the fly. People were reading cards even in these matches that were going to put them into the top 8. I look all the way down the list. I see some big names. I see
Huge
some
names
players
in this top 24.
Yeah, and I see all these. But like you just said, every single person here on your screen, just a giant of our game at this point in the way that they were able to come here and snatch a piece of this pie.
Yeah, maybe the greatest challenge in Flesh and Blood is to come to one of these pre-release weekends and just go ahead and dominate the field, adapt on the fly, learn a format in a single day. Such a monumentous task. And I'm unsurprised that these players we see near the top were able to do it. These are some of the best in our game.
And really briefly, just got a shout out, number 14, Pablo Pintor. We watched him on the draft. He 0-3'd his first draft, but then 3-0'd the second to come in there at the 14th spot. Snuck back into the top 16. What the hell?
Finding new ways to submarine is Pablo. Dominates day 1, has a train wreck of a draft to kick off day 2, and then just 3-0s to the next draft.
All right, folks, it's time to get ready. It's time to lock in. It's time to tab over because we have got a top 8 draft for you here featuring Simon Nielsen. Now set the stage for me. Set the stage about just why this is so impressive to see Simon here in this top 8.
You know, Simon Nielsen is a hell of a flesh and blood player. That much is becoming clear. This is now his second calling top 8. He's doing all of this kind of simultaneously while he also dominates Magic the Gathering's pro circuit. And I do mean dominate. One of the most historic runs in the storied history of that game has just been crushing it over there and still finds time to follow what he told me might be his true passion. We did an interview. You can go check out the Flesh and Blood YouTube page. We talked all about this burgeoning relationship he's developing with Flesh and Blood. I don't think it's burgeoning anymore. I think it's full-fledged. Simon Nielsen has arrived as a top Flesh and Blood player, bottom line.
And a true limited junkie, limited kind of mastermind. You see there, Pursuit of the Edge of the Oblivion, going to be the first pick. Why? Nice and open. I talked to him a little bit. He said, I always stay open. Love to stay open and really just see what the draft presents. That is a nice 0 for 4 that marks on hit. You have to imagine every single hero in this game, in this set, wants to be marking.
Yeah, just 0 for 4. Good numbers, able to go ahead and get that mark in. And every single hero will benefit from the mark. And we talked a lot about particularly how Arakni benefits so much from that recursive mark, attacking into a marked hero and remarking them. But really all the heroes are willing to be in this marked game and getting either fealties or joining the brood.
Now we'll see here. Let's taking a look as we're diving in just a little closer to the packs. I want to see what the story starts to develop as we look at these packs. You can see he's pulled a smoke out to the front. That's a nice Draconic card. D-React can mark if it defends a red card. Another one of those blistering blades there in the back. Looks like he's pulling forth a Mark of the Black Widow. We've seen how much damage, seen how much work that card has done as well throughout the weekend. That might actually be the pick. Going to go ahead and grab that Mark of the Black Widow. He's got a mark in the generic slot. Now he's got a card that cares about things being marked in the Assassin Zone as well.
Had the option to still stay kind of open and take the Draconic card, but did narrow his range a little bit here. Went into Assassin. Let's see if he commits from this point or still maintaining flexibility as we head into pick 3.
Looking here, looks like he's pulled a Scar Tissue to the front. You can see a yellow Reaper's Call. Might be grabbing that. Might be hoping that hits the wheel.
I really like Scar Tissue in Arakni. I still keep talking about this Dagger Pump archetype. We haven't really seen it materialize yet on stream, but it does exist, and I know Simon's aware of it. Scar Tissue may be the key card for that archetype.
And here also pulling forth a Mark the Target. Again, yeah, looking at that yellow Reaper's Call. Heart of Vengeance. There's a nice little Draconic piece that won't work if he does decide to stay in Arakni. It's just going to go ahead and grab that Scar Tissue red.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly leaning Arakni at this point, but we should note we've got some space. We have a generic card, we have an assassin card, and we have a hybrid assassin warrior card. So not committed by any stretch of the imagination.
Looking here, grabbing an Incision, bringing that forward. Let's see what else in the pack. Ooh, you can see the Red Alert Visor as well. Now, this is still very early. Everybody might be kind of trying to stay open. The signals may be a little harder to read.
Absolutely.
But these are the picks where it kind of begins to develop, right? It starts to crystallize picks 4, 5, 6, 3. This is where we're going to begin to see the packs as the players begin to stake their claim. Simon here, happy to stay a little open. If he's going to go ahead and, grab that Red Alert Visor.
One more time. I will say with this pick, it feels like we're kind of in this assassin warrior lane. It would be tough to jump ship to Ninja, but not impossible. We saw Brodie do a masterful pivot in the last draft and got a good result off of it.
Coming in from here. Looking ahead, we can see that Trot Along brought to the front. A nice blue block 3 generic. What else is in the pack there? There's a Grow Wings. That's a good card in the Ninja class. Of course, Burning Blade Dance as well. Maybe realizing, seen a little bit of action in that Ninja.
Some Ninja here, but there is yet another Red Alert piece in this pack. And if we're going to commit to this path, keep hedging between this Assassin Warrior split and wait until we know exactly where we're supposed to be. That would be my pick as well. And Simon is going to go ahead and take the Red Alert Vest.
Red Alert Vest. We have seen how much work equipment has done in this limited set, and copious amounts of it. Not something you're often able to find, sometimes in earlier Flesh and Blood, but here, a lot of equipment on offer.
You have Razor's Edge present in this pack. I think that's a big pickup for the Assassins. How about our best warrior card? What's available on the warrior side, if that is the hedge we're making at this moment in time?
Blue, yellow, point of engagement. It is just going to be that red Razor's Edge. So maybe staking the claim a little bit now. We've taken 2 straight assassin cards. Simon Nielsen likes to stay open, but perhaps he's seen enough. He's gotten the signals, and he is going to join the web of deceit.
We're close, Sam, but we're not there yet. I think there is maybe one more chance for Simon to get out of the assassin class. If you were to commit now to another pure assassin card,
you're in.
That might be it. You might be too deep at that point. But I think we're still a little bit on the fence here, able to float between these two archetypes.
Now they're burning Blade Dance red to the front. You can see there's a red Sworn Vengeance.
Yeah, there's no assassin cards, Sam. There's nothing that's really appealing to me if I'm trying to be in assassin. There's a blue cut from the same cloth. That's fine.
Yeah, blue
That's
Reaper's
fine, but
Call.
there's no power cards here.
No.
And this is another hedge. This is another assassin warrior card. So I think, again, we still have very, very thinly straddled that line. See if we can pick up a signal in this late pick.
Looking ahead at this pack, again, there's a throw yourself at him. That's not going to...
Yeah, good Cindra cards, but we can't go there. We're too deep. There's
no
way we get there.
I was going to say, I think that is dual class, but not going to be a lot of assassin in this pack as well.
It's getting a little tenuous here on that assassin path. The warrior cards aren't great either, though. It is just going to be another blue here, but it is a pure warrior card. It's Power Stance. Power Stance is fine. I don't want to hate on this card. Blue block 3, a little bit of value added onto there. So you can absolutely play Power Stance, have it be your blue base in the deck. But now we see Simon go ahead and take a late red warrior card. It's a knife through butter. Last time I was in covering a draft with Scott, I talked a little bit. Not my favorite warrior card, but this is still a late red, a 1-for-4, potentially some go again added on. I think this is a fine pick. And now we take a Draconic card, and that's 2 warrior picks in a row, Sam. I think we may have fully committed to the shift here.
And that's a smoke out that I believe came around all the way on the wheel. There's a red point of engagement as well. Right as you said, there's still time to pivot. There's still time to find your lane.
Simon did
he did it.
Yep, I think he found exactly where he was supposed to be. That point of engagement coming this late, this is a 0, at least base 3, conditional 4 buff, and I think he got into the lane he needed to get to at the very last second.
There's the point of engagement, yellow.
Because look, if he's at this point in assassin, there's nothing. That's it.
Yeah.
He's dry.
I think another yellow point of engagement there maybe was that last pick.
We talked about yellows being okay for Fang. Now, let's talk about where we're at if we're Simon. I think we've read the signals. I think we've pivoted well. We are right now a Fang deck that has 0 Draconic attack reactions. 0.
Yeah, and not an enormous amount of ways to mark as well. We've got that Pursuit of the Edge of Oblivion. Trying to find the fealty is going to be another, avenue, angle that Simon Nielsen is going to need to find.
I think we're in the right lane, but we have work to do.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's a real question. What is the texture of this table?
Yeah.
Where are the other Fangs? Because if there are a couple Fangs on the left of Simon Nielsen, this could be a very, very dry pack at a moment where I don't think Simon can really afford a dry pack. He needs to go ahead and get hooked up here, get some Draconic attack reactions into this list.
A lot of red cards that he was able to find at least near the end of that pack, which is exactly kind of what we've been talking about. When you find your lane, it's because you're finding those good red cards late. If you've been staying open, you've been wondering where the signals might be. Sometimes it's just a flashing red light at the top of that card in the color strip, coming around in that pick 9, pick 10, pick 11 type of zone. Time to see Simon Nielsen, desperately try to open that pack. This might be the hardest thing he has had to do all weekend, open this draft pack.
These are my MSI as well. If you've ever seen me attempt to open a pack of cards, it's not a pretty thing. Simon, though, working with 14 fresh ones here.
So biggest needs, ways to mark, ways to make fealty, ways to get Draconic chain cards on the chain link.
Yeah, I think it's just Draconic attack actions by a mile. A huge, huge preference for them. It could be Simon's looking to play something like a front pump Fang deck. In that case, you would be quite keen on just good Draconic attacks, keeping those defense values high. That's all very acceptable.
Taking a look as he fans through the pack. Anything standing out to you? We can see he's brought, I believe, a Blistering Blade to the front, as well as a For the Emperor.
That's the card that stands out to me. I mean, I think it is the Blistering Blade. You have to go ahead and complete this task at some point, unless you're trying to do something a little different, and it is going to be For the Emperor, the pick here. And that kind of tells me, I wonder if Simon's trying to set up something that maybe we haven't seen yet. Something bordering on a fatigue-ish Fang that is just playing numbers and is prioritizing defense values. Because to pass on a Draconic reaction with no Draconic reactions in your deck, it's a bit of a statement.
And look at this. He's pulled another card to the front here, and for the Drakai, we've already pledged our loyalty for the Emperor, and perhaps we need to also pledge to and for the Drakai. He has brought that to the front. I can't see what the other equipment is. I think it's, yeah, I'm not even sure, but he just went ahead and slammed down another 3-block. This time it's a 0 for 4. Just another lovely set of stats on that Draconic card.
Yeah, good numbers all across Simon's deck. I think maybe on the verge of having just the entire deck defend for 3. There's a red scar tissue here. Again, a non-Draconic attack reaction. And I don't immediately see any other Draconic attack reactions in this pack.
Yeah, I mean, we've now taken 2 ways to make fealty. If you've marked the hero on attack, which is great. For the Emperor, on attack, make the fealty. For the Drakai, on attack, make the fealty. Making something like that scar tissue that he just took. Now, all of a sudden, if he's okay with pitching cards, and he's already taken a couple blues, he can be turning these things into Draconic chain links and Draconic attack reactions with those fealty tokens.
I think that's the option. So let's talk about the usage of fealty in Fang. There's 2 ways to do it. You can play towards 3 fealties, and you can try and make your daggers free, or you can do what I now believe Simon Nielsen is doing, mark your opponent constantly, make fealties, and cheat. Go ahead and get those Draconic attack reactions somewhere else in the form of things like scar tissue. And you see a pick like Relentless Pursuit here, hard points to that strategy being the thing. The benefits of going this way is typically your block values are going to be way better than traditional Fang. You're going to have loads of 3 blocks to use. You're going to be better if you want to play a fatigue style game. You're not as explosive, but you are consistent, and you're still playing a solid game plan.
Just fascinating to watch the best of the best go to work in constructed but limited presents such a different puzzle. He's pulling some cards to the front here. Looked like it's going to be just, I think, a blue knife through butter. That's another 3-block. It's a blue card to power up these daggers if they're not going to be free.
But it's go again, too. And
if you've marked.
I've actually kind of reset all of my assessments. Like, I mostly am speaking about Fang played in a way that I expect is typical of players at this stage in development. I actually feel like Simon has skipped a step. He's going a level deeper. He's looking for a different Fang deck, a deck that is highly reliant on marking, no longer cares about creating Draconic chain links, has great defense values, and gets its go again through keeping its opponents consistently marked.
Just so cool, man. Just such a treat to watch. Let's see. Grabbin looks like something like a twist and turn blue being brought to the front. Can see another way to mark, but no, just, yeah, almost for sure. That's like a snap pick there, that blue twist and turn.
Totally fine. Yeah, I think Simon is getting hooked up in a way that I didn't really envision for this pack, but is working. There's something coming together here.
Cut deep. There's another attack reaction he's able to play.
I cut deep on the front pump side, but that's exactly what I'm looking for right now if I am Simon. I care less about attack reactions than I thought I was going to. Just get that 0 for 4, get your numbers good.
Ah, man, such early days in this format, and yet the depth on display, kind of staggering, especially when a player like Simon Nielsen is at the helm and at the wheel. Ooh, maybe it's going to be a Blue Sworn Vengeance here. Yeah, it's going to be a Blue Sworn Vengeance as the pick.
And was that picked over a Draconic attack reaction?
I think it very well might have been.
Was there actually an attack reaction that late, and Simon just doesn't care anymore? And I agree. Based on his deck, it doesn't make sense any longer. You do not need it. There's
the starting point. Nice little dual class pickup. Gives a way to give an attack go again. Doesn't have to be an attack action card.
He needs this. He needs this for. This is an important part of his deck. He's not going to get it from those Obsidian Fire Veins. He has to find it somewhere else.
Hunt a Killer Yellow. Going to be the pick for there. Hey, guess what? Blocks 3. Blocks 3. And there.
Also marks.
Also marks and a Red Sworn Vengeance. Again,
also marks.
Marks. Front pump 3-block. I think it's very late Bunker Beard into that Poisoned Blade Yellow. Those final 2 picks. I'm sitting here like nearly breathless from not only the speed of watching Simon just take control of this deck and maybe this format, maybe even this top 8, but just watching the way he has navigated the changing of strategies.
Yeah, look, I have all the respect in the world for Simon Nielsen, but even I didn't expect him to come this far this quick. This is basically throwing away the Fang deck tells you to build it and doing something different and trying to set up in a very different fashion.
Yeah, I mean, time will tell. I can't wait for our next feature match. I want to see if it works. I want to see how he's able to make it happen.
Sam.
Yeah,
that is the question. Does it work? We know you can go ahead and pick up these cards and you can put them together. You can pick up any cards you like and put them together as long as they're in your class. Does it make a cohesive deck? To me, it looks like the answer is yes. I see amazing defense values in this deck. I see a cohesive plan. How good is it? How does it stand up against the pressure of Arakni, against the speed of Cindra?
Against even maybe the attack reactions of something like a more linear, aggressive, at least more expected Fang deck.
Oh, great question, because if Simon isn't taking those draconic attack reactions, they got to go somewhere, and they're going to the other Fangs.
Looking through the draft deck here. All right, so now, I mean, what would be gravy? More draconic attack reactions? Just ways to give the fire veins go again? What are we really looking for?
I don't think so. I don't think that's the priority anymore. I don't think I'm interested in that. Like, yes, maybe an absolute premium one would make my deck at this point, but I think I want, given how Simon has committed, Mark, 3 block, front pump, that's all good.
Looking through, he's going to pick. Make sure he's got the correct number, 14 cards in the pack. Let's take a look.
Fire and Brimstone available. That is the legendary rare.
Wow.
I mean, that's good, but I actually don't think that's what Simon's looking for here. I don't think that really lines up with his strategy in this deck. It could just be more front pumps, more block values.
Yeah, he's taking a look.
Yeah,
I mean, it's tempting, right?
He didn't take it.
No.
Yeah, and I agree. I think this is the correct pick. This is about being very, very flexible and adjusting away from the expectations, doing something outside the range.
Yeah, Tooth of the Dragon was the selection there. It's your favorite instant speed sidestep. Not going to block, but looks like still wanting to prioritize some amount of draconic cards can play it on the fire veins in the reaction step.
Yeah, I like that here. You know, it is not the draconic attack reaction, but it is a sidestep, and it lets him play towards buffing those mark attacks. He can go ahead and buff for the Emperor, for the Drakai with that card, which I think is what his deck wants to do. And you see him pass on another draconic attack reaction to go ahead and take a Blaze Headlong.
Takes the Blaze Headlong there. I mean, listen, he's feasting on warrior cards. I wonder if he even thinks that Searing Gaze might even wheel its way around the table.
I don't know if he cares. Honestly,
Yeah.
I really don't think that matters for his deck at this point.
See another way to mark there, pull to the front, pursue to the pit
exactly
to this player.
what I want.
Yeah, that's going to hit. And when it hits, it's going to mark. And like you've been describing, that's priority numero uno.
Yep, priorities have completely changed. The traditional Fang draft is out the window. Simon Nielsen doing something different here.
Pulling some cards to the front. Let's see exactly what he's looking at. Ooh, there's a Dynastic Dedication. That's a chain link cost reduction draconic attack reaction. Looks like he's bringing to the front. Maybe nothing else in there that he's all too worried about playing. Also, Simon Nielsen, we've heard the tell of some players having trouble finding equipment because he found his equipment early in pack 1 as he stayed open. He was able to just kind of forego the equipment that he sees, and he was able here, even though it blocks 2. Looks like he's still interested.
No, I like this pick. I think this actually fits very well in terms of which of these Simon would like for his deck. He is incentivized to go ahead and get action onto that second chain link. I think the first chain link going to be kind of blank a lot of the time for Simon. And this card also can combine well with something like Blaze Headlong if it's set up well, with something like a front pump. So I like the pick.
It's like a yellow Scar Tissue brought to the front. That is going to be the selection.
Yep, that was taken over. I wasn't quite sure. It was
Brothers of Flame.
Yeah, I think it was Brothers of Flame. I knew it was
100%.
either brothers or sisters.
Yep. No, Brothers of Flame.
That speaks to the goals of Simon. He is not trying to go ahead and put reaction on the front link, reaction on the second link. It is about just going ahead and offering this damage, playing a non-traditional Fang game with front pumps, good defenses.
This is cool. He's got a Pledge Fealty and a blue Hunt the Killer, kind of the two different directions that his deck wants to go. Blue 3-block or just that Pledge Fealty, but he is going to take it here. That's his second instant he's taken, showing, he's okay to adapt a little bit even throughout the draft to find the more important pieces, even if they don't block.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is going to make the deck. It may actually end up passed on, because now Tooth of the Dragon entering the fold.
Yeah.
Again, this is a way better card for this deck, and I think Simon might end up fealty rich given all the mark setup that he has, the fact that he's able to defend to play a bit longer game as well. I'm not sure you're actually going to need the Pledge Fealty. It wouldn't shock me to see that actually miss the final 30.
Smoke out, joining the fray. There's a nice Draconic Defense reaction that can, mark on defense.
More marking.
Really, see that Tooth of the Dragon that he found, it was nearly a snap pick. You could see him grab it quickly. I think the Searing Gaze did make its way around the table.
Tabled, and it is going to be picked here. I don't know if that was a priority pick or just, I guess so.
Yeah, Revel in Riches.
It is worth noting that is another way to mark. Gets another Searing Gaze.
Yo, wait, this pack 3 is kind of crazy, Brian.
Wow.
Look at this. We see another blue Sworn Vengeance, blue,
Great.
block 3.
Great.
Wow, I mean, let's think back to this pack 1 as he's, moving through the dregs of this final pack.
Went to the Honda Killer instead, again, prioritizing the mark here, +2.
Yeah, but the way that he went ahead looks like there's a Sizzling Steel. Why not? Another thing that cares about the second Chain Link, as you said. Think about the way that he navigated the first pack of this draft. Warrior, you didn't look at those first 5 picks and think, oh, he's going to have an incredible Warrior deck at the end of this. And yet, this is proving why Simon Nielsen, he told me he was, oh my God, look at that Red Blood Brothers of Flames. In the second to last pick of this draft, he told me he is 34-5 in rated limited Flesh and Blood events coming into this, rated draft games coming into this top 8.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good record. Last pick, Imperial Seal of Command. This card's not bad. It really isn't. It's totally fine in Fang, and that being last pick, I think, is another gift for Simon. I could see getting paired against a defense reaction heavy Arakni,
yeah.
That being the actual best card you could have gotten as a last pick.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to take a short break. I need to catch my breath. You can literally hear that. We need to take a short break because I cannot wait to see just how Simon Nielsen is going to go ahead and try to take down this top 8. It's going to start with the quarterfinals because the journey to the top of Mount Volcor starts with a single step. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for two of my favorite words in gaming, top 8. We got the quarterfinals coming up for you in just a second. Sam O'Byrne, Brian Gottlieb, are you recovered from watching that masterpiece?
No, I'm not. I need to see this game. I need to see what's going to happen. I need to see if Simon was successful.
Well,
I just need to know.
Hold your horses. Let's take a look at the whole draft table because no stories have yet been written. We do not yet know the end to this tale of the top 8. Looking through here, we see 3 Araknis, we see 3 Cindra, and look at that.
2 Fangs.
2 freaking
Simon
Fang.
ended up in the right spot. He hedged those first picks beautifully and got to exactly where he was supposed to be and gets rewarded by being 1 of 2 Fangs. And also, Mr. Janik down there in the bottom, in the sealed portion, played Fang. Draft 1, drafted Fang. Draft 2, drafted Fang. Now on draft 3, playing for a calling win, has drafted Fang for a 3rd time.
And lucky for him, found himself in that second Fang seed. Let's see how these players ended up in their heroes as we look at the way the draft pod actually broke down. And you can see here, Mr. Janik, like you say, pretty far from Simon Nielsen, but Simon Nielsen was being receiving cards from Maciej up there, but the way it all breaks down, you can see a couple of those Araknis pretty far away from each other. Brodie maybe sitting in the best assassin slot in this pod.
Yeah, remember we were passing basically up the screen on the left side and down on the right side. So Jimmy Nguyen would have been passing to Simon here, I believe. And that means just well set up to escape those Araknis that he read very well.
All right, folks, this is how it broke down. This is how the pod looks. And at the end of all things, there will only be one that is able to stand atop the volcano, dipping themselves into the fires of Volkor to emerge as the true either Emperor's favorite or Emperor's end. Let's prepare ourselves, buckle up, because it is time for the quarterfinals here at our World Tour stop. The calling comes to Prague, and the quarterfinals start now.
Simon Nielsen versus Andrew Rayner. Let's talk a little bit about Andrew Rayner, coming to us from Scotland. Believe started his own store out there. His local scene kind of broke down a little bit. Andrew said, you know what? My crew still needs their singles. I'm going to sell some cards. Did so successfully. Transitioned that into starting a game store and keeping the dream of Fab alive in his neck of the woods. Now representing in this calling top 8.
Just inspiring stuff, as well as being clearly a badass competitor, sitting here at 12-2, just one of our game's most impressive limited players. Anybody who reaches a top 8 of this type of event, we talked about it earlier to start the stream, right? It's a special, it's exclusive, it's a club that many would want to be in, but only a very short few can ever call themselves part of that lucky number. Those who are able to hit the top 8 of a limited event before the set has even released.
Yeah, absolutely in it now with this draconic battle, Fang versus Cindra.
We were talking about this yesterday. I like to imagine this as a sparring match in the the courtyard of the Emperor's training grounds before they were truly ready to hunt the web of deceit, to hunt the huntsman. These two had to get themselves ready, right? They had to prepare themselves for all the fights ahead, and who better to fight against than your compatriot, who you might believe might be the best, but only if they can beat you. That's what happens when Cindra and Fang face off in their training grounds, because they're on the same side, you know?
Sure.
They're on the same team.
Thinking about how this match may play out, we've seen a few times Fangs get into a good position early on, able to go ahead and pressure on turn 1, say, and then leverage it to a potential fatigue advantage. Often not a realized fatigue advantage, but they're thinking about it. They're set up well for it. In Simon's case, I don't know. Simon had the choice here. I expect he's going to choose to go ahead and go second. But Simon's going to check his notes first. Make sure that is exactly what he wants to do. Write himself a letter. Hey, Simon, remember to go second. Question mark?
We'll find out here. Body language, not quite telling the tale. Maybe it looks like Simon is on the play, the way he is looking at those cards, but it could be Andrew.
That would be throwing everything about this format out the window, and these Draconic Mirrors players have been so incentivized to go ahead and try and take that second approach, but Simon Nielsen goes first. If I have my seating correct, I'm pretty sure Simon had the choice here.
Well, if he would be bucking tradition. I mean, we have also been talking throughout the weekend of how interesting the first and second decision you were talking about in development, wanting the first and second decision to be a little less cut and dry. I mean, clearly we're seeing that pay out in front of us right here. Here comes the Pledge Fealty, it looks like, to create that Draconic card on this chain link, giving this attack go again and the +1. The Grow Wings is still in front of it, however, to soak up all of that damage.
I was mistaken. Simon did not have the choice here. It was Andrew's choice as to who would be on the play, and that makes a lot more sense. But I do think Simon well set up to go ahead and leverage this first turn.
Yeah, look at this, getting some real value. That fealty token is not something to be, shaking your head about, even though we'll see if he's able to get the damage across. He is definitely looking at establishing that fealty token, which will do some major work if he can get a couple more. Or, as we've seen, honestly, maybe he'll be using these pretty aggressively on those scar tissues, on those incisions, right?
It's possible. He may have to, just because the Draconic count is not that high. And remember, fealty asks a lot of you. You have to prove your devotion every single turn. You have to go ahead and get out there, use your Draconic cards, or use a fealty. So we'll see how long that's going to stick around. Kunai of Retribution kicking things off over on the Cindra side.
One, go again. Might return like the Phoenix from the ashes from the graveyard over and over again this game if Andrew's going to have his way. No blocks, no reactions, 1 damage. First blood here in the quarterfinals. Goes to Andrew Rayner. Combat chain's going to close. Send that kunai to the graveyard. Interestingly, not wanting that second chain link, at least as of now, wants to be able, probably has another way to get some Draconic chain links and wants to be able to bring that kunai back.
Yeah, this is all about Cindra ability management. You often want to close the chain, get that kunai set up in the bin, so when you go ahead and hit 3 chain links, you can get a nice return with the Cindra ability. Ideally, you also get to flick that first dagger. Should this Burning Blade Dance have hit, would have been able to rebuy 2 daggers. Simon wisely blocking that. Just a good tip if you're headed to your pre-release. Don't let that Burning Blade Dance hit. It's so much more than just the damage that the dagger represents. Getting the rebuy as well can be quite painful.
Bloodline, go again, 3 damage. Got no cost thanks to those other Draconic chain links sitting there.
Simon did manage to mark Andrew once again. We mentioned that's a primary goal of Simon's deck. Simon's hand looking a little awkward to me right now. I don't see any method of actually getting go again, but there is still an arsenal that I'm not quite sure what is present. Maybe that's what unlocks things for him.
Yeah, might have been that for the Drakai. I think that's the card that's sitting in the arsenal here. We'll have to wait and see. This is 3 damage he has to think about. He's got a Blaze Headlong. That would be nice. Like you said, if Go Again was present, looks like 3 damage is going to be accepted here by Mr. Nielsen. So down to, it looks like at representing, should be 15, I have to imagine, if he was at 18, taking the 3 there. Down to 15 would be our competitor on the right side of your screen. Andrew Rayner just going to arsenal, draw back up, grab back that kunai. Turn ships back to Simon Nielsen.
And what is the arsenal for Simon? That's my big question. It is going to be for the Drakai kicking things off here.
Now, we do see that starting point sitting down in the leg slot there. Does he have another reaction that he can play to turn on the starting point and just find some go again on this for the Drakai? Like we said, this deck might be a little bit of a cheating Fang, a way to cheat go again, cheat Draconic chain links.
I didn't see it immediately, but I may be misreading that last card in hand. I'm not quite sure.
Or maybe he's just happy with this turn. Though I have to imagine he would have wanted to do a little blocking.
That would be my assumption, yeah. I do feel like potentially I've misread the hand here. Let's see how Simon plays it out. Coming in to start with a 0 for 4. Also, that Cindra's marked.
Made that second fealty?
If you take this, Fang is on.
Yeah.
That might be the fastest turn on we've seen for Fang thus far this weekend.
It's really these defensive marking pieces that can change the tide and tempo from here. And look at all this equipment that comes in.
4 pieces of equipment shoved forward. A crucial block here from Andrew. Did not want to see this succeed. And we're just going to go ahead and use this fealty. And that is enough to go ahead and turn on this starting point. And honestly, Sam, I forgot about this interaction.
Wow.
But now I see it. And I absolutely remember. If you played a card or activated an ability, this reaction step, that's how Simon was going to unlock this turn. Thank you, Simon, for reminding me. Where would I be without you?
I also didn't know that's how that would be able to work. But that's
There
just
was
one
a
of those
point in time,
yeah.
Sam, where I absolutely knew that. It was completely gone from my head. Thank you, Simon. One more time.
Yeah,
Beautiful play.
I was looking for an instant or a reaction, but no, the ability activation on that fealty enough. So now here comes 4 and then 4 more. And, look at this. Andrew really tried to not let that fealty token get created, not let the marking continue. But the pursuit of the edge of the Oblivion, 8 damage taken from the Blaze Headlong and that pursue. Now all of a sudden, down to 12 goes Cindra and all equipment in the bin.
Yeah, some small good news for Andrew. Simon at least didn't achieve the 3 fealty state because he had to go ahead and cash in that fealty to be able to get the effect from the boots. We talked about those boots, Sam, when Simon picked them up in the draft. I said they might be really important for unlocking his hands, for unlocking his game plan. Yep, you see exactly why.
3, go again from this Ronin Renegade. A card that I have come to really love in this format, given my sense of nostalgia from the days of Uprising.
It's just a simple 0 for 3 chain starter. Simon is looking to do some blocking here.
Looks like we've got Hot on their heels on the follow-up, getting the go again and the marking on hit, thanks to it being the second Draconic Chainlink. But look, we saw them get drafted. There are a couple of those blue block 3s. One Blaze Headlong may as well deserve another as this one hits the chain. And now Cinder's ability looking free as a bird. This one in easy, no blocks. And then here comes, I believe it's a Compounding Anger to try to come in for 5. It's like Lava Burst at home, folks. This one's coming in for 5 thanks to those 3 Draconic Chainlinks.
That works. That absolutely works. A nice hand here from Andrew. Both these players came to the table with strong hands back to back. Simon went 4 into 4 into 4. Over on Andrew's side, it's 3 into 3 into 4 into 5.
And Simon here clearly happy to head down to 6. We talked about him playing this defensive deck.
Nope.
All these 3 blocks. No, he's got enough gas in the tank that he is ready to go pedal to the metal and try to just win this thing.
Well, Simon has burned through all of the equipment on Andrew's side, so this life total is much closer than it looks, and we're on Simon's turn right now. And he's on the verge of turning on those fealties. I don't want to understate how much more powerful Fang could potentially become. I don't think Simon's is the apex of what a Fang deck can achieve if you go ahead and achieve this 3 fealty state. You want a few more draconic attack reactions for that. But his deck's going to get noticeably better when he hits that state.
1 damage with the Obsidian Firevang. We see the Searing Gaze there in the hand. Not sure what the arsenal is for Simon Nielsen.
This is a moment where Andrew could really use a big hand. A spot where you could just go ahead and take here and fire back with everything you've got would be really beneficial. Did the cards line up for Andrew?
Yeah, Simon's, listen, he might be close to that Fang hero ability being online, but he sits at 6, and a Cindra with both daggers and 5 cards available can be a very deadly prospect to face down.
Andrew having to real think about the defense decisions here.
Got to be wondering what else is coming, given that Simon Nielsen was happy to take 9 on that turn from 15 down to 6. The return salvo must be pretty impressive.
Still 2 cards left here for Simon. 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand.
Tip off.
2 block.
Searing Gaze adding 2 power and then an additional power thanks to the Obsidian Fire Veins effect. So 3 on the top, making it a power of attack for 4. And then there you go, the pursuit to the Pits of Despair.
Yeah.
And here comes that 3rd fealty as Fang has pledged his devotion. And those Fire Veins aren't going to cost any resources until one of those fealties goes away.
And Simon Nielsen is online. I want to talk about Andrew's block there with the tip-off. I actually really like it. I think the likelihood of Simon just going ahead and playing one of those side steps on that chain link was fairly high. And Andrew just using the 2 block to defend. It was kind of a micro hedge. Obviously, you just get good defensive value out of it. You weren't planning on using it on your next turn. But if you are able to cover up this Obsidian Fire Vein, it's going to give you a lot of options on this last chain link. And you could potentially cut Simon off of that 3rd fealty. In this case, it didn't work out. It just was overcome by the Searing Gaze and double tip-off hand. So we see maybe a little bit more incentivized to make that kind of block than I'm giving him credit for. But still, I do appreciate the value of 2 blocks in this format as real defensive tools that have a purpose.
Oh, Brian, you talked about wanting there to be a really impressive hand to fire back. The return
isn't
salvo, blue tag the target is not where you want to be. One, go again. Yeah, you get to mark the target on hit. That's a that's a big whoop kind of a situation here. That's just going to buy the red alert vest. Doesn't want to get marked, but that's still just one damage.
If Simon can ignore a lot of this turn, he's in such a strong spot. Triple fealty, 4 cards in hand, and he's willing to take this kunai hit. Still 1 piece of equipment left, only 1 card in hand. It's a good one. It's a 6. That means a card from hand will have to get involved here. That feels like exactly what Andrew needed to even have a prayer of surviving this next turn.
Let's see how Simon wants to respond. A really nice follow-up from Andrew. Have to imagine, yes, he wanted that, first a little blue there to be a red one. But he's still probably happy to see this 6 power on the combat chain, demanding an answer, demanding respect from Simon.
What an awkward hand for Andrew to draw in that spot. His hand was tip-off, couple of blues.
Yeah, grow claws or
Yikes.
tag the target. Not where you want to be.
So Simon is going to commit the power stance to defense here.
Taking 2 down to, taking 3 down to 2 goes Simon Nielsen.
I feel like the ball's in Simon's court, though. If he comes up with a big turn here, and his implied threat is so high on this turn, being able to not pitch to these daggers has netted him an extra card in hand, and both of these chain links will be fearsome. And I think Simon, despite being extremely low on draconic attack reactions in his deck, has 2 for this particular turn cycle.
There's the Tooth of the Dragon. There's the sidestep like you described.
Great.
Any defense reactions? No. So here we go. Cindra goes down to 5. Oh my God. Seeing these daggers come through without any cards being pitched, it really just, it feels like you watch as Fang has powered up. He showed his devotion, and the Emperor has rewarded him with the strength to power on and carry through and potentially take this game.
Sam, this is second chain link, and Simon has double Searing Gaze in hand.
That's a pretty good one. That's going to buy a couple blocks here. Looks like 5 presented. Searing Gaze is going to add an additional 3.
Pushing all the way to 7.
Looks like that means
4th fealty for Simon. We said he had potential to be fealty rich. Also remarks the Cindra and saves the card for Arsenal for another day. Having that draconic attack reaction rolled up along with 4 fealties means the world's Simon's oyster. He has to just survive this turn. That's the priority. Stay above 1. You have to fear the flick a little bit. You do not want to leak. You want to find a 3 block here if you can.
So there's the second fire tenant strike first we've seen in as many moments. The first one had to hit the combat chain as a defending card, but this one comes out and threatens that additional 1 point of power. You know it's going to be coming on the next attack.
No immediate threat to Simon yet. Can just go ahead and give a single card here. It's the smoke out. Can't be double marked. And then just kunai to finish things up with a kunai rebuy at end of turn. But 2 power kunai. Really, really important here. Now that could still just get covered up by this red alert visor, and Simon could play back with a 4-card hand in this next turn.
And still doesn't have to pitch for those daggers. It looks like he's reaching for the piece of equipment here to keep all the cards and try to shut the door on this game.
We know Searing Gaze down there in the arsenal. Sworn Vengeance for the Emperor. I think the rest of the hand, there's going to be big numbers coming out here, Sam. And I think even if Simon doesn't close the game here, I think he's going to get at least the entire hand from Andrew Rayner.
Sworn Vengeance going to power up the Subsidian Fire Vein. No resources necessary, so 4 immediately hits the combat chain. Still got 2 cards in hand and that Searing Gaze in the arsenal.
2 cards committed to the defense, and I think they're 2 blocks if I read correctly, and that means Searing Gaze comes down, does its thing.
Yeah, looks like Sizzling
Bumping
Steel
to
coming
8 and gets the fist bump, and Simon Nielsen moves on to our semifinals.
Simon Nielsen just once again proving his near mastery of the draft format here in Flesh and Blood. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. We've got Simon Nielsen moving on, and he's going to be taking on Gianluigi, who just, my goodness, the mastery he displayed earlier this tournament as well to go nearly undefeated, only dropping, I believe, that one game at the last round or the second to last round. Other than that, he has been near sterling, but he's got to take on Simon Nielsen in this fearsome deck.
What an absolute tear Gianluigi has been on, but Simon Nielsen has done something a little different here, something that feels maybe like the first big advancement in the hunted limited format. And I think over on the bottom side, I want to keep track of that second Fang. 2 Fangs in this draft. The leader of the Fang gang, Maciej, sitting now in the bottom of this bracket, advancing to the semifinals.
Well, we have got things moving fast and furiously over here. We're going to take a quick break, just about 5 minutes before we're back with the semifinals live here from Prague. Don't go anywhere. More coming up for you right after this.
It's the bottom of the ninth, and the pressure is slowly becoming more and more real. We're back for the semi-finals of the Calling Prague. Erica, what a top 8 we have on our hands.
I couldn't have asked for a better top 8. There is so many twists and turns going on into this top 8, creating a beautiful story for us to uncover here over the weekend. And we still have 2 more games to watch to cover up the day.
Arguably 2 of the best games of the weekend. I cannot wait for these.
So excited.
Absolutely.
So excited.
So if you've not been with us the whole time, don't panic. We're going to take another quick look at that bracket from this draft just to show you everything that kind of went down so far. And we'll talk about how these players ended up where they were. Of course, the match we're going to be looking at, Gianluigi, the Titan of Swiss, the big man himself, staring down Simon Nielsen. We've seen on camera a few times now, a mastermind across card games. This game should be incredible.
Yeah, and Gianluigi has been really showing what he's all about, almost going undefeated in Swiss into this top 8, also undefeated in Swiss so far, and looking to cover the first spot into this top 8 bracket. An absolutely menace of a showcase, and against Simon, of all people, I believe this game is going to be a banger.
Absolutely. Arakni Fang on that side of the bracket. On the other side, David Kurik, Maciej, Janik. We've got Fang, Cindra. Again, perfectly balanced all weekend. All these heroes putting up a showing throughout this top 8. What do you think about that one?
I think that is going to be very interesting. There was a while since we saw a Cindra versus Fang matchup, and I'm equally excited also, of course, about seeing Fang versus Arakni. I missed a little bit of Fang action, so I'm ready to get into that.
All right, time to head on down to the tournament floor. It's go time. The semi-finals of the Calling here in Prague. It is, of course, the mastermind of card games, Simon Nielsen, versus the mastermind of the Swiss rounds, Gianluigi Lear on the other side of the table, Arakni Web of Deceit, Fang on the other side. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, we see the danger digits. Let's go straight into the equipment because that is looking very enticing. We have 1 equipment slot missing. We have the danger digits on Gianluigi's side of things. Of course, a premium card in this set.
We've seen time and again over the course of these draft rounds, Gianluigi, really big fan of this Arakni hero, loves the playstyle it offers, understands the lines better than maybe anyone else in the room. However, Simon Nielsen here, a bit of an unconventional start as Fang, pledging their fealty, getting ready to enable those Obsidian Fire Veins, more than happy to take a pass.
Yeah, I remember watching his previous games, and he was sitting comfortably at 3+ fealty tokens pretty far along into the game, or pretty early on, I should say, into that game. So I feel like he has really made his deck create as many fealty tokens as possible and put that as a priority for his deck build today.
We know Simon did sweep up a pile of draconic attack reactions in that pack 3, and they're paying off for them in spades so far. That first mark of the Huntsman hit, soaked up by Red Alert armor. This is very telling of how Simon intends to approach this matchup.
Yeah, carrying on with a second Huntsman to go. Again, turn 0, it's always... No, sorry, we are turn 1. This is, of course, not where you want to block anymore because you're not going to pick up your cards again at the end of the turn. So being careful on how to approach this. There's always some trickery lurking on Arakni's side of things.
Second dagger, definitely a little difficult here for Simon Nielsen. Was very happy to commit the first piece of armor, prevent themselves from potentially becoming marked. Interested in keeping that whole hand. It is early and often for these red alert pieces. We do not want to see a chaos form. Unfortunately, no dice this time. Jumping that mark up to 4, and it's up to Gianluigi if we're going chaotic.
Yeah, Red Alert Visor coming in clutch here to cover up some damage at least. But we are going to mark our opponent, and that means chaos is coming.
It's even worse this time around, of course.
We're not done.
Go again in that case. From the dagger, sets up a mark at the funnel web. No real pain here, but that Arsenal immediately under threat from this 4-power attack. This is going to be a bit pesky for Simon Nielsen.
Definitely, and it's such a great turn here for Gianluigi, pulling the best of his efforts to craft this turn that is presenting so much offense here off the get-go. I'm very curious to see some little sparks in the pitch zone on Gianluigi's side as well.
Absolutely, that Rotten Remains, a big favorite of mine, I should say. Bite there, of course, being saved for later potentially. For now, this mark of the funnel web, really interesting dilemma for Simon Nielsen. Do you take a hit and become unmarked, lose your arsenal in the process, or do you let Arakni become one of those agents of chaos? It's such a tough choice here.
Definitely. I'm not sure how to tackle this one if I was sitting on this side of the table. I'm not jealous on Simon's dilemma that is facing down this mark of the funnel web. It's basically a CNC being presented here, and 4 is such an awkward pain point here, and he's already committed some of his helpful equipment that could help cover this up. So he's going to have to sacrifice 2 equipment pieces, or sorry, 2 cards here in order to cover this one up, and that is not something you want to do.
Definitely slightly punished for respecting those mark of the Huntsman. Gianluigi showing you time and again why they have become a master of this hero in the draft format, in the sealed format, all across the weekend. They are all about Arakni. Simon doing the math, trying to figure out, hey, what happens if I lose this card in my arsenal? Just how bad is that for me? Am I willing to go to 12? This already feels like one of the most important decisions of the game, and we're on the first turn cycle.
We are, of course, looking at an untimed top 8 here, so the players has a little bit more breathing room, not having to fear that it's going to be in a draw scenario, because we can't have that. We need to find a winner to proceed into the next round. But, of course, we expect the players to play timely. So
Indeed.
let's see what Simon can cook up here.
Some powerful cards in the hand for Simon Nielsen. For the Drakai, Searing Gaze lurking at the front there. Plenty of options as to how they'll navigate the turn. The problem being, of course, they might not have all those cards. Maybe that arsenal is a chain starter they were looking to hold on to. Point of engagement, another premium red in a lot of cases. This is a pretty difficult decision. You can see it. There's just that bead of sweat, moment taken to wipe that away. Both these players understand the gravitas of this match. They are within striking distance of that gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet, the lion's share of $20,000, a PTI.
It's a lot.
16 World Tour points.
Yeah.
Never-ending rewards available for whichever player can make their way to the final and topple one more opponent. Unsurprisingly, breathing this in, enjoying the moment, and making sure no minor mistakes are made.
Definitely. And I think this is somewhat telling to Gianluigi, because if there was a defense reaction or a trap inside Simon Nielsen's armory slot, then he would probably have used that by now, because there's nothing that is stopping him from activating those defense reactions compared to CNC, where you're not allowed to do that. So
I think this is definitely the best of both worlds here for Gianluigi. Got the sweats, got the moment's break, definitely made Simon Nielsen feel uncomfortable, and then even better, took 2 cards from the hand, remained marked, and we roll number 2. It is time for Arakni Funnel Web. If you were looking to save that arsenal for another turn in the future, I've got some bad news for you, Simon Nielsen. It might be under pressure again.
we're going to receive CNC on a stick here with the Arakni Funnel Web, the popular agent of choice here to create some additional disruption to already quite disruptive hands that Arakni can originally present.
Let's see what Simon Nielsen can present on 3 cards. That one fealty, ready and waiting. Less likely to be activated in Fang, but certainly not impossible. That first Obsidian Fire Vein onto the combat chain. We've got a resource left floating. Card in hand, card in arsenal. And of course, this is the kind of game state Fang thrives in. Just the ability to smoke screen information, keep things a secret. Is this Obsidian Blade the one you want to worry about? Maybe it's the next one. Maybe I have an instant. And those are all the kind of puzzle pieces you can see spinning through the mind of Gianluigi right now.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dilemma. The understanding what can possibly happen after this dagger, like, are we going tall? Are we going wide? How do I cover up as much damage as possible? A pesky one? I don't want to block that, but if there's more coming on this one and a potential on it, then of course I want to respond with that.
Okay, it is going to be that tooth of the dragon making its way out of the arsenal. You can see why Simon was so desperate to save that one and make this turn come together. We will, of course, go again to our first Fire Vein. A little bit of extra damage, but more importantly, that juke and switch bonus damage coming up on this second Fire Vein. That Searing Gaze does remain in hand for Simon Nielsen, and I feel like we might see it played out here to mitigate the impact of that funnel web.
Looking at the graveyard here, understanding what has been discarded, to understand what is the line of play here, trying to figure out what could be possibly the remaining card in Simon's deck, all the information to help piece together what goes behind the brain here of Simon to try and piece it together.
It's just my favorite part of these high-level games. Both players understand the signals you are sending when you're pitching certain cards, blocking with others. You valued your arsenal over these. So what was the thought process? More importantly, in this case, both of these players in the same draft pod, they understand where cards went, where they may have disappeared. There's all these small edges to gain, and you need to leverage them all if you want to be a calling champion. And we've seen it time and time again in the feature match area this weekend.
Definitely leveraging all of the opportunities or information rather that is available to you, and like all the open information is of course ready available to you to watch. We're gonna see no further reactions or no blocks rather, and into the searing gaze we go.
Absolutely. Love to see this from Simon, making sure that funnel web has no massive impact on the following turn, guaranteeing that damage now. We will mark Arakni, hit for 7. That's a huge chunk for Gianluigi. 11 life left to work with. We have access to that attack reaction for some additional juice on our assassin attacks. More importantly, keeping all 4 cards. You have to imagine there's going to be quite a bit of pressure on the way back here.
Yeah, this is not a mid-range type of Arakni we're looking at. We're looking at something more aggressive. Someone who wants to utilize their whole hand for their fullest potential on their aggressive side of things. I would be very scared sitting on Simon's end of the table right now.
Going to be kicking things off with another swing from that mark of the Huntsman. This dagger worth its weight in gold all weekend. Been incredible to see the tips and tricks that have been available to our Arakni players as they use those danger digits and other combat reactions to make this dagger do some serious work. Speaking of which, little bit of extra bonus damage coming from that scar tissue. 5 points coming across. We saw this discussed by Brian and Sam a little bit earlier. These Arakni decks, they really can be built a number of ways. It looks like Gianluca definitely has the ability to go a bit taller.
Yeah, I love to see that. The range that these players are able to activate their attacks, both going wide and tall, as we can see right here. Gianluigi putting it on full display.
Mark the Prey here might be my favorite common for Arakni in this set. It's impressed me time and again. There's always this weird tension point between, hey, I want you to stay marked so I can do my thing, but also I want to keep the pressure on so I don't fall too far behind. Mark the Prey, no questions asked. You get to keep the foot down, keep the opponent marked, and reap all the benefits as a result.
It solves all the problems that you're facing as Arakni. As you mentioned, you want to attack because you need to bring your opponent down to 0 life, but at the same time, you also want them to remain marked so that you can fuel your Arakni agents and create some chaos. But as you mentioned, Mark of the Prey fitting the bill very cleanly.
Simon Nielsen's hand definitely flush with some good ones here. Another point of engagement on the side. Pursuit to the edge of oblivion, lurking at the back of the hand, the fan favorite for marking, pushing efficient damage. Simon deciding, hey, maybe worth giving a little bit of respect to this Mark the Prey here. 1 card left in hand, of course, for Gianluigi. Could turn this attack into a 6 power stealth attack in a pinch if they'd like, courtesy of that funnel web.
Of course, Simon would like to pay some respect, covering up a little bit of damage. As it looks like, we're hovering that card over the attack, thinking, how can we utilize this hand?
Another moment of pause. We kind of learned this about Simon's deck during the draft. They very early focused on a high density of block 3 cards, something we don't necessarily see from every Fang at the table, but certainly a solid strategy if you're looking to fatigue Cindras or have some amount of counterplay while building up fealties against the deck like Arakni. And we see that with most of Simon's hands so far, just huge amounts of block value allowing them to play a much more mid-range game, control the tempo and decide when it's time for them to fire the cannons.
But Gianluigi, he has 1 card left in hand. If he wants to commit the funnel web, he has to discard that one. So no arsenal remaining for him at the end of this turn, if that would be the case here. So
it will be,
if there's extra damage coming or not.
Will be that point of engagement committed to the blocks. The decision now on Gianluigi. Would you like to push some damage with that card in your hand? No. The bluff seen through by Simon Nielsen. That card parked in the arsenal. 3 cards to work with for our Fang player. Again, this is a much better situation to be in than 2 cards. Gives you all kinds of flexibility with those obsidian fire veins. We do see another Tooth of the Dragon lurking there alongside that lovely pursuit to the end of Oblivion. This turn has a lot of potential for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, making sure that we return to the brood there. Good job. And both players remaining marked at this point in time, as Simon didn't take any damage last turn after he was marked. So in case that he is still marked at the end of next turn, we're going to see another Chaos turn.
That cheeky one that's never won coming on to the combat chain once more. Simon Nielsen with the Obsidian Fire Vein. It's time for Gianluigi to have a moment of consideration. This game, incredibly tight so far. Both players looking for those fine edges and finding them.
Still contemplating some blocks here.
Some good ones in the hand for Gianluigi. We see that.
Yeah.
Stains of the Redback. Another copy of Mark the Prey. Plunge the Prospect lurking in there. I believe a Razor's Edge as well. So a number of combat tricks, a number of attack options. So it's going to be the armor we commit. We will be using that Tooth of the Dragon to go a little bit wider and pour that damage onto our next attack. Pushing through just a smidge.
Creating a bigger dagger on the go.
4 points of power on this second Fire Vein. Another puzzling dilemma for Gianluigi here. Understanding the texture a little bit more. Perhaps even more importantly, that marked token being removed and a second frailty. We're not assassins. Fealty being created here. One away from that all-important 3.
Also the Draconic here playing around these red alerts. As it is an instant, it is not an action or like an attack reaction. And such, it doesn't activate the red alert, but it's pinging that 1 damage through in the end.
Another huge upside for those Draconic instants in these Fang deck lists. Gianluigi all the way down to 9 here. But once again, plenty of cards to work with. These players willing to take the heat to throw back damage. It is Plunge the Prospect making its way onto the combat chain. Most importantly here, Simon still marked. These stealth attacks coming in for an extra point of damage. So we are attacking a marked hero. Extra point again, thanks to Arakni, of course, turning this rather unassuming yellow into a 4-power attack here.
Such a great turn for a yellow. We have 2 cards remaining and nothing floating. A little bit of an interesting situation here, as there's no dagger up fronting this, probably telling Simon that Gianluigi is sitting on a full red.
Perhaps. That Stains of the Redback here definitely looking very appealing, making the most of being marked from Simon Nielsen. This attack has the ability to go very large, depending on the card that's lurking in Gianluigi's arsenal. Simon Nielsen rightfully taking the time to consider what exactly this means. 4 cards available, just an attack for 4. Something's not quite right here.
There must be some tricks up the sleeve here, as Arakni is typically able to present a lot of tricks up their sleeve. The Razor's Edge is going to present a lot of extra damage, unless Simon is sitting on some kind of defense reaction. We might be leaking quite a bit here, if we decide to pull this through.
This is a tough puzzle to solve. Simon glancing at the texture of their hand. Pieces not quite slotting together here. Interesting physical tell, maybe repositioning those fealty tokens. They're definitely on the mind. Something to be considered as the turn progresses forward.
I love how much mental game these players are putting into this after such a long game with 2 drafts, now into the 3rd and final top 8 draft. So much at stakes. And they're still putting on the most beautiful display of thought and play into their matches here.
I expect nothing less from some of the best players in the world. It's been a pleasure to have them on the feature match stage, and I'm sure an equal pleasure for you to watch them at home. We'll commit those blocks. Relentless Pursuit, the one on the combat chain this time around. 3 blocks worth of value on this powerful blue. Very, very beautiful card for a number of decks in this format. We'll wait and see whether or not we are jumping it up. We certainly are. Okay, Stains of the Redback, Razor's Edge. Suddenly that 4 is a 10. That's a much more problematic number for Simon Nielsen here. Do we have any D-reacts?
And I love that this is free to play, since Simon is still marked. So getting a +6, going super tall on this dagger.
Crunch.
And go again.
We are unmarked.
We're not going to use go again, but...
Down to 6. Simon Nielsen with a 3-card hand and an arsenal to work with. You see a cut deep.
Is that another Razor's Edge? Are you kidding me?
It certainly might
Gianluigi
very well
is
be.
just
More
pulling
Razor's
gas.
Edge lurking in the hand of Gianluigi. Who knows what traps might be awaiting Fang on the other side. For now, cut deep. Going to be the start of the turn here for Simon Nielsen. We're not out of this by any stretch. All the resources available to send these Obsidian Fire Veins. We're starting off with a 5.
A little bit upfront damage this time around. No reactions to fuel another pump or such. Some of these actions are very, very delightful to just create a little bit of a nasty situation for your opponent in terms of blocking.
Lair of the Spider, that powerful defense reaction in the hand of Gianluigi. We do see another Plunge the Prospect there, a stealth attack target for that Razor's Edge, should they wish to try and keep the tempo and pressure on Simon Nielsen. But the damage here threatens to be unrelenting. Is it time to call the bluff? Does Gianluigi think there is no source of go again here, or will the turn continue long after this first Fire Vein?
would probably expect to see something more with one card in arsenal and one card left in hand. 2 floating at this point in time.
Those fealty tokens definitely playing a role in that equation. Does mean any old warrior attack reaction will do the job. If you need to give these fire veins go again, definitely a factor on the mind of Gianluigi. Has to expect there is much more to come. So what do you do with the limited cards that you have?
Trying to calculate what is the most effective way we can go about this. We do not want to take any unnecessary damage, of course, and want to make sure we utilize our hand.
You can
the best of our
feel the tension between these players. Every movement is so deliberate. The body language, so focused, so dedicated. You can tell these players have had a hard route here, and they are enjoying every moment of the spotlight. But the job isn't done.
You could drop a needle on this table and everybody would hear it. It is attention all around, but in the best possible way.
Oh, if I wasn't obligated to talk, I would be in stone silence right now. The air is palpable. That lair of the spider being held for now. Gianluigi, interesting. Oh, okay.
We're a razor's edge in the end.
This is a big statement. Gianluigi not expecting to get the ability to flex those stealth attacks on the following turn. Will not find a great use for that razor's edge. Instead, wants to use it to prevent some damage. And this puts Simon Nielsen in the tank. How do they wish to continue this turn?
Are we going to pump? Are we going to go wide?
We can see the math, the little tapping of the fingers on the table once again, just considering all the permutations possible to them with the 2 cards left available. That can't be what you want to see on the side of Gianluigi Lea.
Feels like Simon has some options available to him here if he wants to pump his next attack or if he wants to pump this actual dagger with some type of attack reaction. And he's contemplating what are his best odds.
This is such an incredible highlight of this format. The fact 2 cards available here, one of the best players in the world on center stage, and they can't be certain of the choice they're supposed to make. That's what a calling at a world premiere brings to the table, and I love watching these players solve these puzzles for the first time, in real time, live, and in 4K. Fealty token.
Contemplated.
Floating in the hands of Simon Nielsen is committed to making something draconic. What is the attack reaction we need to find to give this obsidian fire vein go again?
Imagine it's a sigil.
Cheeky Sigil of Solace would certainly do some fruity things here. Looks like a scar tissue in the hand there for Simon Nielsen. That will certainly do the job. Big red buff going to juice up this fire vein a little bit further. Draconic in this case, so 9 damage coming across. This is 2/3 of Gianluigi's life total right now, but we do know that Lair of the Spider coming in clutch once again to soak up some of this damage, mark Simon on the way back, and maybe steal some of that tempo.
But getting marked himself on the get-go, getting this on-hit effect from the scar tissue, of course. And there's more to this as well, Scott.
This is the perfect follow-up for Simon Nielsen. He will pursue Gianluigi to the edge of oblivion in the search for glory here at the Calling in Prague. Marking on hit, of course, that damage. Sneaking on through once more. Gianluigi down to 3, but 3 cards to work with on the way back. Perhaps most importantly, not 3 fealty tokens for Simon Nielsen here. Had to cash one of those in to make that turn work. Pitching that plunge the prospect. We're kicking things off by picking up the point. A dagger returning to play here. 3 go again. This is fantastic stuff from Gianluigi, keeping their foot down while staying alive against those vicious attack reactions from Fang.
Yeah, losing that fealty token on that last turn has hurt a little bit. We want, of course, to get up to 3 fealty tokens so that we can fuel the Fang turns for free or kick these daggers for free, of course. So, but that was absolutely necessary in order to commit all of the damage. Putting Gianluigi down to 3. Not the most comfortable position to be in as an Arakni, but we are on the play here and we are looking for blood.
You can see it in the face of Simon Nielsen asking questions, trying to understand what comes after this. They will never be able to keep all their cards if there is a sneaky, stealthy follow-up and their head hits the hands. You can see the pressure. This means everything to Simon Nielsen. And this is that decision point that's going to decide a game like this. He can't afford to get it wrong.
Every little point of damage matters. Every little single decision point can turn the game in either way.
And again, we see that browsing, taking a moment, perusing the cards that have been used so far in this game. What do I know about your deck? We saw it before this round kicked off. Simon Nielsen having dedicated conversations with players who played against Gianluigi earlier in the Swiss. Hey, are you willing to share with me a little bit about what you saw? What's in the deck? I need to understand. Trying to find every edge to make it work, and it might just pay off here if he can put together the puzzle.
Shows how much of a team sport this absolutely is. Gianluigi being a team on his own. We're seeing them sporting these red velvet hoodies all around the floor as a team, and it's an absolute delight to see how their camaraderie works together and pursuing some great results with that.
Certainly been great to see all that Emperor branding on the weekend of the Hunted, of course. But
too.
Pick up the point. Simon, no fear, allows it to connect, falls down to 3. The follow-up is that Poison Blade. This one coming across once again. 3 with go again. Thankfully, no resources floating for those daggers, but that Danger Digits is lurking in the corner and threatens an extra point of damage this turn. Simon has to respect this attack.
Definitely. This is super scary to watch down when you're down at 3 life. And as you mentioned, the Danger Digits just looming around the corner. We are going to lose life, probably.
Incredible sequencing here from Gianluigi, finding every inch in this game. It's Hunter-Killer looking to be committed to the chain here. Simon Nielsen figuring out which 3 cards will provide him with a pathway to the final. It will be those Danger Digits cashed in, that extra point of life lost. Simon Nielsen is on a razor's edge with a single life remaining in this game. You can see him crack the hand, shake them out, but it's time to make a push. He has 3 cards and 1 chance to win this game and secure a place in the final.
Down to the wire here. Simon should be at 1 at this point in time, taking 1 extra damage from the poison on this dagger hit.
Okay, lovely to see the Black Widow joining us as an end-of-turn transformation. This one certainly worth some pressure for Gianluigi. If we can keep ourselves alive this turn, and with 2 cards in hand, there is a very real threat of stripping away aggressive options from Simon Nielsen. Safe to say, a pretty good hit.
Definitely, but we're looking down at 3 life here, and Simon hitting those 3 cards and have these Obsidian Fire Veins ready to go. There's absolutely going to be cards demanded this turn for sure.
The intensity of both these players is incredible. And among that, maybe that's the best part. Shaking it out and the smile breaks onto the face of Simon Nielsen. You can tell how much this means to both these players, but do not doubt for a moment they are having the most fun you could possibly have in this moment. It's been incredible to watch them both at a high level. Simon dialing back in, enjoying the moment, but it's time to make sure we secure our finish. 3 cards to work with here. That Hunter-Killer at the front looks like a blue copy, likely going to be used to pay for the things this turn.
I love how Simon is just mathing things out in real time and be like, okay, I'm going to play this and I'm going to do that. That's that amount of damage. And if he has a direct, I'm going to do this. And if it presents something to counter that, I'm going to do this. He's really trying to play to its outs and understand what are the possibilities that his opponent can present to him to put some tricks up his sleeve and present some more damage across his opponent, making sure to take some tempo into the last remaining bits of life here in the later stage of this game that we're at right now.
It is such a deliberate approach, and honestly, there is so much you can learn from watching a player like Simon Nielsen at work. You can see these calculations happening, which helps to understand exactly why they're so important, which is fantastic for, I'm sure, the abundance of new players joining us at home this weekend. However, I do recommend trying to avoid looking quite as stressed as Simon while doing it. But hey,
unavoidable.
You're not always
maybe.
playing for the lion's share of $20,000.
I for sure do not. That's why I'm here.
It will be that blue being pitched. Hunter-Killer paying the costs for this Obsidian Fire Vein. Now, Gianluigi probably aware this situation isn't perfect for Simon, given how long it took for them to deliberate. But that doesn't mean there isn't something lurking in the shadows. We are in attack-reaction range. Every attack threatens to end the game on the spot. And I can't see any defense reactions here for Gianluigi.
No, that's a real big pickle here. He needs to commit 2 cards in order to stay safe. But if he gets another go again and a pump on his next attack, he's going to be dwindled. And he probably needs to commit another 2 sets of cards. This is a really hard choice here to go.
Is it the moment to call the bluff for Gianluigi Lea? Say it cold, say it plain, you do not have a way to give this Fire Vein go again. Or will you dedicate 2 cards and hope the follow-up isn't too problematic? We see those 2 cards sideways being re-rotated round. This consideration back-breaking for Gianluigi. Finally, his face hits his hand as well. The pressure being felt by both of these players.
The tension is rising. The last digits of life are dwindling. We are considering every single possibility and every single out that we can possibly play towards. I believe Gianluigi is staring down at, okay, if you have it, you have it. I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where I need to commit my whole hand, because if I do, I probably lose. So how can I win from here? What are the possibilities that you can present, and how do I best cover that up and put myself in a situation or a position to cover something?
You can see them deliberating which of these attack reactions is the correct block. You have two sides of the blade and a copy of To The Point, which is currently activated thanks to Simon being marked. That seems to be the main point of contention here for Gianluigi. Which of the two attack reactions are you keeping? Which would be the most beneficial going forward? It seems like it's the To The Point. We're going to be cashing in that fealty, turning something draconic, giving a go again thanks to a card being used with that starting point. No buff played. Just another swing of the Fire Vein.
Indeed, and this is exactly what Gianluigi was hoping not to happen, extending the turn. He has just committed 2 cards for absolutely nothing, and he's facing down another dragon, 2 cards in hand, and Gianluigi is a little bit puzzled about this interaction here, but we learned this last game that this is absolutely possible.
This makes sense, and again, with the stakes so high, I blame no one for taking a moment to call a judge. Judges are your friends. Check. Make sure you understand interactions. These starting points, of course, fueled by a fealty. We saw this earlier on the broadcast, the judge taking a moment to explain what's going on. And just giving that moment of confirmation. Again, everyone wants to make sure they feel like they got this right in a moment like this. So I'm certainly, actually, arguably quite happy to see a judge being asked to come and talk about this on the table.
I mean, we're at the top 8 of our calling, day 3 of the set being released, and I love that we're in a situation where we're still finding these tidbits and interactions that are still puzzling players to be like, wait, that's how that works? That's a thing? And be like, mind blown.
I agree. I think, honestly, we've seen it so many times this weekend on the broadcast as players learn in real time what you're capable of. From a brand new set, there's no other way to learn. This has been a world premiere calling.
And I can't blame them. I mean, there's so many intricacies, and when you dig down deep, there's only more things to be discovered. And I think Simon has really excelled at that this weekend and is proving exactly why he's at this table here today, as well as Gianluigi, of course.
That rules knowledge, impeccable in this case. Finding those corner case interactions to keep these daggers flowing. Gianluigi, with the confirmation that they will need to respect something. Now, it's very unlikely. There's 2 cards in the hand and nothing to be found from Simon Nielsen. But is there a follow-up? That's the big concern here for Gianluigi. If there's another attack coming afterwards, you cannot afford to commit both cards to this Obsidian Fire Vein and stay in the game. If there isn't, you might be rewarded if you do.
I mean, it's a really tricky situation to be in. If you're not having those D-reacts at this point in time, you can't really put yourself in a situation where you're going to get out of this situation alive. There is no fail-safe for you. You can only gamble at this point, and it's not a great position to be in.
No leapfrog equipment to jump to the rescue for Gianluigi here. So having to deliberate about how they want to approach this line of play. Simon Nielsen hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Both cards are committed. It will be a reaction and a follow-up.
And we have it.
One cost, 5 points of damage. It will be Simon Nielsen in his first ever calling final.
What an amazing show of display here. Not only showing us previously what he can do on Cindra, but also finding the tricks and the gambles on this Fang into this top 8 draft. I am absolutely astonished by the ways that man can handle a draft and a seal.
Honestly,
amazed.
Commiserations to our all-star from the Swiss, Gianluigi there, putting on an incredible showing. They've showed a mastery of Arakni all weekend. It's been a pleasure to watch them, but unfortunately, not quite able to make the final hurdle. That being said, we get to enjoy that final hurdle, and I cannot wait. It will be Simon Nielsen against an unknown player from the other side of the bracket. I can't wait to find out who. But we're going to need to take a moment to find out. We've got some things to talk about, though, so don't panic. We won't leave you. That would be boring. If you want to come and join us for some flesh and blood yourself in the near future, well, don't worry. There seems to be a lot of events you can look forward to all across the world. The first of those really excites me. calling in Memphis, the first ever double calling, back to back to back that we've ever seen. You can take your pick. Classic Constructed, the Hunted Sealed, whatever your preferred flavor may be. It'll be waiting for you in Memphis.
But Scott, how am I going to get all the cards I need for my Classic Constructed deck for Memphis?
Well, estranged voice in my ear. I'm happy to tell you that thankfully the vendors on site have put themselves in a situation to be able to provide cards from the Hunted on that release weekend for players who want to play these new heroes for the very first time. If you want more information about how that works, it's available to do online and in person in the venue on the Thursday. Go and check out the pre-registration link for the event in Memphis and you'll find more information there. If Memphis isn't particularly close, don't panic. Bangkok on the same weekend stands to be a fantastic event I'm very excited about. Quickly followed by the World Tour stop in Christchurch, the calling returning to its homeland. I'm happy to see things back in New Zealand.
Indeed, I'd love to see the display of like you can go to any part of the world and find a battle hardened or calling near you, and this calendar is looking so stacked. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. Barcelona, Portland, Charlotte in quick succession afterwards, leading into Kobe. More than happy to make our way back to Japan in quick succession after that World Championship back in November. Tickets are on sale for this one now, much like they are for Christchurch as well. And I am half tempted to make a trip.
Me too. I'm like, is it too soon to go back to Japan? And at the same time, it was one of my favorite trips last year.
Never too soon.
If you ever get a chance to go, please go.
Absolutely.
It was a delight.
Sao Paulo the following weekend. This is one that so many people are excited about. The calling's very first time in Brazil. One of the most passionate communities in all of Flesh and Blood. I'm so happy to see them getting a calling. Sao Paulo stands to be incredible. Doses of Classic Constructed there as well.
Definitely, and I'm so excited as well for Brazilians to finally get the first calling and show us if they have some special meta maybe down their sleeves as well.
From there, we make our way down the final steps of the road to World Tour London. Of course, Milwaukee, Dublin will be a great stop to test those decks on the way through. Jakarta, all culminating into World Tour London on April 10th to April 13th. The Pro Tour there, Classic Constructed and Booster Draft. A calling, open entry for everyone for Classic Constructed, or you can try your hand with the most powerful heroes in Flesh and Blood history in the Battle Hardened. Now, there's plenty to be excited about at London, is there not?
Yes, there is. We have the most beautiful package I've ever seen.
This thing is incredible. Command and Conquer playmat. Always wanted one of those, and this brand new artwork is quite frankly stunning. Federico Mazzetti doing an incredible job.
Indeed.
Some accompanying sleeves. Don't panic. You get some of those to go with your deck and match stuff. You get that all new tea and biscuits. Got to sink your biscuit into the tea, don't you? Sink below on the side. One of the most iconic cards in Fab. Getting that brand new art treatment. Some archive packs from part of the Misfail, and an exclusive deck box from the Hunted.
I love everything about this, and I want my hands on this right now. I cannot wait for World Tour London. Please make sure if you're interested in this, the stocks are selling fast, so make sure to get your hands on by pre-registration your Fable package, or souvenir package rather, before World Tour London.
Absolutely. Plenty more to be excited about surrounding London, I should say. Registration is now open on fabtcg.com. Go and take a look. Don't forget, if you join us between now and Memphis, you get entered into an additional giveaway to win your flights and accommodation to London. So wherever you are around the world, you can join us at our World Tour stop and come and celebrate the game that is Flesh and Blood.
Amazing. Please make sure to not miss out on that opportunity.
With that said, we have one of our semi-finals competitors through to a final. We don't quite have the other just yet. Simon Nielsen versus Blank. We'll have to wait to find out our winner from the calling here in Prague. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And then there were two. When all is said and done, an incredible weekend of flesh and blood. Two competitors remain with a chance to join that illustrious club of world premiere calling winners. Brian Gottlieb, it's been an incredible weekend.
It really has. Just nothing but fantastic games showing off this hunted limited format. So much more to learn, as proven by Simon Nielsen's performance here in this top 8 with a very, very unorthodox Fang draft. And just reaping dividends of being flexible, being open, and being willing to explore other archetypes. And I think that's going to be a progressing story here in this hunted format.
Absolutely. So we know Simon Nielsen on one side of that bracket. The other side, now decided, Maciej, Janik has joined us in this bracket so far. We've not had the pleasure of seeing so much of them today as we might have done Simon, but from what I understand, they put on a bit of an incredible show as well.
Yeah, let me tell you something about Maciej Janik. This is now I believe his second calling top 8, but his primary finish was at the first ever Pro Tour, a top 8 competitor at that Pro Tour. Also, Maciej Janik has known Simon Nielsen for 16 years. They have been battling across multiple card games for 16 years. And now Simon has come to Flesh and Blood, somewhere where Maciej made his name right at the start, right at that first Pro Tour, and he's got to battle Simon again after all this time.
What better way to end? Early success versus a new breakout story. I cannot wait to watch this unfold, but I want to look at the people who have succeeded at this metric before. There's a very exclusive club of players who have managed to win a calling on World Premiere release weekend. The first of those back at Heavy Hitters in Queenstown. It feels so long ago at this point.
It does.
But my favorite winner's photo ever with Darren Ying.
Yeah, I was there when Darren Ying took down that event. Good friends with James White from way back in the day. They played TCGs together going back some 20 years.
So cool.
And then Darren Ying comes and takes down the calling Queenstown. It was an incredible moment. It was incredible play by Darren Ying, which he has since followed up with more wins, more calling wins, more dominance in the limited format.
However, Darren not the only one to join that club. Shortly afterwards, we made our way down to Japan for part the misfail. Of course, Tsohohey managed to find their way to success there. A few other familiar faces in that top 8.
Yeah, Brodie Spurlock once again appearing in this photo. Big Blanca as well. Love seeing Big Blanca there with the dog head on. But yeah, Tsohohey was dominant in that first part the misfail tournament. Again, just showing flexibility, showing the capability to understand cards before everyone else.
Our most recent world premiere champion, of course, one of the many wunderkind of Flesh and Blood, Lucas Oswald, showing up in Tampa Bay and showing us how it's done.
Yeah, again, Lucas Oswald did a few things in that tournament, proved mastery of limited formats, also took the monkey off his back for the first time, beating Michael Hamilton in the finals. Michael Hamilton was kind of kryptonite to Lucas Oswald. We saw it again in the finals of that, or excuse me, the semifinals of Calling Chicago, where he did unfortunately fall to Michael again. But Lucas Oswald in that moment triumphed over Michael and took down the event.
When the dust has settled today, one more player will be joining this very exclusive club. Will it be Simon Nielsen, Maciej Janik? Completely unsure at this moment in time, but there's more on the line than just glory here. There's some implications about the World Tour for the future down the line for these players as well.
Yeah, it's all about those World Tour points, and we're going to be absolutely following that throughout this competitive season. It'll be going on at 60 Battle Hardens around the world, 22 callings planned worldwide, and of course, National Championship season. And Road to Nationals coming up. If you want to secure World Tour points, you are going to want to be qualified for your local Nationals.
This is my favorite part about the World Tour so far. There is just 1,000,001 different ways to join the ladder, make your way up to any level of competition, and more importantly, events available everywhere. Doesn't matter where you might find yourself, Flesh and Blood is a worldwide game, and we can see that with National Championships being celebrated on such a high level.
You know what, Scott? That's kind of the point of the World Tour. We're talking a lot about the specifics, the Player of the Year race, that World Tour points. But the point of the World Tour is that however you love to play Flesh and Blood, there's an event for you, and it happens at these World Tour stops. There's so many different offerings. There's the Battle Hardened circuit if you're, on the competitive side, but maybe not quite ready to cut your teeth at a Pro Tour. For the highest tier of our players, they go to the Worlds, they go to Pro Tour, and of course there's in-store play as well, making up part of that World Tour with the National Championship season and the corresponding qualifying seasons that lead into these events.
Of course, these incredible events taking place all year. I can't wait to get involved in some myself. Unsurprisingly, they do have a slightly different amount of gravitas behind them. Tell me a little bit more about the Player of the Year race.
Yeah, this is sort of 3 races in one, I would say. There's 3 very distinct portions. So this one in each region. There's going to be winners crowned from the Americas region, from the Europe region, and of course the Asia region. And then there is one grand champion atop all of that. The person who accumulates the most points will go ahead and be crowned player of the year. But 3 slots in each of those regions, taking home a nice chunk of cash from that $100,000 prize pool.
Absolutely. So how do we find those players when all is said and done? Well, there's a different amount of points available for our players at each and every different style of event. World Championships, of course, 32 points up for grabs there. Pro Tour all the way down to 28. 16 for every calling, 16 at your nationals, and a handful of small points available if you're playing in a Battle Hardened.
Those points add up, though, and every point's going to matter. By the way, Brodie Spurlock here this weekend picking up another calling top 8, adding to that resume, adding to those point totals, but someone is going to pick up a big 16 points here with a win in this calling.
Love to see it. The World Tour, definitely something to be excited about, showing just how global a game Flesh and Blood is, and I can't wait to see more people getting involved.
Yeah, love to see. The crowds are expanding all the time. This weekend was packed here in Prague, an absolutely full house. Burned through every ounce of hunted product in the place, and there was a lot of hunted product here. Every single pack accounted for, used up, and played with, just the way we like to see it.
Love to hear it. Our players, of course, taking a moment, getting ready for the finals now. One match between them and the first ever gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. That's an accolade you can treasure forever.
Yeah, that's a nice one to add to your collection for sure.
I can't wait to see who eventually gets to lift that in the air at the end of this event. But we can look at the journey before we figure out who that might be. For the one more time, that bracket of the top 8 draft, this was an incredibly difficult one to navigate for many of these players, but a Fang mirror in the final, eh?
Yeah, the 2 Fangs both found their lane, and I spoke to Maciej about this particular draft. Look, he's played Fang through the sealed portion, through draft 1, through draft 2, and through this final draft. And he found me and he said, I swear to you, Brian, I tried to stay open. I was not forcing Fang. My first few picks were Assassin, but the Fang cards were flowing and I could not pass it off. That included a 5th pick, Fire and Brimstone, that we saw Simon Nielsen open up and pass on, sent it down the road to Janik. He happily snatched that up. He thinks he has a very powerful Fang deck. However, let's look at those seeds. I think this is important. Simon Nielsen, 6th seed. Janik in the 7th seed. That means Simon Nielsen's going to have the choice in this matchup, going to choose to go second. Let's see how big an advantage that's going to be.
Seems like a huge deal. No doubt about that. I cannot wait to see these players kicking it off one more time. They've looked incredible on the camera all weekend, and we get one more chance to watch that. Simon Nielsen, Maciej Janik, for all the marbles, all the prize money, all the prize cards. Let's get down to that feature match area and check out this game in all its glory.
And there you see our 2 superstars of the game. It is Simon Nielsen representing Denmark, and Janik coming all the way from Poland.
Oh,
got that calling champion trophy perched right on the table. Let them know what they're playing for.
Such a beautiful shot. Both these players, I'm sure they already understood the implications, but just in case, get a look at what might be yours if you find yourself on the right side of a single game of Flesh and Blood. We kick things off with that Obsidian Fire Vein, much like we have most of the weekend. Simon Nielsen sizing up a pretty sizable block immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to leak damage on this first turn. That's really the only way that Janik can get any advantage out of this first turn going first, is if you go ahead and underblock and let him sneak something through. Or if he can get a little tricksy and find something juicy later on in the chain. Here we see that second Obsidian Fire Vein. It would not shock me if Nielsen just has to go ahead and put both these cards in front. There are punishes available should Janik's hand line up just perfectly.
Maciej doing the math, deciding, nope, no way for me to sneak any damage through there, parking one of those cards in Arsenal, and the tempo goes back to Simon. This first 4 cards going to be incredibly important in the outcome of this game. Let's see how hard Simon Nielsen can put their foot on the pedal.
Simon cleared a lot of blues out of hand in that first cycle. Now is he rewarded with a powerful hand this go around. Simon needs to get fealty, needs to get mark rolling. That is what his deck is based around. He wants Maciej to be marked constantly, to be uncomfortable.
It is that blue being pitched early here for Simon. Again, this is my favorite part of Fang over the weekend. Just impossible to know what might be lurking behind the curtain here. We do see scar tissue. We see many other reactions in the hand for Simon Nielsen. This turn could go any number of ways.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if this first link just gets loaded up with these scar tissues and we go ahead and just set up mark, head to the future.
Indeed, we're going to be giving that go again the hard way starting point, a premium piece of equipment, but utilizing that reaction to keep this turn going in lack of another means.
Yeah, I would say this has been the piece that won Simon Nielsen the last 2 matches we saw him play. Leveraging that powerful fealty starting point combination, but needing to cash it in early only with this scar tissue available, and knows how important it is to go ahead and get damage in his first salvo against Maciej.
More importantly, that mark token landing firmly on the face of Maciej Janik. That second dagger coming across the line. We do, of course, see more reactions looming in the hand of Simon Nielsen. And this second Obsidian Fire Vein stands to be much bigger than the first.
Maciej does move a bit of equipment forward here. Thankful to have that red alert gloves, I'm sure.
Just respecting the possibility of attack reactions here, cashing in those red alert gloves alongside a Sworn Vengeance. It will be the Brothers of Flame coming on down. You can see the look of disappointment on Maciej's face there, just a little bit bigger than they were expecting.
That will go ahead and clear the mark, and that means Simon Nielsen has gotten access to fealty. That's very important for the way his particular Fang deck is built.
A step in the right direction for Simon Nielsen. We make our way back to Maciej Janik. Does have a handful of cards to work with, however. Arsenal parked from that previous turn. It will be that powerful front-loaded buff we see here, leading on this first Obsidian Fire Vein.
Yeah, twist and turn the front pump here. 1 card still available in Arsenal.
Yellow copy, maybe not quite as flashy as a red, but still threatening that additional attack should Simon decide it is time to make a stand.
Maciej's list is attack reaction rich. We saw Simon pass on a lot of those effects. Maciej did not. Took them, happily added them to his Fang deck, as he has all weekend long. I think it's fair to say he might be the most experienced Fang player in the world right now, short of maybe some members of the development team.
Seeing time and time again these corner case interactions found by these players as they learn more and more about the limited format of the Hunted. Simon breathing it in. This twist and turn, definitely a bit of a threat, depending on what might be lurking in the arsenal for Maciej. 4 cards to work with. Sworn Vengeance of their own at the front. Some Searing Gaze. Some powerful options on the side of Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, love the potential offense inherent in this hand for Simon. But is this the moment where you just want to go ahead and let Maciej get away with it for a turn? See what the worst he can do is?
It's definitely one of the more exciting aspects of Simon's Fang deck. You discussed it briefly earlier. Very high density of block 3 cards in this deck as well. Does allow him to take a defensive stance when required. Instead, we're going to be taking a lump sum of damage. 6 points, 7 points coming across from this Obsidian Fire Vein. Simon caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Another dagger coming across. Those life totals quickly falling.
Yeah, and once you're committed to no blocks there, you're certainly not defending this next dagger. So Simon willing to play back with a 5-card hand. If you're Maciej, that's the spot where you'd really like to see Simon do a bit of defending. You don't want to see what the worst his deck can do to you is. But now, all hell's going to be unleashed from Simon as he plays a 5-card hand by choice.
Down to 12 for Simon Nielsen, but the floodgates open in every which way. We see that patented flick of the cards from Simon, just considering these options, doing the math, sequencing, feeling more important than ever in a Fang deck like this. And this is certainly the time to get it right.
Sworn Vengeance looks to kick things off here. Now that Blaze Headlong going to be online for any future plays. Fire it off right away.
Iconic staple, of course, from Uprising. One of the best Draconic cards we've ever seen. Leading the charge here. Right. Into a smokeout. Defense reaction we've kind of seen periodically over the course of the weekend. Scoring a free mark here on Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, quite good here. It's sort of tough to find windows to use this against Fang. Obviously, you're always happy to have a defense reaction, but finding a red card to defend, usually it's all Obsidian Fire Veins. Simon did provide an opportunity here in the form of that Blaze Headlong.
Speaking of Fire Vein, of course, that extra bonus from Sworn Vengeance still looming. 4 points of power coming across.
Mark on hit as well.
Very potent for Simon's deck here, as we say. That kind of mark feature, very important to this version of Fang. Those fealty tokens worth their weight in gold once 3 have been assembled. Very much a threat that Maciej has to respect.
See a first little bit of consternation from Maciej.
Brian, that is not the face of a happy man.
Yeah, I expect some difficult defense decisions to be made on this turn. This can still continue. There's a lot of cards left for Simon. How bad is it going to get?
Plenty of permutations for Maciej to consider here. See them separating off those two cards, considering dedicating them both to soaking up this Fire Vein. It will be one card instead in this case. That extra one being added, even more equipment. We are maximum respect on this Obsidian Fire Vein here. Not interested in being marked again.
I think that's wise. I think that's wise. I think Simon's deck is so dependent on fealty, on marking. We've seen time and time again, he needs that to unlock a deck that is not rich in draconic attack reactions. It is possible, should you deny him access to that resource, you can play him to a bricked state where he just doesn't get a lot out of his hands. And you see here, taking an IP penalty is Nielsen on this turn. Not able to use every card in hand after that block from Janik. Now, Janik is just going to Arsenal here. Not a huge loss from Simon, but I think a nice defensive turn.
Definitely a transaction that seems to have favored Maciej as the game goes on. Players realizing that, hey, there's equipment. They are gone. They've used their block value. Simon taking a peek at that hand. We see multiple copies of Points of Engagement. Another Searing Gaze, one that Simon's definitely been a fan of so far. All the potential to go wide here. Thankfully, Maciej not being marked on that previous turn, definitely very relevant with these Point of Engagement available to Simon.
Yeah, and you see, again, Maciej being paid for that decision. I think it was a very wise defensive decision on his part. That's the type of stuff he's going to need to go ahead and break serve here. Does have the life lead, worth noting. Equipment even on both sides. Kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of.
That begrudging shore from Simon last turn, followed up with that Point of Engagement. Quickly blocked here in this case by a copy of Hunter Killer by Maciej. That defensive stance continuing to remain for now, leveraging that small life lead they have, trying to find a window to break through.
Yeah, remember, there were 4 cards claimed on the first turn from Janik. I don't think it's likely this game comes to a fatigue state, but should it, could be in an advantage position. But this is a nice spot to be in if you're Simon Nielsen.
Absolutely. A block for 3 committed, but more than 3 damage taken. 6 coming across the line for Maciej Janik. Those buffs coming into maximum effect for Simon. And that second dagger painfully following up once again. Really hard to want to respect this after you took so much heat.
Yeah, but the fact that Janik is marked means that this is even more threatening. And he says just go ahead, and he's got the Searing Gaze, does Simon Nielsen. And that means we're going to remark in this case and make a second fealty. And Janik falls down to just 6 here.
We see the power of Searing Gaze in Simon Nielsen's deck, once again leveraging the ability to remark an opponent while generating those fealty tokens. The plan slowly coming together for Simon Nielsen, but Maciej, no slouch here, plenty of cards to work with. The first one we see, a copy of Cut Deep, making this first Fire Vein into a 4 power attack.
Need a
5 power attack.
Need a big turn here from Janik. I think it's really important you get that life total in precarious range for Nielsen because he is demanding cards on the next turn. You are not going to have the luxury of no blocks. Meanwhile, Simon still does have that in his range unless you're able to offer heaps of damage.
Both players here. Very deliberate blocks need to be considered. That equipment, of course, red alert, very valuable for Simon here. These life totals will get much, much closer as this game continues. And those attack reactions from Fang going to continue to pressure both players in all the wrong ways.
So kicking these off with both a card and the red alert vest.
Looking to get that additional value from the red alert vest, soaking up some heat from Obsidian Fire Vein. We do find ourselves getting a little bit bigger. Imperial Intent, the card in the arsenal this time, choosing the Fire Vein all the way up to 8. 5 block value on the other side for now. Does Simon have any of those potent defense reactions? No. Marked, gone. First fealty scored for Maciej. And that second dagger coming across. 1 resource left, 1 card in hand. Still plenty of potential for this to go much bigger.
Yes, ceiling of about 5 you would expect with Nielsen unmarked here. Still a total that Nielsen can accept if he just wants to really play that hand.
Those puzzle-solving fingers of Maciej just tapping away on the corner of the table. Find themselves in a dilemma, but definitely plenty of room to work with here. Simon pausing, considering whether or not they're willing to bring these life totals much closer together. These Fang races get incredibly difficult as those life totals dwindle lower and lower. And holding on to that lead while you've got it, definitely a very real consideration.
Is going to be an additional reaction here. It's in the form of a +3, but we cash in that fealty to make this Draconic get the extra buff and push all the way to 5, and Nielsen falls to just 4 precarious life points. Big turn coming up here from Simon Nielsen. How good is the offer going to be?
Absolutely. Janik hitting that damage cap at every possible opportunity. Incision showing you just why it's so powerful in these decks. But the tempo on the way back to Simon Nielsen. The life lead very attainable at this point. 6. That magic number we've talked about so many times this weekend. Maciej Janik is marked. They are up for execution. There is all sorts of things that can go wrong when these Fire Veins start swinging.
We're just recapping the turn a little bit, making sure we got all the values correct.
Players just making sure. Everything from that previous turn makes a whole lot of sense. Easy to do in this situation. There's a whole lot of different attack reactions and the like in this game. In this format especially, players still fairly new to them. Even after all of this in the Grand Finalist event, love to see them just taking a moment, especially with so much on the line, making sure that everything is as it should be.
Yep, let the judge staff sort it out, let them figure out exactly where things stand, make sure the game state is being maintained well. You know, it's been a grueling weekend here for our players. They've been playing nothing but the hunted, living that hunted life all weekend long. These players were in it from the beginning, playing that world premiere event, and then just jamming nonstop, playing every single available event. It's one of the things I love about Flesh and Blood players. They just play a lot of Flesh and Blood. They're there to battle all the time.
It's been unrelenting all weekend. It was a joy to kind of walk out of the commentary booth at the end of Friday, almost certainly again today, to see nearly 900 people jamming inside events all day, late into the night.
Yep.
That's what the Hunted has to bring. That's what Flesh and Blood has to bring.
I mean, side events topping 600 people here today, still on Sunday, late into the evening. Of course, our Battle Hardened going on. So many events happening throughout the hall. And it sounds like we are ready to go ahead and return to the booth here. Maybe a slight miscalculation on Nielsen's side. I believe missed a point. So Janik falling even lower down to 5 here. That 9 was actually a 10 on the last turn cycle.
This game quickly becoming razor thin for both of these players. 3 cards to start for Simon Nielsen. That Fire Vein doing its job. Entering the red zone. 2 cards, 2 resources. 5 life is a very dangerous place to be in the Fang mirror, and this is where we'll see Maciej just enter the tank. It's time to be deliberate. It's time to consider all the possibilities. Desperately remember what you saw in that draft and try and figure out where there's room to gain advantage.
Yeah, 2 cards left in hand for Nielsen, but being marked, the ceiling is so high. You just have to ask yourself, if you're Janik, what am I leaving myself dead to? You can't cover everything. If you give too much to this chain, like Nielsen could just pass to the next one and get you dead. So this is a near impossible decision for Janik to have to make. But if he wants to be a calling champion, he has to get it just right.
You can see the look of consideration. It's going to be 4 in this case, and it is that Tooth of the Dragon.
Passes forward the damage to the next chain link, and that means this Obsidian Fire Vein going to come in for 4. 1 more card still in hand.
That powerful front-loading incident showing once again. It's going to be another reaction. The Searing Gaze coming across for Simon Nielsen.
And that just gets the handshake.
It's going to be the handshake. No way to prevent the additional damage here and stay alive. It is Simon Nielsen who is your champion at the Calling in Prague.
Look, Janik read the writing on the wall. He knew that if he devoted more cards to the defense, there was no offense to be had. He had to take a moment, consider how he actually won the game. Playing Flesh and Blood not to lose doesn't get you anywhere.
No.
You have to take risks, and you have to feel for Janik. Played Fang so well throughout this weekend, but ultimately Simon Nielsen was unstoppable. Came up with a on-the-fly, brilliant adjustment to his draft strategy. 9-0. This weekend,
wow,
adding to a record that I believe when he came into the finals, this final draft, he was already sitting at 34-5 lifetime in Flesh and Blood sanctioned drafts.
I have the feeling we might have a limited great on our hands in the form of Simon Nielsen, maybe a constructed great as well.
I think he can be in everything great.
Of course.
I want to tell you a story about Simon Nielsen. When we were back at Pro Tour LA, I brought him into the booth for an interview before the tournament even started. You can go check out our YouTube channel. It's up there now. And we talked a lot about balancing 2 games as a competitor and exactly what drew him to Flesh and Blood. One of the things that has always stuck with me that he said to me is, I don't believe anyone's good at Flesh and Blood yet. And that wasn't slighting his competition. That wasn't being cocky. That's not who Simon is. He's the sweetest guy in the entire world. That was saying, I think this game has such depth. There's so much to explore, and I think we're only scratching the surface. And he also said, I want to be one of the ones who goes ahead and pushes this game forward. I think you're seeing the first steps of that here this weekend.
After a result like that, it's hard to deny that Simon Nielsen is a name to watch going forward in the world of Flesh and Blood. Commiserations, of course, to Maciej. That was a fantastically navigated game. I think that final turn is a huge testament to how we have to play this format.
I think a fantastic weekend. I think just showed mastery of Fang time and time again. And you're exactly right, Scott. And I want players to really walk away from this weekend, as they head to their pre-release, with this one tip. I actually think Janik may have given us the greatest tip you can take away on this weekend. You can't play scared. You have to figure out where you draw a line in the sand and where you make your Fang opponent have it. In that case, he just died, sure. And it almost looks a little silly. He's got a bunch of cards in hand. Sure, he could have defended. But he would have lost that game a few turns later had he not taken that stand. If Nielsen was blank, if he just had nothing in that spot, and that was exactly the block needed to stay alive, Janik would have looked like a genius, and he would have been able to pull that match out. And you have to be willing to take gambits like that to be a calling champion. Unfortunately, just not the weekend for Janik.
Unquestionably, those type of gambits of what allowed Janik to make it to the finals this weekend. I'm sure they've had similar experiences all the way through. And I get the feeling, based on their play in that feature match alone, it won't be the last we see of them anytime soon.
For sure. I mean, I'll tell you that Maciej has been around at all of these tournaments, despite the fact that it's been a little while since the last super high-profile finish over at PT1. I watched the standings. I see his name floating in contention time and time again. He's always in the mix. Such a dangerous TCG player and has been for years. He's practiced. He's careful. He's studied. There's no question he's going to be back time and time again.
I'm incredibly excited to see how players run with this format moving forward. I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned this weekend. From the early days of the world premiere on Friday, those lessons evolved into what our players learned on Saturday, ultimately evolved again into a premier level of play on Sunday. And now there's all this incredible feature match footage for us to review, go back. And I can't wait to see the quality of player we find at our pre-releases next week.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot to learn if you go back and comb through that footage. If you want to be prepared to go ahead and take down your local pre-release, here's the guidebook. Watch folks like Simon Nielsen navigate draft. You get to watch 3 elite level players go ahead and go through drafts when you comb back through the coverage today. That's a really special resource to have. You're learning in real time alongside us as they teach us things.
Absolutely.
They'll be teaching you, and they'll set you up for success at your next event.
Well, hopefully we have the pleasure of hearing from Simon Nielsen about all the things they learned that got them to the position of being a calling champion on a world premiere weekend. Get to award them that Stonewall Gauntlet, see that smile one more time. But you'll have to bear with us while we get Simon ready to accept that trophy. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the booth. I am joined here by our calling champion, Mr. Simon Nielsen. It felt like it was a long time in the making. I guess not that long. You haven't been playing Flesh and Blood for that long. But
No.
the first time I saw you at an event, in fact, I remember the first time I was just browsing through our tournament winners on a weekend, and I go, I know that name. I wonder how long it's going to be until he's sitting here beside me.
Yeah.
Didn't take all that long, my friend.
Took like a year and a half.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. This is a tough game, and you accelerated very quickly. So let's do some business first. How about starting off, I'll hand you this calling champion trophy.
Look at that blue. It's so nice.
Yeah, a beautiful trophy. I expect
Even like see myself through it.
I expect the first of many. I'm just guessing. And then I'll show it to the fans at home before I hand it to you. It is a beautiful, let's see, we get a little tilt there. The first
ever?
The first gold foil
Wow.
Stonewall Gauntlet, the
Oh my
prize
God.
card for this year. Congratulations, my friend. Tell us about your weekend. Why don't we start at the beginning? Let's talk about how this weekend started for you.
Yeah, so like last Thursday, I'm flying to Prague, and I, forget my passport on the way to the airport. Have to rush. Secondhand caused a car crash because the taxi driver I called, like,
Okay.
or something.
Okay.
Then, the luggage doesn't arrive with us to Prague, so I'm just like, have to wear the same sweaty hoodie
Perfect.
for Friday.
Perfect conditions.
And then Thursday, we do an escape room, and after the escape room, I just like drop my phone, which I do like so many times. But this time, it just like doesn't turn on when I click the button.
Okay, so a very lucky weekend right from the beginning.
So I've just been without phone, had to like spend Friday like getting our luggage at the airport. We locked ourselves out of our Airbnb. I had to get that fixed.
What is going on?
And
It sounds like the worst weekend ever.
It was an experience. I mean, there was like really nice people helping me. I kind of like got
Okay.
the belief in humanity back.
Yeah,
So that
that's
was-
good. The friendly people of Prague have certainly been nothing but hospitable to us, so I'm not shocked to hear
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Yep. So that's how the tournament starts. Not the best way to kick things off, but surely at that point you have to be thinking, my luck's going to turn around. When did it feel like it was starting to click for you? Did you have a sense on day one that you were starting to understand some things that other folks weren't? Or was it when we got to the draft format that you really found your legs?
I think like we did a practice draft on Saturday with some of my teammates, and I went 0-2 in that one with an awful Cindra deck.
Okay.
And so that's kind of when it started to click that I should like do better. That I should talk to some
Good
people.
strategy, I like
that. So Sebastian Gondale taught me how to play Cindra, just redline Cindra. That was my second draft.
Yeah.
It was like 4 blues, 25 red.
Yeah, and then you beat him in that second
And then I
draft
actually ended up beating
for your winning
Yes.
what was ultimately your winning. Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
Nice payback for all that advice he gave you.
I drafted Arakni in the first draft as well, but just like, by the points that I got from Brodie on how to draft that
So
deck.
all 3 heroes across the 3 drafts. that you
Yes,
played
exactly,
today.
yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of clean.
Do you, I mean, like Fang just brought you a trophy. Do you have a preference at this point for heroes? Is there one you prefer to draft?
I don't. The Cindra deck was really fun. But
Okay.
I don't know. Fang was also my sealed hero, and like, he's kind of. I don't know. They're like pretty fun in their own way.
Nice.
I just like this game, man. I don't know.
Love to hear that. Tell me about this final draft, because I'm here in the booth. I'm covering your draft, and I've sort of set Fang up as one type of deck all weekend long.
Uh-huh.
And it's a deck that has a high priority on draconic attack reactions, and that's what it wants to do, and it wants all these zero-cost pumps, and it'll be efficient and explosive and all good, and maybe you don't block all that well in some turns, but your numbers are going to be fine. Don't worry about it. And then you start drafting. Was this a plan going in to draft this Mark Fang deck? When did this occur to you?
The Mark Fang deck occurred to me when I was looking for my cards at the end of pack 1,
Okay.
and I realized I don't have any draconic reacts, but like all my cards kind of like work with the Mark thing. And like there's the the one that gives like all attacks get go again if they attack a marked hero, all attack get +1 this turn if they attack a marked hero. And I have like multiple ways, like it's like a lot of ways to like mark the opponent multiple times in the same turn. And it's like maybe I just like need like just a few draconic reacts, and it's probably just gonna work out fine. But I was like really felt like a gamble at that point. And so I just knew that I only had 2 blues at that point, and one of them was a 2-block. And like that's I knew from Seal that like Fang 3 blocks are really good in blue.
Absolutely.
Because like once you're turned on, you want to be able to block with your blues, and so that's what I really started prioritizing in pack 2, because I didn't really see that many draconic reacts anyway, and I was like a vanilla +2 I wasn't too interested, and so I took all the like blue block 3s, and then I think Maciej, the other Fang player, probably didn't get that many blues from that pack as a result. So he had to take a lot of blues over reacts in pack 3, and that's why I got 8 reacts in pack 3.
Yeah, you were absolutely
and
loaded
so,
up.
so it turned into like a normal Fang deck anyways.
Yeah, both of you guys found the correct lane, and you were hedging for a little bit early on. It seemed like you were pushing into Assassin a bit more, but you did the really smart thing that I love doing across those first picks, is take those hybrid cards and just leave yourself the out, because it's so valuable when the tide turns. Just be like, I'm jumping ship. You clearly made the right call here.
Yeah, I was actually sweating it because there was like point where I could maybe like abandon like 5 cards, move into Cindra. But I was like, 5 is like kind of above my limit, especially if I'm not too familiar with the format. But then just keep coming the Cindra cards, so I was like, oh man. But actually, it worked out really well anyways. It was sometimes the packs are just a bit weird. And,
obviously I'm sitting here with a calling champion now added to your resume, long and storied resume in the TCG space. I have to ask, what are your goals now with Flesh and Blood? You've accomplished this. You're a calling champion. You're a battle-hardened champion as well, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, I am also limited.
I thought so. I thought also unlimited. So there's kind of one more step you got to take.
I got to take a Pro Tour down.
How hungry are you for London? Do you think you're ready?
I have like more than a month to prepare for London.
I know.
Because there's no other tournament obligations.
You and I have talked about this a lot,
Yes.
and one of your hardest struggles with Flesh and Blood is just finding the time to prepare. But you're saying this is a moment where you're going to be able to commit and really sink your teeth into Pro Tour
Exactly, yeah.
London.
Like I play card games full time, but that means like more than one card game, and usually that means I have to split my attention. But for London, I won't have to split my attention. That's gonna be really exciting for me.
Every single Flesh and Blood player in the world just got a little bit uncomfortable when it came to preparing for Pro Tour London. I can't wait to see what you do there. Anyone you want to thank at the end of this weekend? Obviously an incredible accomplishment, and we know these things don't come without the help of friends.
No, absolutely. I mean, definitely want to like thank Sebastian Gondale and my teammates, and like for like teaching me these things about the draft format. Thanks to the random guy on the train who taught me how starting point works with fealty. I didn't realize that, but I was like, when I saw the starting point in the draft, I was like, yeah, I gotta do that. That seems really good.
You know, I completely forgot about that reaction until I saw you do it. And I remembered going back to Dev, changing it to work that way. There was a period where it didn't work, but it had completely slipped. It's been a while since I played the 100. Completely slipped my mind, and then you did it, and I was like, oh, yeah. Yep, I remember that. I'm like, I think Simon's going to win this tournament. That was the moment where I'm like, hey, he's just a little bit further ahead than everyone. Absolutely. But a random guy in the train pulled you in.
He just kept chatting to me, but it was very valuable.
Yeah, he might have a little portion of that calling trophy, too.
Yeah, he can have like a snippet.
The starting point was incredible for you across those few games.
Yeah. No, it seems like great equipment, and it probably shouldn't be wheeling.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Anything else you would like to plug?
Yeah. I don't know. I also just want to shout out my girlfriend who's like in a hotel in Prague watching. We're going to hang out here for a few days.
Awesome.
And yeah,
awesome.
It's just great.
Yeah, I love that. That is part of your Flesh and Blood experience, because I think it just sums up the Flesh and Blood experience. Play the game, see the world, go everywhere, experience these great things, experience what it's like to be a calling champion. And I urge all of you at home to experience the same. This really is one of the best times you can have in gaming. We're going to be doing it again all over the planet. But for this week, our time has come to an end. I have to give a shout out to so many people. I have to thank the folks at LR Events. Just an amazing event. Simon, you were in all these events. Every event ran smoothly, ran perfectly.
Almost ran too smooth. Like you barely have time to eat an apple sometimes. You finish a round late because it's like the next round just starts so smooth.
Yeah, the entire team did an incredible job. Of course, I have to shout out the folks at Tabletop 24 who brought you this production. Just a massive level up in their game this weekend. I think they absolutely killed it, bringing you all the action here from Prague. And of course, all of my co-casters, Scott Mines, Erica Forsloff, and of course, Sam O'Byrne. These folks worked so hard to bring you a great event this weekend. I'm so thankful for them, and I'm thankful for all of you for watching. We're going to be back again soon with more Flesh and Blood action. Calling Memphis, double calling weekend coming up. There's going to be limited, there's going to be CC, and we're going to be bringing you 3 days of CC action from Memphis. I know you're just as anxious as I am to see what this new CC format looks like. Yeah, you're going to see
cards.
2 days of calling and a CC battle hardened in coverage when we get to Memphis. So y'all aren't going to want to miss it. Make sure you tune in, and I will see you again next time for more Flesh and Blood.